Hey there! You're listening to Fanfic Web Novel, where we explore every what-if in your favourite worlds. Thanks for joining the family. Grab a seat and enjoy the story.
Chapter 221, After the War 2. I think this is the first time we've talked alone, Lord Tywin. Enar spoke, looking at the man sitting inside an iron cage and tied to a log. Even the mud couldn't hide the noble fabric of his clothes. It looked as if it had been sewn with gold threads, and knowing the identity of the owner of the clothes, he thought it was indeed gold. Tywin didn't speak and stared at Enar's face. He seemed lost in memories for a moment, before finally answering in a calm, deep tone. You look like your father, but without that melancholy aura around him. Sometimes it was even hard to stand next to your father. I've heard those words a lot. Fortunately, I'm not a depressive like my father. Enar could guess that tormented by dreams, Rhaegar was definitely not of sound mind. Depressed was the least he could think about his father. This should never have happened. You were supposed to be my grandson if Aerys had agreed to marry Cersei to Rhaegar, but he chose that Dornish whore. Tywin took no notice of Enar's words and spoke in a calm tone, looking straight into the young king's purple eyes. When a king is weak, he fears his subjects. At the same time, your reputation has surpassed even that of a king. How could my grandfather, who was an arrogant Targaryen, accept being considered weaker than a mere lion? Enar spoke about the reasons for Aerys not agreeing to marry Rhaegar to Cersei. In political terms, his grandfather really did make the right choice. If Cersei married Rhaegar and became queen, the powerful House Lannister would be at its peak, even surpassing House Targaryen, which had no dragons. You were too powerful for House Targaryen without dragons. Enar sighed and looked at Tywin calmly. Distrust, arrogance, and ego. They are all characteristics of the king, but you violated all three. Aerys not killing you still showed that he had a trace of reason in his insane mind. He was weak and couldn't see anyone more powerful than him. Tywin spoke sarcastically, but did not deny Enar's words. As the young king had said, he was indeed very powerful, both in military might and wealth. If he had been in Aerys' place, he would have done the same, although never as madly and insanely as his old friend. At the beginning of his reign, he was brilliant. I thought we would be like Viserys II and Jaehaerys I, creating an era of lasting peace, but as time went by, madness began to consume my friend's mind, turning him into an animal who couldn't even control himself. Tywin spoke with a strong tone, but Enar detected nostalgia and regret, although they were almost non-existent. The end of this story you already know, Your Grace. Tywin looked at Enar with an extremely strong intensity. Yes, I know the end of the story. Enar nodded and let out a sigh. You will not die by my hand or my judgment. Enar spoke and Tywin showed no happiness at his words. You will want a trial by combat, something my sister will happily accept. After all, she wants to kill you, maybe butcher you first. It really depends on her mood at the moment. Enar said with an amused tone, but Tywin's expression still remained indifferent. Has anyone ever told you that you have no sense of humor? He said to Tywin, who was speechless at the young king's false irony. A fool would laugh at his own death. Tywin replied with a sarcastic tone, full of mockery at Enar's childish provocation. I want to see if you'll be so calm in the face of death, Lord Tywin. Enar commented with a smile. He didn't look into the future so as not to spoil the fun, but it was almost certain that the man before him would die with dignity. Looking at his calm expression, the smile on Enar's lips widened. You look like Tyrion in that respect, always hiding your own emotions through a calm, deep face. Like father, like son. Tywin raised his head and spoke coldly, with such disgust that it surprised even Enar. I have no son called Tyrion. How cruel, but he's a competent hand of the king. He saved me from doing a lot of bureaucratic work, especially about finances. Enar said, sitting back in his chair more relaxed, as if he were talking to a long-time friend. Monsters like to play the competent, but they'll never stop being monsters. Tywin said with an indifferent and cold tone. There was no hint of fatherly love in his voice when he mentioned Tyrion. Rising from his chair, Enar smiled and walked towards the exit of the iron cage. He'll no longer be a monster in the eyes of the world. I wonder if when he's older he'll be like you, Lord Tywin. Tywin remained silent, silently watching the young king's back move away, then slowly closed his eyes. You're just like me, Your Grace. A man who puts his family first. Maybe in the future you'll be in the same place as I am now. Enar stopped walking for a moment, but resumed with calm, steady steps. How was the conversation? Visenya asked as she stroked Syrax's golden scales affectionately. The dragon was still in a slight state of rage, which was relieved with a few sheep. Worthy of being Tywin Lannister, the man still stands firm with his beliefs and convictions. I can see why he turned the weak House Lannister into the most powerful house in Westeros. Enar replied while looking at Syrax with a calm gaze. Although the effect of the horn was somewhat disappointing, the dragon binder would be of great help in taming young and rebellious dragons, especially in their more unruly phases. A monster like that man wouldn't show weakness and fear at that moment. Visenya nodded, not at all surprised about Tywin's status. From her mother's description, she already knew what kind of person the Lord of Casterly Rock was. Enar, will we be like Tywin one day? Always thinking of family above all else, including above all our morals and judgment. Visenya asked in a low tone, looking at Syrax with a complicated gaze. That war was very brutal. More than 20,000 people died, although many were enemies, but in the end they were just commoners who were obeying orders from their lords. It made her wonder if she and Tywin were really so different. Enar looked surprised at Visenya, but soon realized his wife's thoughts and spoke in a calm tone. You must already have the answer, right? There was a bitter smile on Visenya's lips as she realized that Tywin had done nothing wrong, at least from his point of view towards House Lannister. But she wondered if she could do the same as Tywin if the need arose. In the end, she discovered that she couldn't order the death of innocent women and children. It felt wrong in so many ways. Although it seemed a little hypocritical given that she had killed many people in war, but she felt it was different. Men and women at war had a sacred right to kill in order to survive, but killing people who didn't know how to protect themselves was quite wrong in her eyes. Suddenly, Visenya felt an arm around her waist and a strong, broad chest pressing against her back. She just turned around and snuggled into the comfort of the arms that brought her the enormous feeling of security. Don't worry, Visenya. Stroking her hair tenderly, Enar murmured in a calm but gentle tone. As your husband, let me carry the weight of these decisions. Visenya just nodded and sank even deeper into Enar's embrace. Enar was calm. He didn't feel that Visenya was wrong. Everyone had a boundary they didn't want to cross. It was totally normal. But he couldn't have such a limit, because in order to guide humanity, entire civilizations would be destroyed or enslaved. He didn't have the luxury of kindness in the face of the cruelty of the survival of the human race. Raising Visenya's face with his finger, Enar looked directly into her eyes and asked with a laugh, trying to lighten the depressing and heavy atmosphere around them. I know this isn't the right time, but since we've conquered Harrenhal, will you marry me? Visenya widened her eyes and looked incredulously at Enar. Then her eyes lit up with excitement, forgetting everything else at that moment. An innocent, happy smile involuntarily appeared on her lips. Seeing her smile, Enar erased the slight guilt he had for manipulating Visenya at this moment. Although it was a manipulation to make her happy, it was still a clear manipulation of her feelings. We should wait for my mother. She's the one who has to pass me on to you officially. Visenya spoke with an animated tone while showing a big smile on her lips. Anything to make you happy, my dear wife. Enar replied with an amused smile as he gently kissed her forehead. My king and queen. Just as Enar was about to say something, Oberyn approached and greeted them both. Looking at Oberyn before him, Enar was surprised to find a wound on his neck and one on his face, which would make quite large scars. Like Tyrion, Oberyn had also suffered relatively serious injuries. The usurper fled with the Baratheon army to Casterly Rock. Oberyn spoke with an irritated tone. Even if he has fled, Westeros is ours, Lord Oberyn. Visenya, with a big smile on her face, replied cheerfully. Even Robert's escape didn't dampen her happiness at the moment. Robert was completely insignificant in the face of her marriage. Oberyn's irritation disappeared when he saw Visenya smiling so happily. Oberyn, order the army to rest for 2 days and we'll head towards Riverrun, surround the castle and get Hoster Tully out of that castle to suffer my trial in Harrenhal. Enar spoke, leaving Oberyn stunned for a moment, but he accepted the orders without any hesitation. I've wanted to kill that old fish for a long time. Oberyn said with a smile full of malice. House Tully was a devout believer in the faith of the Seven, so every time Oberyn visited Riverrun, he, his mistress and his daughters were scorned by Hoster Tully. Our wedding will take place after Hoster Tully's trial and the dismissal of House Tully as Lord Paramount of the Trident. I will try to return as soon as possible. Enar spoke to Visenya, who nodded and still had a happy smile on her face. Listening to their conversation, Oberyn finally understood why Visenya was so happy. The news of the wedding really did cheer up even the bitterest of women, let alone someone as happy as the queen herself, who would officially become queen after the wedding. Arianne and Ilaria can help with the wedding preparations, Your Grace. Oberyn offered his niece and wife to help with the preparations, as he might miss the chance to strengthen ties with House Targaryen. However, remembering the rumors between Arianne and Enar, Oberyn looked helpless. He could imagine what his niece intended by getting involved with the king, but he didn't stop it. In his eyes, Arianne was the heiress of Dorne and would sit on the throne of the sun, just as the Dornish laws commanded. Thank you, you'll be a great help. Enar thanked him with a smile. It wasn't just Oberyn's wife who would be helping, all the nobles would be sending their wives to help Visenya with the wedding preparations. Thank you, Lord Oberyn. Visenya also thanked him with a sweet smile. Chapter 222, After the War 4. Hoster Tully looked at the gates of the Hall of 100 Hearths and slowed his pace with heavy steps. His hands were chained and he could not escape. He wanted to run. Entering the hall was tantamount to declaring that his house would be destroyed, that it would have an even worse reputation than House Frey. No noble house would marry his descendants, no noble house would do business with his descendants, not even the Iron Bank would lend money to his descendants. The Tully house would truly be finished at that moment. However, his weak and frail body was pushed forward by the Lady Commander of the Royal Guard, Leda Dane. My master is waiting, move along, you worm. Leda spoke in a cold and indifferent tone. She felt no remorse for doing such a thing to a helpless old man. Under Hoster's desperate gaze, he entered the Hall of 100 Hearths in Harrenhal. Just as he had expected, the entire place was filled with lords and ladies, all eyes fixed on him. There were all kinds of looks, rejoicing, disdain, contempt, and sympathy. Hoster trembled as he felt the stares. To him they were all hyenas, all wanting a piece of House Tully. However, he couldn't stop anything, for he was helpless and powerless. Not even his former vassals could help him at that moment. Hoster's blue eyes fell on the black stone throne, seated on which the young king was dressed exquisitely in purple and red, a Valyrian steel crown studded with rubies visible beneath his hair. Next to the stone throne, a delicate throne could be seen, on which sat a graceful and beautiful young woman. Enar and Visenya too. Kneel. Enar looked at the old man and said in a calm and stern tone. Even though he didn't want to, Hoster was forced to kneel by Leda, who was not gentle at all, as the sound of bones breaking echoed particularly loud inside the hall. Arg! A groan escaped Hoster's lips, but no one felt sorry for him. Hoster Tully, Lord of House Tully and Lord Paramount of the Trident, you are charged with high treason, conspiracy, and mass murder. Enar wasted no time and began the trial. Do you plead guilty? The purple eyes looked at the old man kneeling before him with a hint of amusement. He knew what was about to happen, but he allowed it to happen anyway, as it would benefit him. I am innocent. When Hoster said this, the eyes of many nobles turned to the Lord of Riverrun with unexpected looks. In their eyes, as long as Hoster pleaded guilty, the king would do nothing to House Tully. After all, it had been almost 400 years since a great house had been destroyed, and when it happened, there had been chaos everywhere, with everyone wanting to take the place of the destroyed great house. When House Gardner was destroyed and all its descendants killed in the field of fire, all the other houses, such as Redwyne and Hightower, hoped that they would be chosen to be Lord Paramount of the Manor, as they were blood relatives of House Gardner. But instead, Aegon chose a servant of House Gardner as Lord Paramount. This caused so much chaos that Aegon had to endure years of the noble houses of the Reach asking the king to choose someone else. So, in the eyes of these nobles, as long as Hoster pleaded guilty, House Tully would still live. But at this moment, no one felt anger at the disrespectful words to the king. They looked excited. It was the chance they wanted. What they coveted was the title of Lord Paramount of the Trident. I want a trial by combat. Ignoring the pain in his broken knees, Hoster spoke in a hoarse, weak voice, but his eyes were brighter than ever. He knew more than anyone else about his crimes, so he used the trick that every noble used when in danger. Enar smiled and rested his head on his hand as he looked around as if watching an entertaining show. Trial by combat? He liked this kind of thing better because he simply couldn't lose. If you insist, Lord Tully, so be it. Enar spoke, and everyone heard him clearly. We will have a trial by combat. Who will represent me in combat is Leda Dane, Lady Commander of the Royal Guard. Enar spoke again and declared the anticipated death of Hoster or his representative. There was not a single man present who could duel with Leda. The fight would be like an adult fighting a baby. However, while everyone was murmuring about the king's choice of a woman, Hoster faced a big problem. He looked around at everyone present, searching for someone who could represent him, but when his gaze fell on a person, that person quickly looked away, as if they did not see him. For 10 long minutes, no one came forward to represent Hoster, showing that no one really wanted to help the Lord of Riverrun. Especially the Lords of the Riverlands, they wanted Hoster to die as soon as possible so that they could have a chance to inherit the title of Lord Paramount of the Trident. "I will represent Lord Tully." As soon as the voice rang out, everyone looked in disbelief at the brave man. However, when they saw who it was, they understood perfectly why. Edmure Tully, wearing armor bearing the sigil of House Tully. After all, it was more than normal for a son to try to save his father, and they could respect that. However, they soon noticed the trembling legs of the heir to Riverrun. Some laughed, but others looked at Edmure with admiration. Even though he was afraid, the man actually dared to step forward, which earned him the respect of many in the hall. Even Eddard, who watched everything coldly, couldn't help but look at Edmure with more respect. He could respect his son's sacred duty to protect his father in his old age. However, while everyone was admiring Edmure's choice to defend his father, Hoster Tully himself looked desperate. How could he not know his son's abilities? "We don't need to go to the arena, let's hold the trial here and now." Enar spoke in a calm tone while Leda stood with her back to the throne. The hall of Harrenhal was more than enough space for a duel. With a cold, sharp sound, dawn left its sheath and seemed to glow with a milky light. Anyone could see that this was an extraordinary sword. This was no lie, after all, it was a sword that had existed for more than 10 millennia. When the sword left its sheath, exclamations of admiration and respect rang out from the audience. Edmure swallowed hard and felt his legs tremble, terror coursing through his body, preventing him from moving. Seeing the scene, Hoster simply closed his eyes and waited for death, but he couldn't bear to see his son die before him. Drawing the sword, Edmure took a deep breath and walked cautiously toward Leda. With each step he took, his breathing quickened as sweat ran down his face. Leda couldn't help but look bored. The man in front of her didn't even know how to control his breathing, something basic for any knight trained since childhood. Just as Leda was about to use a little force against Edmure, the king's voice reached her ears. "Use all your strength and kill him with one blow, show your strength for all to see." At that moment Leda changed, her aura changed, her cold expression became sharp and keen. The hands holding the sword hilt became extraordinarily firm. Her muscles contracted and became firm and hard. In the next second, Leda appeared behind Edmure. There was no sound of pain or anything else. A thin red line appeared on Edmure's forehead, and in an instant his body split in two. The two halves of his body fell on opposite sides as blood and internal organs scattered across the floor. Edmure didn't even know when he died, he felt no pain or anything else. It could be said that Leda was so fast that it took his brain some time to realize that he was already dead. An eerie silence prevailed in the Hall of 100 Hearths. When Leda sheathed her sword, everyone awoke from their stupor. The sound of vomiting could be heard as sounds of swallowing echoed throughout the room. As the lords looked at Leda, there was no more contempt for her being a woman, there was only fear and terror in the face of the humanoid monster that was Leda Dane. Suddenly, Enar began to clap his hands, making the atmosphere even more strange and frightening, but would the nobles dare to let the king applaud alone? The answer was no, so even though they showed fake and strange smiles, the entire room was filled with applause. Hoster looked at the two halves of his son with tears streaming down his face. Although Edmure was a useless and incompetent son, he was still the son he had carried in his arms as a child, helped train and even taught to ride. The feelings between father and son were deep, how could he not cry at that moment? The gods have decided, Hoster Tully is found guilty. House Tully will no longer be the Lord Paramount of the Trident. All possessions of House Tully will be used as compensation. House Tully will be reduced to commoner status and will no longer be allowed to use its coat of arms and ancestral motto. As your king, I order Eddard of House Stark to sentence the guilty party to death by beheading. Enar's words rang out without delay, directly declaring Hoster Tully's death at the hands of Eddard. Leda placed a wooden log on the floor, curiously placing it between the two halves of Edmure's cup, on top of the pool of blood and internal organs. Visenya, who watched everything, rolled her eyes at the woman's childishness, but she knew that this was her way of getting revenge on Hoster. After all, Hoster had waged the war that killed Arthur. "Husband, remember to control Leda's temper at official events," Visenya whispered to Enar, but with Leda's senses, she heard every word perfectly. Leda looked at the queen with helplessness and betrayal. She had obviously warned Visenya about Arianne, but instead of being praised, she was scolded by the queen. What a sad world where loyalty is rewarded with ingratitude. Although she thought this, she did not dare to speak aloud. She knew very well that Visenya and Enar could torture her mentally every night. "Don't worry, we can torture her mentally every night after our wedding." Enar whispered to Visenya in an amused and teasing tone, knowing that Leda could hear him, but he spoke anyway. Hearing Enar's words, she understood perfectly what he meant, and Visenya's cheeks turned a lovely shade of red. Leda was not surprised to hear the king's words, she knew him very well. While the three joked, the atmosphere could not have been more tense. Leda forced Hoster's head against the wooden trunk and nodded to Eddard. Taking a deep breath, Eddard spoke aloud as he held the ancestral sword of House Stark with both hands and raised it to his shoulder. "I, Eddard of House Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North. In the name of King Enar, first of his name, King of the Undulls and the Rhoynar and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm, I declare you dead for treason." "Last words, Hoster Tully?" Eddard asked in a cold tone. However, Hoster just stared at Eddard with a blank, lost look, without even the force to speak. Seeing this, Eddard waited no longer and lowered his sword. Splash! The sound of splashing rang out loudly, and the head of Hoster Tully, Lord of Riverrun and Lord Paramount of the Trident, separated from his body. Enar clapped his hands again with a calm look, though his lips were curved into a smile. All the nobles followed Enar's gestures and began to clap. "The first is dead, now there are two left," Enar muttered as he thought of Tywin and Robert. Chapter 223, Conspiracies and Murders I. The death of Hoster Tully did not cause much of a stir. After all, he was a high-ranking traitor, but the next thing decided at the trial was what really mattered to the nobles: the title of Lord Paramount of the Trident. After the bodies of Hoster and Edmure Tully were removed from the room and the area was cleared, the Great Council began again. "Your Grace." Tytos, Lord of House Blackwood and former kings of the Riverlands, stood up and spoke in a calm tone. "The Riverlands cannot be without a Lord Paramount." The eyes of many Riverlands lords looked at Tytos with hostility, some even hiding their murderous intent. If there was anyone more suitable to be Lord Paramount, it was House Blackwood. "I agree, Your Grace." The speaker was a middle-aged man with brown eyes, thick brown hair even on his back, broad shoulders and thick arms. He was tall and had a naturally fierce expression. He was Jonos Bracken, Lord of Stonehenge and Lord of House Bracken. But unlike Tytos, who was closer to Enar, the Lord of Stonehenge did not even greet Enar. Another thing was that the man was a staunch hater of House Lannister. Especially after the burning of Stonehenge and the rape of one of his 3 daughters by the Mountain, the hatred intensified even more. Enar looked at the feudal lords of the Riverlands with a calm expression and was not surprised by what was happening. But unfortunately for these nobles, he had no plans to give the Riverlands to anyone. The entire Riverlands region will be integrated into the Crownlands, the first step towards the definitive unification of the 7 kingdoms into an imperium. However, Enar would not say that now, as he wanted to weaken these Riverlands lords even further. The reason for this? Enar would let the nobles fight among themselves while he coldly watched them kill each other. Only when all parties were weakened would Enar take over the Riverlands with greater ease and almost no resistance from the noble houses. With a thoughtful expression, Enar looked first at Tytos, then at Jonos, and then at William Moonton of Maiden's Pond and Jason Mallister of Seaguard. The king's gaze did not escape the watchful and nervous eyes of the lords of the Riverlands. The eyes of many minor lords stared at the 4 possible lords paramount of the Trident with thoughtful looks. Many had already taken sides in an instant, as these noble houses already had strong ties to the respective noble houses. Tytos, Jonos, William and Jason were soon surrounded by several nobles, which made Enar's eyes shine with a touch of amusement and cruelty. Now he only had to show hesitation and let the nobles kill each other. That was what Enar did in the next second. He looked at everyone present and said in a calm, deep tone, "The council will go into recess for a week." With that said, Enar rose from the throne and left with Visenya by his side, accompanied by the entire royal guard, who protected the king from all directions. Enar's departure did not surprise the nobles. It was quite normal for Enar to hesitate in choosing a lord paramount with the previous betrayal of House Tully, but they did not care about Enar's departure. Just as 10,000 years ago they...
Look, if you've actually made it this far into the video and you're still here, come on then, hit subscribe. And honestly, if you think a friend of yours would like this, go on and share it with them. It really helps out. Right, I'm done. I'll get out of your hair now so you can get back to the good stuff. But seriously, stick around till the end. It's well worth it.
Would resolve matters in the same way their ancestors would have done, with rumors, poisoning, and assassinations. Tytos, Jonos, William, and Jason looked at each other and saw the cruelty in each other's eyes. Especially between Tytos and Jonos, both of them practically wanted to devour each other's flesh at the slightest sign of weakness. "You are very cruel, husband," Visenya said in a helpless tone. "They are clearly going to kill each other." Enar looked at Visenya with an innocent expression and spoke in a genuinely confused tone. "I didn't do anything, I'm just undecided between choosing the new Lord Paramount. After all, I don't want to be betrayed like Ares was." Visenya just rolled her eyes at her husband's masterful performance, but did not pursue the matter. Instead of worrying about the deaths of the potential lords of the Riverlands, she was more concerned about her own marriage. Noticing the joy in her expression, Enar spoke in a gentle tone. "We will announce our marriage and wed before we attack Casterly Rock." Visenya nodded and let Enar choose the wedding date he thought most appropriate. After all, they were at war and couldn't delay too long. "Don't worry, everything will be settled in a week," Enar said with a laugh. He just had to be seen talking in private by someone and everything would be complete chaos. "The king is insidious," Tyrion commented to Oberyn, who was staring out the window with a distracted look. Tyrion and Oberyn knew exactly what Enar wanted. The king never planned to give the title of Lord Paramount to another noble house, but he still pretended to be undecided in order to weaken the noble houses, which would kill each other to win the title of Lord Paramount. "I've been thinking, do you think the king will stop at the Riverlands?" Tyrion spoke again, causing Oberyn's body to stiffen. The Prince of Dorne took a deep breath at the absurd idea that the king wanted the entire continent of Westeros. "That's impossible, right?" Oberyn said with an indecisive tone, but remembering the king's personality, he believed that it could actually be true. "It doesn't matter, he probably wants to take away the nobles' control over their fiefdoms." Drinking some wine, he continued. "We'll only be responsible for managing our castles and we'll lose our rights to make laws. That will start a civil war." Oberyn spoke in a deep tone. The nobles would never let that happen. What was the difference between the nobles and the commoners? Besides the army, they had the power to create and judge laws. "Do you think the king really cares about the opinions of the nobles?" Tyrion said with a sarcastic smile. "We are just leeches in the eyes of the king, feeding off the kingdom." Oberyn's face was uncertain and gloomy, but the possibility of something like that happening was quite high in his eyes. Any fool could see that the king had a great thirst for power. "And aren't you bothered by that?" Oberyn looked at the dwarf and asked curiously. "You will be Lord of Casterly Rock and lose your powers, aren't you angry about that?" "You are mistaken, my dear friend," Tyrion said with a smile. "Instead of worrying about that, I am satisfied, for it means that as long as the nobles do nothing serious, we will still have privileges above the commoners." Robert's rebellion showed that the nobles are not loyal and are very powerful. It is normal for the king to limit the power of the nobles, especially over the laws and armies. Tyrion said, still smiling. "The wheel is finally turning," said the dwarf, raising his wine glass. "The society that has been stagnant for tens of thousands of years is finally moving forward." Oberyn looked at Tyrion and sighed, but his expression was still grim. He felt admiration for the dwarf, fear of the future was very real in him. Especially knowing the personality of his brother, Doran Martell. Seeing Oberyn's expression, Tyrion thought he was still worried about the future and said comfortingly to his friend, "I know you're afraid. Change to something unknown causes fear, it's normal, but we must accept change instead of preventing it, for anyone who goes against the king will be killed without hesitation." I know I'm not against it, but knowing my brother, he won't accept it under any circumstances, Oberyn said with a sigh. It doesn't matter, with Arianne being the king's lover, she will be Princess of Dorne, Tyrion said with an expression of admiration. The king, though young, was indeed astute. Conquering the heiress of Dorne was a masterstroke, as it will make it even easier for Dorne to accept the changes in the future. Oberyn's mood improved with Tyrion's words. After seeing Hoster Tully dead and House Tully destroyed, he thought that House Martell might be next with his brother's stubbornness. Oberyn couldn't help but show an expression of relief when he thought of Arianne and the king. Perhaps his brother would be furious with Arianne's actions, but because of that, House Martell was safe with the changes in the future. That you and I will die in soft beds surrounded by countless whores. Tyrion toasted with an amused tone, something that made Oberyn laugh and toast with him. With the closing of the Council of Harrenhal on the new Lord Paramount, the political struggle began an hour later. A nobleman died during a disagreement. This nobleman had friends who were furious and cried out for justice before the king. Enar, who didn't even have time to take a bath with Visenya, was once again on the Iron Throne, listening to the cries of the nobles. The Hall of 100 Hearths looked like a fair, where voices could be heard from all sides. The king showed no impatience and looked at everything with a calm but cold and indifferent gaze. He did not care about the death of a nobleman. 100 noblemen could die before him and he would not care, he would even be happy about it, because he could take all the possessions of these noblemen. Although he was extraordinarily rich, who would complain about becoming richer? My king, Ser Carly's death must be avenged. He was a good man with a family and a son. Jason Mallister said with a grim expression. The nobleman who had died was from his faction, how could he not be furious? Carly's insulted me in my house, he deserves to die. The nobleman who had killed Carly's stood up and defended himself. His defense was widely accepted by the nobles. After all, they valued the reputation of their houses above all else. Did anyone hear him insulting your noble house, Ser Marlowe? Jason asked in a cold tone. From what he knew, Carly's body had been found in a corner of the castle where there was no one else. He had obviously been lured there and then killed. Marlowe wore an arrogant expression and spoke loudly so that everyone could hear. The castle servants heard everything and told me. I don't need anyone's permission to defend the honor of my house. Son of a bitch. Jason was furious at Ser Marlowe's response and drew his sword. You killed a nobleman because of rumors from servants? The fight began in front of Enar, who finally spoke up, calming things down, which were already heading toward a real war between the nobles. Enough. The king's powerful and regal voice made everyone stop and look at Enar in fear. Marlowe felt a chill as the king's eyes fell on him. Ser Marlowe, there are laws, and private executions of nobles are strictly prohibited, regardless of whether he slandered you. According to the law, you must pay compensation to the victim's family, lose a hand, and go to the wall to join the Night's Watch. Enar's words made Marlowe's face turn pale. The man knelt down and spoke in a trembling voice. I am innocent, your grace. I was just following orders. Marlowe's words made the already tense atmosphere heavy and terrifying. Then Marlowe finally understood the consequences of his words. Especially after feeling William Munton's cold stare. He knew that the moment he said William's name, his family would be finished, so he looked at Jonos Bracken and pointed at the man. I was ordered by Lord Bracken to kill Carly's. Jonos, who was watching what was happening with amusement, looked stunned. Realizing what was happening, Jonos' face turned red with anger. The man drew his sword and advanced toward Marlowe while shouting. Filthy, lying bastard, I'll cut out your tongue for your words. To Marlowe's delight, Jonos was held back by the nobles of his faction and was unable to reach Marlowe. Enar watched everything and regretted not having popcorn. The scene before him was more exciting than any conspiracy movie. Unfortunately, he had to end the scene or the Hall of Harrenhal would be stained with blood. Enough. Enar shouted for the second time and silenced the people. I will not allow anyone to die before me. Ser Marlowe, you will be found guilty regardless of who ordered the assassination. Enar said, looking at Marlowe, who was terribly pale. Turning to Jonos, Enar said in a calm, deep tone. Lord Bracken, I am warning you not to cross the line, or I will personally cut off one of your hands and send you to the Night's Watch. Jonos did not dare to get angry at the king. He looked at William with a furious gaze and left the hall with quick, heavy steps. Don't worry, I'll take care of your son and wife, William whispered to Marlowe with a calm look. What could Morlo say in this situation? He simply nodded his head while his face showed an expression of despair. Returning to the bedroom, Enar saw Visenya in the bathtub while Lita cleaned the queen's hair with a bitter and helpless expression. How was it? Visenya asked, her eyes still closed. Incredibly entertaining, there were lies and murders, Enar said as he took off his clothes and joined Visenya in the bath. Now I understand why watching court intrigues is the favorite pastime of many nobles, Enar said with a smile as Visenya wet Enar's chest and began to help him bathe. I'll go with you next time, Visenya said with a curious look after hearing Enar's words. The king nodded and whispered, It's getting rather amusing to play with these arrogant nobles. Chapter 224, The Burning of Oldtown. Enar was in his room, sitting in a chair with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, revealing purple eyes. He lowered his gaze and saw a 10-year-old boy standing before him. With golden hair and red eyes, he looked like a doll, so perfect was he, the most striking feature being the two small angelic wings on his back. My Emperor God. The boy knelt down and greeted Enar with a big smile on his lips. Sanguinius. Enar pronounced the boy's name with a smile on his face. Son of Mance Rayder and Della Sanguinius. You've grown faster than expected. Enar commented on the boy's growth rate, who looked to be 10 years old, even though he was barely 2. Sanguinius showed a calm and slightly proud expression. Father's blood is powerful, said the boy with a bright and charismatic smile. The father Sanguinius was talking about was Enar himself, not Mance. After all Primarchs have his blood in their veins, so Enar didn't think it was wrong for Sanguinius to call him father. Looking at the boy who had simply inherited so much from him, Enar smiled and caressed the boy's head affectionately. What are you doing here, brat? Sanguinius looked desperately at Enar. It was obvious that the God Emperor knew why he had come, but he was still pretending not to know. I want to go to Oldtown and help the queens clean up that place cursed by the ruinous forces of chaos. Sanguinius put aside any smile and spoke in a calm, deep tone. No one would believe that the boy was not even 2 years old. Then go. Enar agreed, but looked at the boy who was too calm and said, No seeing the future. Enar knew very well that seeing the future was terribly dangerous, and the feeling of terror and fear it would cause was something he did not want the young Sanguinius to experience. Sanguinius nodded and accepted his orders with a serious and very obedient expression. Suddenly, the bedroom door opened and Visenya, along with Kinvara, entered the room, although the Red Priestess was carrying a silver tray containing breakfast. Visenya, who thought he would still be asleep, was surprised to find her husband sitting in his chair. Even more astonishing was the child kneeling before him. The queen's lilac eyes looked at the white wings behind the child and she couldn't help but open her mouth in shock. Kinvara's reaction was even more shocking. She looked at the angel before her and simply knelt down, staring at Enar and the angel with an extremely fanatical expression. Enar, who is he? Placing the silver tray under the table, Visenya asked, still curious about the Sanguinius. That's Mance and Della's son. Enar ignored Kinvara's reaction and replied in a calm tone. Visenya looked at the boy with a shocked look. As far as she knew, Mance's son was about 1.5 years old, but the blonde boy before her was about 10 years old. He's a Primarch, he grows and matures faster than any normal human. Enar said casually, seeing Visenya's shocked expression. Especially Sanguinius, who is one of the 3 most special Primarchs. After thinking for a moment, Visenya, who had undergone the blood ritual, quickly accepted the idea of a 1.5-year-old child looking like a 10-year-old. She herself had powers she never imagined she would have in her life, so what was accelerated growth compared to that? Sanguinius looked at the queen and spoke in a respectful, confident, and warm tone. I am Sanguinius, Primarch of the Blood Angels Legion. Finding it funny that a child was acting like an adult, Visenya crouched down and pinched Sanguinius' cheeks in an amused tone. Hello little lord, you are very cute. Sanguinius looked helpless at the queen's actions. Cute? That adjective should never be associated with a powerful Primarch demigod, but here he was, unable to refute the queen's words. The Primarch looked to the God Emperor for help, but he only saw amusement in the Emperor's gaze and knew he could not escape the clutches of the queen's. Closing his eyes, Sanguinius let his cheeks be ravaged by the queen's nefarious hands. Honestly, you couldn't blame Visenya for squeezing Sanguinius' cheeks. The boy looked like Cupid incarnate at that moment. Big red eyes, chubby cheeks, and soft pink skin. With such an appearance, it was only natural that he would attract the attention of women. Unbeknownst to Sanguinius, Enar was recording those images in his mind to show to future fellow Primarchs of the Blood Angel. The king wanted to laugh thinking about the Primarch's expression when he saw the humiliating images of himself as a child. For some reason, Sanguinius felt a chill run through his mind. He looked around cautiously but couldn't find the source of the danger he had sensed just now. Red Angel of War. Kinvara greeted Sanguinius with a respectful tone as she looked at the boy with angelic white wings with reverence. In the Bible it was written that God had 22 angels, and the Red Angel of War was one of the 22 angels. Sanguinius smiled warmly at the kneeling woman and said in a sunny tone, "God bless you, Reverend Mother." Kinvara looked toward Enar and bowed, showing respect and reverence toward Enar. Visenya looked at the scene and couldn't help but feel slightly uncomfortable. From Enar's words, she knew that House Targaryen would be considered a family of gods throughout the known universe. Perhaps the future Visenya had already grown accustomed to it, but the current Visenya was far from comfortable being revered as a god. But she knew she had to get used to it, for that was Enar's ultimate plan, and she had to get used to it. Enar noticed this, but said nothing to comfort his wife, for like him she too had to get used to being worshipped. For only when you are off the chessboard are you truly a player and not just another pawn controlled by others. Looking at Sanguinius, Enar said in a calm tone, "Sanguinius, since you've come, take the 250 Astartes to Oldtown and join Titus and Sigismund, who are controlling the other 250 Astartes." "My emperor, what are the orders for dealing with the city?" Sanguinius asked in a calm tone, nothing like a normal child. Enar couldn't help but think that his blood was truly powerful, to the point of making a 1.5-year-old child as mature as a reincarnated being like him. "Burn the entire city, let it be purified by your flames," Enar said in a cold tone, not caring in the least about the hundreds of thousands of lives in the city of Oldtown. Cruel? Yes, but he couldn't let hundreds of thousands of believers of the god of chaos spread across Westeros. At that moment, Enar was almost certain that the entire Church of the Faith of the Seven had turned into monsters controlled by chaos and used to spread their corrupt faith. Sanguinius showed a slight hesitation at Enar's words, then after hesitating for a moment, he asked cautiously, "My emperor, some people are not believers of the Faith of the Seven and may return to the embrace of the Emperor God." Enar looked at Sanguinius for a moment, but instead of denying the proposal he nodded his head. "Remember that not everyone was born to worship the true God." Enar's words could be interpreted in many ways, but Sanguinius understood them this way: not everyone can become believers, those who cannot must be killed without hesitation. However, Sanguinius was not sad but very happy. Even if they were few, he wanted to save people and let them see that only the Emperor of mankind was worthy of their faith. "I will obey your commands, my emperor," Sanguinius said with a big smile on his face. "Your father must be worried about your absence. Finish things quickly and return to the north," Enar said in a helpless tone, but there was a smile on his lips. "Yes, sir," said the boy and quickly disappeared from the sight of Enar and others in the room. "He's so cute, I hope our son is as cute as he is," Visenya said with a smile. Apparently she had taken a liking to Sanguinius. "Maegor cute?" Enar wanted to laugh when he heard about his fifth son. But in order not to destroy Visenya's expectations, he said nothing. "I have already asked grandmother to return to Harrenhal to make preparations for our wedding," Enar said as he watched Visenya's expression become visibly happier. Although marriage, for him and many men, seemed unnecessary, even an excessive expense just to entertain others, he understood how important it was to Visenya, Daenerys, and Rhaenys. Therefore, he did not oppose making it official. "Thank you, Enar," Visenya said, hugging Enar. She knew that Enar already considered her his wife and that the wedding didn't matter much to him. He was only getting married officially for her, Daenerys, and Rhaenys. "I'm not so insensitive as to ignore an event so important to you," Enar said with a laugh. Seeing Visenya so happy with the marriage, he thought that getting married wasn't such a bad thing after all. Reach Honeyholt. Castle of House Beesbury. House Beesbury was a vassal of House Hightower, but at this moment about 90,000 men were camped next to the castle. The lord of House Beesbury was already dead when Daenerys arrived with the army of House Tyrell. As for who killed him, it was obviously on Daenerys' orders. She used the Daenerys' daughters to directly kill the entire House Beesbury. Although there weren't many people in the castle, only the lord. His heir was in Oldtown. Daenerys felt no remorse in killing the man she had never even seen, but since House Hightower had not come to King's Landing, especially after the destruction of the Great September of Baelor. "How is the situation in Oldtown?" Daenerys asked with a solemn expression. Because of Enar, she knew the dangers facing the city at that moment. Randyll Tarly and Paxter Redwine looked at each other. Both saw fear in each other's eyes. The information they had received from the scouts was, to say the least, worthy of a horror story. According to the scouts, Oldtown has seen hell on earth. Blood sacrifices, cannibalism, and mass murder of commoners. Regaining his composure, Randyll replied in a slightly frightened tone. He really didn't understand why Oldtown had turned into this. How could an entire city go so mad? Randyll's words silenced everyone in the room. Looks of disbelief and incredulity were visible on everyone's faces. Even if defeat is certain, the people could have fled the city. Why did this happen? Olenna said, genuinely confused. Even with all her wit and intelligence, she really saw no reason for an entire city to turn into hell. Others couldn't know, but Daenerys knew exactly why this had happened. During the death of the seven-faced god, a god of chaos took advantage of the moment and polluted the seven-faced god, spreading the corruption of the ruinous powers to many believers. The less faithful could not be influenced, but the truly faithful and fanatical believers were no longer human. Even in the army of House Tyrell, Daenerys had to act quickly and order Sigismund and Titus, with 250 Astartes, to kill all the servants of chaos in secret. This led her to discover a group of spies from the Faith of the Seven. Fortunately, everything worked out well and there weren't many believers and fanatics in the army. Which was normal, as the lords didn't like the church and undermined it in every way they could. After all, if everyone believed in the Faith of the Seven, would Westeros belong to the lords or to the Faith of the Seven? Daenerys mentally thanked her husband, for without Titus, Sigismund, and the 250 Astartes, she could only imagine how chaotic things in the army would have become. "I know the reason, but you cannot know it at this time." Daenerys' words caused everyone's focus to turn to her. "Magic?" Olenna asked with an uncertain expression. She knew that House Targaryen was involved with blood magic. It was obvious given the force of Titus and Sigismund, especially the 250 soldiers in red armor. "I wish it were just that, but it's something much worse," Daenerys said with a solemn expression. Olenna looked at Daenerys and noticed that the young queen was showing a slight expression of concern, something she had never seen before. This showed that the matter was indeed serious. "I will not use the Tyrell army to attack Oldtown, only the Red Legion commanded by Titus and Sigismund have entered the city." Daenerys looked at everyone in the room and spoke in a calm tone. She couldn't allow more people to come into contact with the ruinous powers of chaos at this moment. At the same time, Sigismund and Titus' mission was simple. Locate and destroy. Chapter 225, The Burning of Oldtown 2. In the bedroom, Daenerys returned exhausted to find Rhaenys eating grapes while reading a book quietly. Looking at her exhausted body and then at Rhaenys' body, which was leaning against a soft, warm bed, the queen's mood darkened in an instant. "Starting tomorrow, you will accompany me on matters of state and assist me," Daenerys said in a tone that left no room for negotiation or rejection. Seeing Rhaenys so calm while she struggled to manage such a large army was quite irritating. Rhaenys, who was reading quietly, couldn't help but spit out the grapes she was eating and looked at Daenerys in disbelief. "I wasn't trained to rule," she said in protest. Just the idea of spending half the day sitting in a chair solving other people's problems made her desperate. Daenerys looked calmly at her and said coldly with a sarcastic smile on her lips, "Don't worry, sweet niece. I'll teach you. We have an infinite life ahead of us, one day you'll learn." Rhaenys' face turned pale as she listened to Daenerys' words. She wanted to protest, but looking at her aunt's increasingly frightening gaze, the princess swallowed hard and the words that were about to come out of her mouth were not spoken. She didn't understand how a 14-year-old girl could be more frightening, but Daenerys was definitely frightening. If someone asked her who looked most like a warrior queen, she would say Daenerys. Visenya might have been a great warrior, but she was more like a commander than a warrior queen. When Daenerys was about to call one of the emperor's daughters to serve her bath, the queen heard someone knocking at the door, before Sigismund's deep, gravelly voice sounded. "My queen, the king has sent 250 more Astartes and another Primarch." Hearing Sigismund's words, Daenerys and Rhaenys looked confused. As far as they knew, Primarchs were the title Enar gave to the commanders of his future legions. But as far as they knew, there were only two currently, the brothers Sigismund and Titus. Glancing at each other, Daenerys spoke first. "Come in." As soon as she finished speaking, the door opened and tall, muscular young men appeared before them, but neither Daenerys nor Rhaenys saw the supposed Primarch Sigismund had mentioned. "I am here, my queens." They heard a childlike voice, warm yet calm. Daenerys and Rhaenys lowered their eyes and finally noticed a small figure standing next to the two Primarchs. "So cute." Rhaenys looked at Sanguinius and exclaimed, making little Sanguinius want to cry with sadness. He was a man, how could he accept being called cute, but in front of the Emperor's queens he had to endure it. "I am Sanguinius, Primarch of the future Blood Angels Legion." Acting like an adult, Sanguinius spoke in a calm, powerful, and confident tone. Unfortunately, with his height, appearance, and childish voice, all he managed to convey was something cute in the eyes of both queens. "Still very cute." Rhaenys whispered with sparkling eyes, seeing Sanguinius' appearance. With his keen senses, Sanguinius could still hear Rhaenys whisper. If this were a Chinese novel, he would be spitting blood in anger. Daenerys quickly recovered after seeing Sanguinius' appearance, although she was really curious about the wings of the child before her. "The Emperor has ordered me to assist my brothers with the rest of the Astartes troops. We will cleanse Oldtown of the ruinous powers of chaos." Sanguinius put aside his feelings and spoke with a serious expression. Looking at the small Sanguinius, calling him brother, Titus and Sigismund glanced at each other, but did not reject the title. Technically speaking, they were indeed brothers, as the blood of the Enar ran through all three of their veins. "We will use my powers to set Oldtown ablaze and invade the city while it still burns with my flames," he said as white flames burned around his right arm. "I also have orders from the Emperor to save those who can be saved." Sanguinius added in a calm tone. "Brothers, do you accept the Emperor's orders?" he asked, looking at Titus and Sigismund. "We were born and we die for the Emperor." Sigismund spoke in an indifferent tone. "We fear nothing, including death." Titus said in a calm and deep tone. Sanguinius couldn't help but smile broadly as he listened to the words of his two older brothers. "For the Emperor." "For the Emperor." X2. Seeing the three talking, a smile appeared on Daenerys' lips. Seeing someone's loyalty was truly a beautiful and honorable thing. "I'll be waiting for you to return triumphantly with a feast for all the soldiers. I like sweet things." Hearing about the feast, Sanguinius' eyes lit up as he spoke in an excited tone. This made everyone smile. The childishness and warm feeling that Sanguinius exuded made anyone feel comfortable around him. Even Titus and Sigismund, two extremely introverted young men, looked at the child with a slightly softer gaze. "I'll bake you all the cakes you want, Sanguinius," Daenerys said with a gentle smile to the beautiful child before her. She wondered if in the future, her son with Enar would be as adorable and responsible as Sanguinius. Rhaenys also looked at Sanguinius with a gentle and warm gaze. She wanted to join in, but she knew Enar would not allow such a thing. Sanguinius nodded and looked at Titus and Sigismund. "We can't waste any time, brothers. Today our Emperor must sleep without worry." Titus and Sigismund agreed with Sanguinius' words. They also didn't like to waste time, so after saying goodbye to both queens, the three Primarchs left the room. Outside the castle, all 500 Astartes were lined up in rows of 20 men each. Heavy red armor, sturdy red helmets. Sanguinius looked at his future legion with a joyful smile. "We have orders from the Emperor. Locate and destroy. Locate the forces of chaos and destroy them. Without hesitation or fear." The 500 Astartes responded by beating their chests while letting out a loud and powerful battle cry. "For the Emperor." Titus, Sigismund, and Sanguinius looked with satisfaction at the most powerful army in the world before them and departed without delay. As Sanguinius had said, the Emperor had to sleep without worry. 30 minutes later, with the extremely fast speed of the Astartes and Primarchs, Oldtown was already before them. "This city stinks," said Titus with a look of disgust. "Imagine the worst smell you've ever smelled in your life and multiply it by 1,000, and you won't even come close to the smell Titus was smelling at that moment. It was such a bad smell that his body was screaming in agony. After all, this city is contaminated by the divine power of the god of chaos." Sanguinius said with a smile while still maintaining a warm aura around him. Our emperor must not smell this. Let's exterminate this city. Sigismund commented in a cold tone as he took a step forward. A bluish aura covered his fists. The same thing happened to Titus. Our emperor must not smell this. Let's exterminate this city. Sigismund commented in a cold tone as he took a step forward. A bluish aura covered his fists. The same happened to Titus, but instead of turning his fists harder than any metal, the Primarch's powers had the elemental attribute of ice. With each step he took, the ground around him froze. Sanguinius followed his brothers and activated his powers, a white flame covering his arms and wings, making him look even more sacred. I'll go ahead, brothers, Sanguinius said before starting to fly towards the city at great speed. All 500 Astartes followed their Primarchs and followed in order and perfect synchrony. Inside Oldtown in the sewers, two boys ate rotten food scraps while listening to the angry screams and roars. One of the boys was bald, with brown eyes and tan skin. Given the tattoos on his face, he was a slave from one of the free cities. The other boy was completely different. He had silver hair, white skin, and lilac eyes. He was very handsome, but like the bald boy, he also had slave marks on his face. Two slaves from Essos to Westeros, probably slaves of a merchant from the free cities. What are we going to do? Asked the silver-haired boy with a worried tone as he devoured the black, foul-smelling apple. Run away from this hell to some nearby town, said the bald boy with a determined and extremely calm expression. At least we're in Westeros and we won't be slaves anymore, said the boy as he ate pieces of rotten meat from an old moldy bone. The silver-haired boy looked at his companion and thought about what had happened before. If it weren't for his friend, he might have died when the disaster struck. Do you think we can get out of here alive? Asked the silver-haired boy as he pulled his knees up to his chest and hugged himself, his eyes filled with fear and uncertainty. I don't know, but we have to try because if we don't, we'll really die, said the bald boy with a still calm expression. Although the hope of escaping and being free was slim, it seemed that this misery and tiny hope ran through his body, giving him infinite force. The silver-haired boy overcame his fear and showed a determined expression. He would survive and finally seek to never be in a similar situation again. He would become strong, perfect in body and soul. Suddenly the ground shook, followed by a deafening noise. Both boys looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They didn't know what could make a sound like that. It's our chance to escape, said the bald boy as he stood up in the sewer filled with feces and urine. The silver-haired boy hesitated, but got up along with the other boy. Sigismund looked at the huge crater in front of him with an indifferent expression. In the center of the crater, what appeared to be a crushed worm could be seen. Green blood filled with disease made the ground melt. If you looked closely at the crushed worm, you could see the cloak and chains that could only be worn by a maester. The Primarch looked up and saw white flames burning a third of the city. Curiously, these white flames did not cause damage to buildings or people. More specifically, they did not cause damage to people who were not under the influence of the corruption of the gods of chaos. That is a good power. Sanguinius will be a sharp sword against the forces of chaos in the hands of the Emperor, Sigismund muttered as he looked at the figure surrounded by white flames in the sky above Oldtown. In the sky, Sanguinius smiled kindly as he saw some people kneeling before him. Although there were few, considering that this was one of the largest and richest cities in Westeros, even saving a few lives made the young man smile with satisfaction. Suddenly, Sanguinius' red eyes focused on two children being chased by a humanoid monster with body parts resembling worms. Without any hesitation, Sanguinius descended from the sky holding a long sword made of white flames. "Run back," said the bald boy as he turned into an alley, but when he saw the wall blocking his way, he narrowed his eyes and without hesitation, turned around and ran out of the alley. However, both boys stopped, for standing before them was a humanoid monster. It looked as ugly, disgusting, and terrifying as you would expect. A bitter laugh escaped the bald boy's lips, but looking at the monster getting closer and closer, he picked up a relatively sharp piece of wood and didn't hesitate to run toward the monster. Die! However, before the boy could get close enough to strike the monster, a white sword came down from the sky, impaling the monster from top to bottom. The bald boy's eyes widened as he watched the blond boy with white wings on his back holding a large sword made of white flames. That was brave. After killing the monster, Sanguinius spoke cheerfully as he looked with admiration at the bald child before him. I am Sanguinius, Primarch of the future Blood Angels Legion, and I serve the Emperor God of mankind, he said as the monster was reduced to ashes by the white flames. Still wide-eyed, the bald boy replied unconsciously. Horus. And you? Sanguinius asked the beautiful silver-haired boy, who was holding a piece of wood like the other boy. The boy looked at Sanguinius with an excited and fascinated look, took a step forward and replied with a tone full of admiration. Fulgrim. Chapter 226, The Burning of Oldtown 3. The more he looked at these two children, the more Sanguinius' eyes showed a phosphorescent white light. He felt his vision being taken over by infinitely long white lines. Sanguinius knew he was about to have another involuntary vision of the future, but remembering the Emperor's orders, he suppressed this ability as much as possible. Fortunately, as he could not control this ability, his prescience was extremely short and incoherent. He could not even see a complete timeline, only fragments of an extremely distant, vague, and confusing future. The only thing Sanguinius could perceive in these visions was that many people would die, but in the face of billions of timelines who wouldn't die, so his visions were really rather bland. Are you all right? Horus asked with a concerned tone as he saw the pale expression on the winged boy before him. Regaining his warm and cheerful smile, Sanguinius replied in a gentle tone. It's nothing, I just felt a little dizzy. Horus and Fulgrim looked suspiciously at Sanguinius, both noticing that it was something much more serious, but seeing that the boy would not say anything, they remained silent and asked no further questions. Follow me and don't stray behind me, Sanguinius said as he walked toward the alley's exit. Horus and Fulgrim looked at each other and didn't hesitate to follow the blond boy. They had seen with their own eyes how easily the monster had been killed, and by following Sanguinius, they could get out of this hell alive. However, as soon as both boys left the alley, their eyes widened, seeing the entire city in white flames. The sight was so shocking that they would never forget the day they met Sanguinius. Look, that's the Red Legion, it will be my legion in the future. Sanguinius pointed to the 500 Astartes and spoke with a proud tone. They are the greatest warriors serving the Emperor God of mankind. Horus' eyes widened even more at the sight of the 500 soldiers before him. They were tall, powerful, and carried extremely heavy and dense armor. They were like unstoppable killing machines. The monsters that terrorized the city were nothing more than chickens ready to be slaughtered by the soldiers. So easily that you would wonder if it was the soldiers who were too strong or the monsters who were too weak. Who is the God Emperor of mankind? Horus asked with a tone full of admiration for the soldiers before him. If he had such power, he would never have been a slave in his life. He wanted that power, he wanted to be the master of his own destiny and survive. The God who guides humanity to the highest of all races under the golden path, Sanguinius said with an extremely respectful tone, full of reverence for the Emperor. Can I serve him? Horus said with a determined tone. At that moment he didn't care who the Emperor God of mankind was, he just wanted power so he would never feel helpless again. Sanguinius looked at Horus and smiled warmly. He could see that Horus had no respect for his god, but that was normal after all, no one is born knowing everything. It's okay for you to join us, but to become a member of the Legion, you must be loyal and reverent to the Emperor God. Sanguinius said with a smile. I hope that in the future we will fight side by side, Horus and Fulgrim. Sanguinius said as he advanced toward the Red Legion, which was killing monster after monster. Looking at Sanguinius' back, which was as small as theirs, Horus and Fulgrim felt a desire to fight alongside him. They looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. I want power, Horus said with a determined tone. I want a perfect myself, Fulgrim said with an equally determined tone. They looked at each other again and followed Sanguinius without hesitation. In Sanguinius, they saw the opportunity to change their destiny forever. The 500 Astartes advanced through the streets of Oldtown with cold expressions beneath their helmets. The sea of worm-like monsters advanced against them with beastly and grotesque roars. One of the monsters even spat a green liquid from its grotesque mouth, which narrowly missed a soldier, but the ground was not so lucky, as it melted under the abnormal corrosion of the green liquid. Titus looked at the green liquid with a calm and deep gaze, his powers beginning to mobilize with full force. An intense cold emanated from his body and spread to the surroundings in a straight line forward. In a mere second, the entire street was covered in a thick layer of ice. All the monsters that seemed endless were frozen into ice sculptures. However, coming from another street, another wave of monsters reached the Red Legion. "Brother, let's divide our troops and attack as quickly as possible. When Sanguinius uses his flames to cover the entire city, we can regroup and attack the High Tower and the September of 7 Stars." Sigismund said as the huge sword in his hand seemed eager to drink the cursed blood of his enemies. Titus nodded and, together with the 250 Astartes, he fearlessly advanced toward the large number of monsters before him. Seeing that Titus had begun the attack, Sigismund did not stand still and began to kill everything in front of him with his long sword. With just one stroke of his sword, 5 monsters died at the same time, all split in half. A large-scale massacre began, and it would take some time before it finally ended. Watching the bravery of Sigismund and Titus, both children, Horus and Fulgrim, were even more amazed than when they looked at Sanguinius. In his eyes, this was how a man should look. Powerful, imposing, and great. Noticing their expressions, Sanguinius looked down at his own body and muttered with displeasure, "I'll grow up someday." He liked seeing the looks of admiration on Horus and Sigismund's faces. Receiving that kind of look from children was quite gratifying, as if he were the leader of the group. "Remember, don't stray behind me." Sanguinius warned again and advanced alongside Sigismund's Astartes. Wherever he passed, white flames engulfed the buildings and then spread on their own. When the flames came into contact with the monsters, they were reduced to ashes without suffering a shred of pain. This was Sanguinius' mercy towards humans who had been corrupted against their will. It was the only hope he could give them instead of an eternal life of slavery. "May eternal sleep come to you," he murmured as the souls of these people were also reduced to nothing under the effect of his flames. He knew that these monsters could return to the warp and become demons if their souls were not destroyed. That is why Sigismund said that Sanguinius was a sharp sword against the ruinous powers of chaos. This ability was the nemesis of all chaos demons. A sword truly created against the forces of chaos. This was Primarch Sanguinius. In the eyes of Horus and Fulgrim, Sanguinius was no different from a god at that moment. The angelic white wings, the purifying flames, and his beautiful appearance only reinforced this conception of the two children. Feeling the admiring eyes behind him, Sanguinius used his flames more intensely as he saved anyone who was not yet under the corruption of chaos. Each time he saved a person, more people gathered behind him. Soon, dozens turned into hundreds, then thousands of people. He was like a Messiah leading the way for the lambs of God. Seeing the thousands of looks full of reverence and respect, Sanguinius felt his chest fill with satisfaction. Bringing more believers into the embrace of the Emperor God seemed to give him infinite force. After a few hours, the entire city was covered in white flames, which could be seen from dozens of kilometers away. However, there were 2 places that remained intact, despite Sanguinius' flames. The High Tower, home of House Hightower, and the September of 7 Stars. Both places seemed untouched by any flames. "It looks like we've found the location of the Apostle of Chaos," Sigismund said with a cold look, staring at the September of 7 Stars. "That's normal, the High September probably became an Apostle of Chaos," Sanguinius said with a smile on his face as he looked at the beautiful white building in front of him. "He obviously wants us to go in, but are we fools to enter?" Titus asked with a sarcastic tone. Sigismund and Sanguinius nodded their heads. They weren't foolish enough to enter the Apostle's lair. Who knows what demonic rituals and chaotic beings this building contained? "Let's demolish the church." Sigismund made a decision without hesitation. There was no need to take any risks in his eyes. Sanguinius and Titus nodded and didn't wait any longer. The 3 Primarchs began to use their abilities without any scruples. A white fire arrow appeared in Sanguinius' hand. A blue aura enveloped both of Sigismund's arms as a cold, chilling air emanated from Titus. At the same moment, the 3 attacked with full force. Boom! After a second of silence, an explosion rang out throughout the city. Flames, blue aura, and ice crystals rose toward the sky. Under the eyes of all the survivors of Oldtown, the building that had been the heart of the religion of the Seven for more than 6,000 years was reduced to ruins in a mere second. 1 second was enough to destroy one of the most important buildings on the continent of Westeros. "That's unexpectedly satisfying," Sanguinius said with a laugh. Perhaps it was the beauty of destruction, but he felt quite relaxed after destroying something. "The rat's out." Sigismund didn't comment on Sanguinius' words and spoke while looking at the large pieces of marble being thrown to the sides, revealing a grotesque creature. It appeared to be 5 meters tall, with a small head compared to its enormous body. Like the other monsters, this monster had worm-like features, but it was even more grotesque and disgusting. The monster wore brown clothes with gold threads. Under its bald head was a crystal crown of 7 different colors. The monster's identity was obvious. The High Septon, or more precisely, the Plague Apostle. "My eyes are complaining about how ugly this guy is," Sanguinius said with a look of disgust. Although the monsters before were ugly, the monster before him was even uglier, so ugly that he didn't want to look at it again. "Let's kill him." Sigismund was the first to act. He didn't even wait for the apostle to speak and began the attack. The Primarch disappeared from where he was and reappeared in front of the apostle, punching him so hard that he threw the monster dozens of meters back. However, Sigismund looked at his own fist and saw its blue aura slowly being corroded by a highly corrosive liquid. Sigismund abandoned the idea of using his fists and drew his sword again. Touching the Apostle of Plague was obviously a very bad idea given the corrosive properties of the creature of chaos. Without waiting any longer, Sigismund attacked once more. Titus and Sanguinius also began their attack. The Apostle found himself surrounded by 3 Primarchs and began to suffer enormous damage, blood splattering with each attack from the Primarchs. His blood evaporated under Sanguinius' flames as the Apostle's body was split by the swords of Titus and Sigismund. The Apostle tried to resist using the powers of chaos, but found himself powerless against the white flames of Sanguinius, who seemed to be his predestined enemy. In the end, in less than 10 minutes, the first Apostle of Plague had his end decreed under the forces of Titus, Sigismund, and Sanguinius. His body and soul were reduced to nothing. The monster didn't even have a chance to return to the warp. Sanguinius frowned when he saw a brooch among the apostle's ragged clothes. He bent down, picked up the brooch, and looked at it closely. It was a tower. Sanguinius' expression changed drastically when he saw the brooch, something that Titus and Sigismund also shared. The 3 quickly headed towards the high tower, but what they found were mummified bodies and an empty, lonely tower. The 3 looked at each other and saw the helplessness in his eyes. "Damn, my emperor is going to have to stay up late," Sanguinius said with an expression full of irritation. Obviously, the Plague Apostle they had killed was the Lord of the Hightower House, and the real Plague Apostle had disappeared. "We have to tell the Emperor," Sigismund said with an equally irritated expression. The 3 felt that they had failed to carry out the Emperor's orders. Chapter 227, Red Marriage I. Enar looked at the chessboard in front of him and moved a pawn from one square to another. He looked thoughtful and moved a piece again, this time advancing a rook toward the edge of the board. Only when he was satisfied with the formation did he look at the 3 Primarchs kneeling before him. "I know your concerns, there is no need to worry about anything," Enar said in a calm and indifferent tone. Having 2 apostles in Oldtown was indeed a surprise, but he was not really worried. The god of chaos was still in gestation and could not transfer much power to the apostle. Even if he has fled, he will try to create an evil cult to spread the faith of the god of chaos. When that happens, the apostle will no longer be able to hide and his location will be revealed, Enar said, looking back at the chessboard. As long as the god of chaos was being conceived in the warp, the apostle would never have enough power to escape his sight. He may also try to join the Night King, Enar muttered with a smile on his lips. He was sensing that the Night King was getting closer and closer to the wall. It was very likely that the Plague Apostle would join the Night King. "That's good, it's very good that everyone is friends," Enar continued to mutter with an ever-widening smile. Turning his gaze back to the 3 Primarchs, Enar could see that all 3 of them had helpless and guilty expressions. Even his words had no effect on their feelings. "You guys are really annoying. I'm telling you everything is fine, so everything is fine, or don't you trust me anymore?" Enar said with a slightly angry tone. But that was enough to change the entire atmosphere of the room. "We dare not, my emperor." Sanguinius was the first to give in, while the other 2 followed the boy's example. "The emperor is always right," Titus said in a calm tone, finally regaining his usually resolute expression. Sigismund didn't say much and just nodded his head, agreeing with Enar's words. None of the 3 wanted the emperor to be angry, they were just angry at themselves for not following his orders. "You did a good job, especially you, Sanguinius," Enar nodded and said. "Especially the 2 boys you brought." Sanguinius looked at Enar with a shocked look. He really didn't expect 2 random boys to catch the emperor's attention. Then his eyes lit up as if he was thinking of something. "Will they be my brothers?" Sanguinius asked, not afraid of offending Enar, which made Titus and Sanguinius look at him with a rude look. They were obviously dissatisfied that Sanguinius dared to question the king. "Yes, but that will be in the future." Enar smiled and replied, looking at Sanguinius with a satisfied look. He hadn't expected 2 future primarchs to be in Oldtown, which was a really nice surprise. Horus in particular caught Enar's attention. The boy was simply brilliant when it came to military tactics. He was worthy of being the war master he would choose in the future when he retired back to Planetos. "Sigismund, we will begin our march to Casterly Rock tomorrow." Enar left the future primarchs aside and spoke in a serious tone. He would march to Casterly Rock to have his final confrontation with Robert. At the same time his wedding would take place in a few hours, he could not waste any more time. "All troops will be ready to march at first light tomorrow," Sigismund promised in a cold tone. Enar nodded and looked at Sanguinius and said, "Return to the north and we will see you at the wall after the conquest of the western lands." Sanguinius nodded and quickly disappeared from the emperor's sight. He was still feeling guilty for not successfully completing his first mission. "Damned apostle, I will find you and burn your heretical soul under my holy flames," muttered the boy with an expression full of rage, remembering the emperor's calm expression. Today was the emperor's wedding day, but instead of bringing good news he brought bad news. It could be said that the 1.5-year-old boy was truly furious. "Titus, I leave Daenerys' safety in your hands." Looking at the last primarch in the Resent, Enar said, looking at the robust young man. "Yes, my emperor." Titus replied solemnly, then stood up and left the room, leaving Enar alone with Leda, who had been silent until then. "Sometimes plans have to change," Enar muttered to himself as he moved the bishop a few squares forward. "But nothing to really worry about." Honestly, the only thing Enar was really concerned about were the Chaos Gods, who were still in control of the warp. Apart from them, even the evil gods of Essos were nothing more than a minor problem in his eyes. "Leda, how are the wedding preparations going?" Enar asked, still staring at the chessboard. "Queen Dowager Riella and Princess Dornice, Arianne have already prepared everything," Leda replied in a calm, indifferent tone. Seeing her expression, Enar's lips curled into a teasing smile. "If you want, I can add you to the wedding." Leda rolled her eyes and replied in an even colder tone. "I am a sword and lady commander of the royal guard. I have set aside my identity as a woman and wife my king." Enar laughed at his cousin's words, but did not tease the girl any further. He had already had enough fun with this exchange. In Visenya's room, women came and went hurriedly, but there were smiles on the faces of all the women present. Riella, who had returned from King's Landing, looked at her eldest daughter with eyes full of emotion. "Look at you, my sweet, lovely little girl about to be married," she said as she adjusted the cloak around Visenya's shoulders. "Mother, don't cry at my wedding, I don't want to cry too," Visenya said to her mother as one of the maids placed the crown on her silver hair. About to officially become queen, she felt her heart beating faster than ever. She had entered the battlefield, fought Robert and killed people, but she had never felt nervous, only the purest emotion of killing. But here she was, her hands shaking with nervousness. "I won't cry," Riella said as she gently kissed Visenya's hair. Stroking her daughter's hair, she continued in a gentle tone. "After the wedding, you must stop participating in wars and focus on the battlefield that all women fight on." Pregnancy. Visenya showed little reaction to her mother's words. As queen and wife, she had a duty to the kingdom and to her husband to give them an heir. It was a duty she had always known she would fulfill. "I know, but I would like to fight in a few more wars before I get pregnant," Visenya said with a calm look and did not seem concerned about one of the most important events in a woman's life. After going through the rite of blood, Visenya was not afraid of dying in childbirth like other queens and princesses of House Targaryen, so she was not really concerned about getting pregnant. "And you, mother," Visenya said. "I heard that Lord Valerion was quite close to you." Riella shook her head and spoke in a gentler, warmer tone. "I feel no desire after what I've been through, my dear. Montfort is a good man, but I will not marry again." Riella really felt no desire for men or women. She just wanted to live her life with her family and nothing else. It was a simple desire, but throughout her life it had been extremely difficult to achieve. Now that she had this possibility, she would not risk her happiness for a mere carnal desire. Visenya's expression was complicated. In her eyes, she would rather her mother be happy with someone, but knowing what she had gone through at the hands of Aerys, she could understand why her mother didn't want another romantic relationship. Suddenly, a long, powerful bell rang out through the castles. It was the signal that everyone was ready. "Let's go," Visenya said as she stood up. The young queen was wearing a long, beautiful red dress with black embroidery. A simple, elegant neckline could be seen while the sleeves of the dress covered the entire length of her arms. Under her shoulders, a short black cloak with the House Targaryen crest kept her warm. Hall of 100 Hearths. Enar was wearing red and black clothes. On one of his shoulders, a purple cloak fell straight down his body, while a Valyrian steel crown studded with rubies sat atop his white gold hair. He stood near the throne next to Kinvara, who wore a long red dress and held a Bible in her hand. Enar could feel everyone's gaze focused on him, but he remained calm and indifferent. His purple eyes were focused on the entrance to the hall, waiting for his wife to arrive and dazzle everyone with her beauty. "Are you nervous, Your Grace?" Kinvara asked with an elegant smile. "No," Enar said firmly. "I already considered her my wife long before." Kinvara nodded and smiled, looking at Enar's increasingly mature face. She couldn't help but remember when she first met Enar. A thin, delicate boy with striking purple eyes. In the blink of 8 years, he had transformed into a man who was about to conquer an entire continent. Suddenly, the doors to the hall opened and everyone turned their gaze toward the entrance. Under the eyes of all the lords and ladies present, Visenya entered the room accompanied by Riella. Enar didn't know why, but he felt that Visenya was infinitely more beautiful at that moment, even though she was wearing equally beautiful clothes. Without realizing it, a gentle and warm smile appeared on his lips. Visenya didn't care about the looks on her, and focused entirely on the man near the throne, waiting for her with a warm and gentle smile. Chapter 228, Red Marriage 2. "How do I look?" Visenya asked, coming up beside Enar. She looked at his clothes and gave him a bright look. Although it was discreet, it was elegant and simple, but any clothes on her husband became the most beautiful and expensive clothes on the planet. "Just like the day Maxares married Balerion, you are equally beautiful and will be mine for all eternity," Enar replied, holding her small hand as he looked at Visenya with a gentle gaze. In his eyes, everything else seemed to disappear and there was only her in the world. Visenya smiled, her smile seeming like the brightest thing in the hall, making countless women feel envious at the scene. Riella let out a laugh and whispered to Enar, "Take good care of my daughter, Enar." With that, she stepped away and sat down at one of the tables, not far from the table where Oberyn, Tyrion, and other lords and ladies were seated. "I always will." Enar looked at his grandmother and replied with a solemn look, promising before everyone. Holding Visenya's hand, Enar looked at Kinvara and nodded, asking for the ceremony to finally begin. Looking at everyone in the hall, Kinvara spoke in a gentle and warm tone. "Welcome, brother and sisters, we are all here to witness and bless this sacred union." Turning her gaze back to the couple, Kinvara said, "Enar of House Targaryen and Visenya of House Targaryen, have you both come before me to unite in flesh, mind, and spirit?" "Yes." Visenya and Enar spoke at the same time. "Repeat after me," Kinvara said as she opened the Bible. The most shocking thing was that the Bible began to burn in red flames, but the pages were still intact beneath the flames. Exclamations of surprise and shock could be heard in the background, but the protagonists of the ceremony did not care. Kinvara began to speak, and Enar repeated after her while focusing his gaze entirely on Visenya. "I, Enar of House Targaryen, take you, Visenya of House Targaryen, as my wife. Before men and gods I swear this vow. Until the stars are extinguished. Until the planets crumble into cosmic dust. Until every particle of this vast universe disintegrates. Still I will love you for all eternity." Visenya bit her lip and wished she could jump into Enar's arms as she listened to his wedding vows. However, seeing Enar waiting for her answer, she spoke aloud. "I, Visenya of House Targaryen, take you, Enar of House Targaryen, as my husband. Before men and gods I give you my heart and my name. Even if time freezes the seas. The fire of the world is extinguished. The ages pass and names are lost in the ashes of history. My love for you will endure. Immortal as the blood of the dragon. Unshakable as the will of the ancient kings." The exchange of vows really opened the eyes of many people, especially women, who looked at their husbands with cruel eyes. as if they resented not having such a beautiful and sacred marriage. Kinvara nodded, and with that simple gesture 2 rings of fire glowed, appearing in their hands. Just as fire is eternal, bringing light to our nights and warmth to spring, this ring symbolizes the immortal union between this couple, the Church and God. May the flame of your love never be extinguished. Enar took the ring and gently placed it on Visenya's ring finger. I take you as my wife, he said as he looked at her with a solemn expression. I take you as my husband, Visenya mimicked Enar's action and said with an equally solemn expression. When both rings were on their respective fingers, red flames condensed above the hall. Petals of fire rained down from the ceiling of the hall, falling like snow slowly and with a beauty that took the breath away of those watching. Perhaps Enar was the only one who truly dared to use magic to perform his wedding. But he didn't care what others would think, he just wanted to make this day even more memorable for Visenya. Visenya looked at Enar as petals of fire fell around them and said with an expression full of passion, Tonight I swear you won't be able to get out of bed. Kinvara's lips twisted at the girl's bold statement. Especially Kinvara, she looked at the queen's still small body and the king's body, which was 2 meters and 20 centimeters tall. Enar just let out a low laugh and held Visenya's face with both hands and whispered with a tone tinged with heat and lust. I can't wait to see how you will defeat me in bed, my queen. Visenya felt her legs weaken at the sight of her husband's almost beastly gaze. She regretted saying that, but she didn't show any fear and raised her head proudly. Enar would have believed her performance if he hadn't noticed her legs trembling slightly. With a malicious smile, he was looking forward to the night. At one of the tables, Oberyn looked at his niece and sighed. Are you sure you want to go through with this, Arianne? Looking away from the couple who were apparently whispering sweet nothings, Arianne looked at her uncle and said casually, Uncle, I know you're thinking of my best interests, wanting me to give up and have a similar marriage, but I am an ambitious woman who cares little about what others think of me. As long as I have a child with silver hair and purple eyes, no one will dare speak ill of me, said Arianne with a carefree look. Although the marriage before her was truly beautiful, she knew better than anyone that Enar's love was reserved for only 3 women, and she was not on that list. Oberyn looked at his niece with a strange look, but did not deny her words. As Arianne said, as long as she had a child with Enar, not even the most stubborn of the Dornish would dare to do anything against Arianne. After all, Enar's history was quite impressive. Especially Carax's, who destroyed a castle or 2 and burned hundreds of thousands of human lives. What fool would dare fight something like that? Unfortunately, Oberyn knew that the Dornish lords were even more stubborn than the Northmen themselves. He just hoped that Enar would be a little merciful and not do the same thing Aegon did riding Balerion. As Oberyn and Arianne spoke, Eddard looked at Enar and Visenya at the altar with a genuinely happy look on his face. He took a sip of wine and a gentle smile appeared on his lips. Lyanna, our boy is getting married, finally becoming a real man, starting his own family. Seeing Enar get married brought a sense of peace to Eddard. Perhaps every father felt a sense of relief when he saw his son marry. It was as if a sacred duty was finally complete. A cycle of creation and maturation finally coming to an end. I hope my sons and daughters find love and security in their future partners, Eddard murmured as Howland Reed also smiled. Looking at Eddard, Howland said in a low but calm tone, Lord Stark, when the war is over I will renounce my titles and join the Night's Watch. I have many sins to atone for. Eddard was not surprised by the words of his old friend. The Lord of the North showed an equally calm look and replied, So do I, old friend. We all have sins to pay for. Eddard was already determined to abdicate and pass his titles on to Robb. Although the boy was young, he saw that his son was already a lord worthy of inheriting the Iron Throne of House Stark. With Enar helping, he couldn't believe anyone would be crazy enough to attack Robb, so Eddard was confident about his family's safety. Do you think Lyanna would be angry with us? Howland asked in a low voice, a nostalgic look flashing in the eyes of the Lord of House Reed. She'd probably shoot a few arrows at us. Eddard said with a low laugh, full of longing for his sister. She wouldn't miss an arrow. Howland said in an equally amused tone. Yes, we'd be dead. Eddard said with a slightly louder laugh, which Howland shared. Let's drink to our bleak future on the wall and our frozen balls. Howland raised his wine cup and said with a cheerful tone as he looked at Enar and Visenya, who had begun to greet all the nobles present. To the future. Eddard toasted along with him, and they both drank the purplish liquid in a single gulp. Chapter 229, The Final Confrontation of Two Kings. When the sun rose on the horizon, it entered the bedroom window like tentacles of light, waking Enar, who sat up in bed and scratched his hair. He looked to the side and saw Visenya lying naked on her stomach, her beautiful back showing traces of what had happened the night before. Kissing one of her shoulders tenderly, Enar whispered gently in her ear, "Good morning, my queen." Visenya let out a reluctant moan and opened her eyes. She hugged the sheets and covered her nakedness. Looking at the exquisitely beautiful face next to her, she showed a beautiful happy smile. "Good morning, my king. It seems you have failed," Enar said as he lay down with only a thin sheet covering his lower region. Visenya took advantage and lay down on his chest while quickly kissing his chest. "When I get stronger, I will defeat you in bed." Visenya heard Enar's words and replied with a happy laugh. Any other woman would still be unconscious from Enar's battle power in bed, but after going through the blood ritual, she recovered quickly. That was her confidence in defeating her husband in bed, but it proved to be terribly wrong and pleasurable. She couldn't recover her stamina faster than she spent it. Enar let out a low, deep laugh, but did not respond. He did not want to destroy Visenya's expectations, so he remained silent while just looking at her with an amused look. "Do you have to go?" Visenya asked, closing her eyes as she enjoyed the warmth and feeling of security she felt in her husband's arms. "Yes, but I'll be back soon and we'll leave for the north together." Enar stroked her hair as he looked up at the sun rising higher in the blue sky. "Kill Robert and come back to your wife. I'll keep the bed warm for your arrival," Visenya said in a sensual and very daring tone. It was something she didn't usually say even in bed. Enar simply kissed Visenya's forehead and left the bed without showing any sign of reluctance. Although pleasure was a good thing, he knew he couldn't lose himself in that feeling. The Westerlands, home of House Lannister, Lannisport. "Father, are you okay?" Myrcella asked as she gently cleaned the wound on her father's body. She looked up at the tall, powerful man before her with a worried look. Feeling his daughter's concern, Robert felt that everything he was doing was worth it. Although Enar would not harm his daughter and son, he knew that others might. Ignoring the pain in his eye, Robert raised his hand and stroked his daughter's soft hair with a smile that showed his white teeth. "Don't worry, my little dear, I won't die." Although he said this, he himself knew that his life would hardly be long. Robert had no doubt that he would die in the next battle. He had lost an eye, which alone would put him at a huge disadvantage in battle. But Robert didn't care. He just wanted to leave a legacy for his descendants, a little prestige so that the Stormlands would help Tommen and Myrcella. "Myrcella, your brother is still young and your mother is a woman blinded by power, narcissism, and greed," Robert said in a serious tone. "If I lose the war, I have already asked Stannis to take you both to Storm's End." "And Joffrey?" Myrcella held her father's hand and asked in a confused tone. "As heir to the throne, he will die," Robert said with a tone indifferent to the life and death of his firstborn son. Joffrey was a monster even worse than Aerys. How could he care about the life of such a being? Myrcella turned pale at her father's words, but showed a determined expression. "Father, if I beg King Enar, will he spare his life?" Showing a gentle and warm smile, Robert looked at Myrcella and spoke in a soft tone. "My sweet daughter, this is a fight between kings, only one can survive in the end." Robert regretted not spending more time with his son and daughter. Only now did he understand why Ned always said that family was more important. "But don't worry, the boy said he wouldn't hurt you, Tommen, or even Cersei." Knowing that his daughter was afraid of what would happen in the future, Robert repeated the promise Enar had made to him. However, Myrcella did not seem happy to survive. She just started crying, thinking that she might survive at the expense of her father's life. Although Robert was incompetent and a terrible king to other people, Myrcella always remembered her father as a good father who came to her room on stormy nights and told her stories of the ancient kings. Tommen and she always had Robert's love and affection, that never changed, despite the rumors she heard about her true lineage. Seeing the girl crying, Robert's gaze softened and he began to laugh. "Ha ha ha. Don't worry, little dear, your father will win the war and come back to you. I still have to see you get married and have children," Robert said with a big smile as he ruffled his daughter's hair. Myrcella sniffed, not believing her father's words. She had heard of the power of King Enar and the terrible Crimson Dragon that devoured entire armies. How could her father fight two such terrible beings? Robert looked at his daughter and saw clearly the image of Cersei in the girl. A trace of guilt flashed in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, King Baratheon was about to break his daughter's heart, for it was safer for her and Tommen. "Myrcella, you must hate me," Robert said in a calm tone. Ignoring Myrcella's shocked look, he continued speaking. "I beat your mother, humiliated her in many ways, I slept with thousands of whores." The grand and sacred image Myrcella had of her father seemed to crumble as she listened to Robert's words. She could never have imagined that her father could do something like that to her mother. Wasn't marriage sacred? How could he do something like that to her mother? Seeing the look of disbelief and pain on his daughter's face, Robert endured the agonizing pain in his chest and continued to look at her with a calm and indifferent tone. "Go and don't come back." Even though she was intelligent for her age, how could Myrcella understand Robert's intentions? The girl cried even harder and ran out of the room. "Just hate me and renounce my name and you'll live a long life, little dear," Robert muttered while maintaining a calm expression. Although it hurt to shatter the image of omnipotence that a daughter had of her father, as a man he had to endure something that women would never understand. Suddenly, the door flew open, and a stunning blonde woman with green eyes entered the room with an expression full of rage. "What did you say to Myrcella?" she said, practically growling. "She's crying in her room." "I just told her what a bad man I am, Cersei," Robert said indifferently. "Only that way will she be able to survive in the future." Looking at the man before her, Cersei took a deep breath, but found it difficult to contain the anger that was about to explode. But seeing his indifferent expression, she knew that her husband would not try to repair his relationship with their daughter. "Robert, we have to pay the ransom for my father." Changing the subject, Cersei said in a dark and desolate tone. The mere memory that Jaime was really dead made her faint when she heard the news. The world seemed incomplete after Jaime's death, but she had to stay strong for her sons and daughter. "You think King Targaryen will ask for ransom?" Robert sounded like he had heard something extremely funny. Pay for Tywin's release? He would be surprised if the Lord of Casterly Rock was still alive at this point. House Targaryen might hate him, but they hated Tywin Lannister even more. "We have to try, we can't leave my father at the mercy of our enemies." Cersei clenched her teeth and spoke, trying to remain calm, but anyone could see the sadness, fear, and anger in her eyes. "That's impossible, we can't invade the enemy army just to rescue your father." Robert rejected her proposal without hesitation. How could he lose the advantage of Casterly Rock to save Tywin? Cersei's eyes widened as she heard her husband and king's refusal. She never imagined that Robert would refuse to rescue her father. This was Tywin Lannister, the richest and most powerful man on the continent. How could he not rescue someone so important? "I lost my brother, now you want me to lose my father?" Cersei shouted as she approached Robert, completely furious. Her anger, fear, and sadness exploded in a single moment. Sound of a slap. Touching her cheek, Cersei looked at Robert in disbelief. "Calm down and think clearly." Robert showed no remorse for hitting Cersei. "It's impossible to rescue Tywin, he must be dead by now. We have to focus on holding out long enough for the enemy's food to run out and for them to retreat," Robert said in a cold, indifferent tone. "Robert?" A furious scream came out of Cersei's mouth. "I hate you. Ha 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 ha." With a malicious look, Cersei stared at Robert with a gaze full of hatred, like a poisonous snake about to attack its prey. "You know what's funny?" For some reason, Robert felt a bad feeling hearing Cersei's sarcastic, poisonous, and cruel tone. "Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen were never your children, they were Jaime's," she said as she enjoyed Robert's surprised expression. "You know what's even funnier?" Cersei whispered cruelly. "I had a child with you, but I drank the moon tea." However, contrary to the roar of pain or even anger she expected to hear, Cersei heard nothing, she only got a calm and pitying look. "I kind of knew," Robert said in a cold, slightly murderous tone. "Even Jocelyn Baratheon, who was half Targaryen, had black hair and eyes. How could my children not have black hair?" "At first I was furious, but I accepted it," Robert said indifferently. "I betrayed you thousands of times, so it's only fair that you betrayed me. But it's good this way, Tommen and Myrcella can be free of the Baratheon name." Although he knew he was not the father of his son and daughter, Robert remained indifferent. He was raised by Jon Arryn, who taught him that those who raise and educate you are your true parents. Blood is irrelevant without feelings. Cersei felt as if she had punched a pillow. She wanted to make Robert feel the pain she was feeling, but seeing his indifferent expression, the current regent of Lannisport turned and left the room. As soon as Cersei left the room, Stannis entered with a solemn expression. He didn't care why Cersei and Robert were fighting, as he had more important things to do than meddle in his brother's relationship. What happened? Seeing Stannis' solemn expression, Robert asked with an equally solemn expression. King Enar sent a letter for you, Stannis said as he handed the letter to Robert. Robert opened the letter and read its contents without hesitation. Dear cousin, I hope you are healthy and strong. I will get straight to the point. I do not want to fight another war, so let us settle this as in the old days. You and I will fight to the death in front of everyone. If you accept, I will be waiting for you in the arena. I will prepare for our fight. From Enar Targaryen to Robert Baratheon. So, something serious? Stannis asked, seeing Robert's thoughtful expression. He doesn't want a war, he wants a battle to the death, just him and me. Robert replied as he rose from his bed. Help me into my armor and bring me my hammer, brother. Robert ordered calmly, but Stannis felt an intense thirst for blood. If he wishes to fight to the death, I will grant him his wish. Robert said with a cold expression. Chapter 230, The Final Confrontation of Two Kings 2. Honestly, Enar's proposal made all the lords accept with great joy. Going to war meant they could die. Who would die if they could stay alive? So even if Robert hadn't accepted, many would have convinced the king to accept the duel to the death. My king, if you wish, we will fight to the death. The lords of the Stormlands did not hesitate to stand by their king and lord. They were ready to die. Of course, some were obviously not ready for it. No need, I will accept King Enar's proposal. Robert said with a hint of respect when he mentioned Enar. Even though he didn't like the boy's lineage, he had to admit that the boy was truly someone to admire, especially his courage and bravery. Let's head for the hill west of Lannisport, Robert said before mounting his horse. Thousands of horses advanced at King Baratheon's command and departed without delay. Hundreds of flags with different coats of arms fluttered in the wind as the armies of House Lannister and Baratheon remained in Lannisport without moving. Robert still felt pain in many parts of his body. After all, he had been wounded in the battle against Visenya, and even today he had not recovered, which was normal, given that he had nothing but a mortal body. However, in the face of the fight that was about to take place, Robert did not care about these minor details and remained steadfast on his horse. After about an hour, Robert's one eye saw a hill on the horizon, a giant red dragon flying through the sky with its immense wings. Although it was not the first time he had seen the beast, he wondered how humans could tame such beasts. Next to the dragon, another bronze-colored dragon flew around the crimson dragon, but it was small compared to the giant crimson one. He knew the names of the dragon and the rider. Vermithor, dragon of Queen Riella, the Widow Queen. The king of the Seven Kingdoms did not seem afraid and rode steadily toward the hill. The warhammer was firmly held in his hand. Arriving at the hill, Robert saw a makeshift arena. The flags of House Targaryen surrounded the place. He saw countless nobles in the place. From the north, from the Riverlands, from the Vale, and even from Dorne. The atmosphere was more than tense, everyone seemed excited and tense at the same time. Excited to witness such a legendary duel, tense because of the huge crimson beast above them. Robert couldn't help but snort coldly, he felt like an animal on display for the nobles. However, he knew this was inevitable, so with his head held high proudly, he arrived with an imposing and arrogant aura. Inside a makeshift tent, Enar was putting on his armor with the help of his grandmother. Riella buckled the breastplate firmly and showed a satisfied expression, apparently very pleased with her work of art. "You've gotten bigger, Enar," she said with an amused laugh. "My poor daughter must have suffered in bed." Enar couldn't help but roll his eyes at his grandmother's words. Suffered in bed? The woman had the best night of her life, how could she have suffered? "You should ask her if she suffered," Enar said with a laugh, but didn't go into details for obvious reasons. Who would talk about their intimate life to their relatives? Riella smiled and didn't ask any more questions. Knowing how her daughter had been deflowered was definitely not part of her plans. Suddenly, hearing a sound from outside, Riella's expression became dignified and the amusement disappeared from her face. "Robert has arrived." There was a faint thirst for blood in her voice. Her son's killer had arrived, how could she not have murderous thoughts? If it weren't for her weakness and inability to defeat Robert, she would be wearing armor herself. "He will die, grandmother," Enar said in a calm and indifferent tone. He took his sword, Lady Laia, in his hand and looked at his grandmother with a solemn expression. "I believe in you." Riella's expression softened as she heard Enar's words. She looked at the young king before her with admiration. At 6 feet tall, he was taller than any man she had ever seen in her life. Silver armor covered his body like a mountain of steel. Beneath the armor, a red cloak with gold thread made him look even more powerful and princely. His white gold hair was short and smooth, showing off his handsome face. No matter how hard she looked, Enar looked like a king from head to toe. A true conquering king, just like the true kings of House Targaryen. Go and kill him. Riella spoke with an incredibly murderous tone. Enar smiled and bowed slightly to his grandmother. As the Queen Dowager commands, I will bring his head to the Queen. Riella looked satisfied and watched Enar leave the tent with a calm, deep gaze. She murmured sadly, remembering her son. Rhaegar, your death will be avenged today. As soon as Enar left the tent, the applause could not have been louder or more thunderous. The nobles simply went wild with Enar's entrance into the arena. They stood up and shouted with all their force. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! King versus king! Long live Enar of House Targaryen! Enar smiled at the crowd with a charismatic and gentle smile. However, his attention was soon captured by the tall, powerful man in the middle of the arena. Amidst the shouts and cheers, Robert approached Enar and said in a sarcastic tone, They think you're a benevolent king with your cheerful and charismatic smile, but I can see that you're a monster. Calling me a monster is rather rude, your grace. Enar seemed genuinely offended by Robert's words. But then his smile disappeared. But as you say, I will indeed put an end to the good days of these nobles. Enar said with a cold stare. Robert was not surprised by Enar's words. Although he had not known the boy for long as king, he knew something that others did not. Enar was a monster insatiable for control. He would never allow the nobles to enjoy the privileges of their nobility without any responsibility. They have no idea that the old days are about to end. Enar said with a smile. It will be a world where the nobility will not have so many privileges and the commoners could hold positions of power. Robert's eyes widened at Enar's words. Although he imagined that Enar's plans were far from simple, he did not expect the boy to actually want to subvert the entire system of nobility. As far as he knew, Aegon V had attempted some reforms in this regard, but when the king tried to do so, the Red Keep was filled with nobles preventing it from happening. The plans had not even begun, and King Aegon V found himself powerless against the overwhelming power of the nobles. But Robert did not think the same would happen to Enar. Unlike Aegon V, Enar I had dragons, an absolute weapon to deter rebellious nobles. I really want to see the expressions of those nobles when they find out that their good life is destined to be wiped out. Robert said with a low, amused laugh, something that Enar imitated. Both were laughing, looking like old friends after a long reunion. When the cheers and shouts subsided, Robert and Enar's laughter ceased completely. They looked at each other and walked away while staring intently at each other. My sword took one of your eyes, Enar commented, looking at Robert's bandaged eye. She can be quite wild. If she weren't a Targaryen, I might have kidnapped her from you. Robert nodded and said with a sarcastic tone. Enar narrowed his eyes and showed a slight thirst for blood. Although he didn't seem like it, he was somewhat possessive. He didn't like others coveting his wives, especially someone like Robert. This sword is called Lady Lya. Enar said in a cold tone. She will cut off your head. Robert looked at the sword in Enar's hand and narrowed his eyes. He could see that it was no simple sword, it was made of star steel. The same material as the legendary sword of House Dane. My armor and hammer won't be able to hold out for long against that sword. Robert muttered to himself with a solemn look. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel the irony in Enar's words, reminding him that the sword was named Lady Lya. He was practically saying that Lyanna would kill him. In his eyes, Enar couldn't have been more ironic and sarcastic at that moment. Holding the hammer more firmly, Robert took a deep breath and stepped forward. Chapter 231, The Final Confrontation of Two Kings 3. As soon as Robert advanced, Enar also advanced. The sword and hammer collided with force. Clang! Red sparks flew into the sky with impact and the loud, high-pitched sound spread everywhere. Robert couldn't help but be surprised at Enar's strength. Although he knew the boy would be strong from his height and build, he was still shocked to feel his hands go numb. That was because he was using a heavy weapon. If it had been a sword, Robert could imagine that the sword would have had a few pieces of steel missing from the first collision. This showed how strong the young king was. Enar smiled and became excited by the combat, the sword in his hand spinning in the air like a circle and advancing toward Robert. King Baratheon took a step back, dodging the attack. Gathering strength in his waist, he attacked with the hammer toward Enar's ribs. It was a similar blow to the one that sank Rhaegar Targaryen's rib cage. But unlike Rhaegar, who was caught off guard by his attack, Enar smiled and, instead of retreating, advanced, closing the distance between them. Enar used his sword to collide with the metal shaft of the hammer and simply kicked Robert in the chest. Despite Enar's size, Robert found that the boy was unexpectedly agile and fast, which took him by surprise. The impact of the kick in his chest happened in an instant. Enar's kick made him lean back off balance. Robert's body fell to the ground with a loud thud. Enar seized the moment and advanced further. Lady Lya advanced with the intention of piercing King Baratheon's remaining eye. However, the moment Robert fell to the ground, he acted according to his vast battle experience, turning his body to the side. At the same time, Robert attacked with his warhammer, but instead of aiming at his body, he simply aimed at the arm that the young king was holding the sword with. Missing her target, Lady Lya stabbed the ground while Enar watched Robert's hammer coming towards him. However, under Robert's surprised eyes, the young king simply let go of the sword and the hammer missed its target, hitting the ground with force. Enar smiled and simply kneed Robert in the face, breaking his nose and sending his teeth flying through the air. Quickly grabbing the sword stuck in the ground, Enar attacked King Baratheon again without giving the man time to catch his breath. Robert gritted his teeth and used the shaft of his hammer to block the attack, deflecting the sword to the side. He took advantage of the opportunity and kicked Enar's chest with force. The kick from a man almost 2 meters tall and of robust build sent Enar's body reeling backwards. The fight between the two kings did not look grand or even elegant, both were savage, brutal, and murderous. But in the eyes of the men present, the fight could not have been better. They wanted to see this, the purest brutality, as the two most powerful men on the continent fought to the death in the arena. Rhaella clenched her fists and watched the savage fight before her with concern. Looking at the girl standing next to her, the queen said in a determined tone, "Lita, if Enar is about to die, I order you to save him." Lita looked at the queen and was speechless. Although the fight seemed brutal and savage, she could see that Enar was not using his powers or even using magic. Just as he had said earlier, Enar would fight Robert in the purest and most brutal way, without cheating by using any of his powers. "The king will not lose, Queen Rhaella," Lita replied in a calm and solemn tone. She really couldn't see Enar losing the fight, especially against Robert, a man who only had one eye. "I know, but what if?" Rhaella said with concern. Lita did not answer and watched the fight with a bright look in her eyes. It was the first time she had seen this side of the king, and she had to admit, he was beautiful fighting like a normal mortal. With every attack, every smile and happy look he gave, Lita could see that her king was enjoying himself and relishing the fight, which would probably be his last as a mortal. Taking a punch from Robert to the mouth, Enar retaliated by punching the enemy king's face with a hard punch. Both kings' heads recoiled as they stared at each other with savagery and big smiles on their faces. "That was a good punch, boy." Spitting out a tooth, Robert said with a big smile on his face. King Baratheon's expression couldn't have been more savage at that moment. His broken nose and blood smeared across his face made it all the more tragic. Enar was relatively unharmed. Aside from a dislocated jaw and a little blood on his lips, there weren't many injuries on his face. The reason for this was simple. Robert was missing one eye and had to get close to attack, which left large gaps in his defense, gaps that Enar wasted no time in exploiting. "Your punch isn't as strong as it was at the beginning." Spitting out a little blood, Enar replied with an equally big smile. This was his last fight as a mortal, and he was enjoying every moment of it. "Nonsense, I can do this all day." Robert retorted Enar's words as he advanced again. "I get the reference," Enar said with a smile as he also advanced towards Robert. Both kings resumed their hand-to-hand combat. Punch after punch, headbutt after headbutt, broken teeth and blood. Both weapons were relatively far away, but a short run could allow both of them to retrieve their respective weapons, but neither of them cared about that at the moment. After being hit by Enar's punch once more, Robert took 3 steps back and felt his vision darken for a moment, but the man quickly regained his focus and remained standing firm. "You hit like a woman," Robert shouted and attacked Enar once more, only to be hit in the face again. This time the man knelt on the ground, breathing heavily. His narrow field of vision narrowed even further at that moment. He could barely see his hands, but Robert got up again and looked at the blurry shadow in front of him. He got into a fighting stance again and Robert threw another punch. Enar dodged, moving his body to the side, and punched King Baratheon once more. Seeing Robert fall and get up again, Enar couldn't help but show admiration for his enemy. Robert might have been many things, but no one could deny his reputation as a warrior. "Robert, I know a young man named Gendry," Enar said and continued talking while also breathing heavily. "He's a blacksmith and makes good armor." Robert didn't really understand why Enar was talking about a young man he didn't know at all at that moment, but he soon understood why. "He has black hair and blue eyes, he looks as stubborn as you," Enar said with a laugh as he approached Robert. It was a lie, he had never seen Gendry in person, but he had seen the boy in countless timelines. "He's a good boy and will be a great warrior." Even if he were a fool, Robert would understand the meaning behind Enar's words. Beneath his blood-stained purple and swollen lips, a smile appeared on the lips of the king of House Baratheon. Knowing that he had a son who looked like him and would be a good warrior in the future made him feel quite satisfied at that moment. Robert knew that the boy was his bastard with some whore, but he didn't care at that moment. "Ha ha ha ha!" A loud, wild laugh escaped Robert's mouth, surprising everyone. No one but Enar understood why the king was laughing so loudly at such a delicate moment. "I said I can fight all day and I will fight all day." Robert shouted loudly with an aura worthy of a warrior king. At that moment, it seemed as if there was an infinite force running through his body, making Robert extremely focused, and even with his field of vision severely impaired, he attacked again. Fast, accurate, and powerful fists. Enar smiled and dodged Robert's blows with difficulty while also attacking with his own. "Let's fight until dawn, Robert," Enar shouted just as loudly as both kings began another brutal fight with punches and any part of their bodies they could use as a weapon. Punch after punch, the sound of blows seemed to last an entire afternoon. Blood stained the floor as everyone's screams rang out loud and excited. Robert fell to the ground with a thud as everyone fell silent, not even a fly dared to make a sound. Everyone's eyes were focused on the figures in the arena. Everyone held their breath, afraid to disturb or even miss a moment. Breathing heavily, Enar wiped the blood from his mouth and picked Lady Lya up from the floor. He walked with heavy, weak steps as the tip of his sword dragged across the floor, leaving a linear trail behind him. "You damn strong bastard, my whole body hurts," Enar said tiredly as he sat down next to Robert. "That's good, remember this pain." Robert, who was still alive, said as he tried to see his surroundings, but it was useless. One of his eyes was blinded and the other severely injured. "That's good, remember this pain." Robert, who was still alive, said as he tried to see his surroundings, but it was useless. One of his eyes was blind and the other severely injured after the fight. "You're not really going to kill Tommen and Myrcella?" Robert asked with some difficulty in speaking. Even though they weren't his son and daughter, he had to admit that he loved those children. "Will you be satisfied if I say I will take your daughter as my mistress?" Enar asked in an equally weary tone. "Yes, I will be very satisfied." There was an ugly smile on Robert's badly bruised and swollen face. Although for many, giving one's daughter as a mistress to the enemy might seem extremely insulting to any lord, in Robert's eyes anything could be set aside when compared to survival. "If you hadn't killed my father, we would have been friends," Enar said with a smile, seeing that Robert was not offended by his proposal. "Nonsense, I would have killed your father again," Robert said sarcastically. "Ever since I was a child I didn't like that melancholic face. How I prayed to duel with Rhaegar many times just to crush that pretty face." Enar let out a low laugh but then fell silent. "It's time to end this, Robert," Enar said after a brief silence. He got up from the ground and pointed Lady Lya at Robert's head, like a sword of Damocles, ready to fall at any moment. "Lyanna, I know you hate me, but I love you." Robert muttered to himself. He looked up and seemed to see his reflection in the moon. "Even if you deny my love, I love you, you damn wolf woman." As soon as Robert's words rang out, Enar's blade, Lady Lya, descended, as if responding to the dying murmur of the first and last king of House Baratheon. Robert's death was quick, and Enar did not prolong his suffering. The sword pierced his head, killing him instantly. Seeing Robert's lifeless body, Enar sat down next to his corpse and remained silent. "Fear kills the mind and corrodes the will," Enar muttered as he looked at Robert's body beside him. Honestly, he didn't feel much satisfaction at killing Robert, just a brief emptiness before he erased that irrelevant feeling inside him. Looking toward the north, Enar muttered, "I'm coming, Night King." Chapter 232, Abdications of Titles I. With Robert's death, the lords of the Westerlands and the Stormlands knelt before Enar. No one held a grudge or even felt anger. Whether Enar or Robert, both kings fought with bravery, force, and dignity. Even Stannis did not feel anger at Robert's death, only sadness and regret. He kept his brother's body and asked Enar for permission to bury Robert at Storm's End. Enar accepted and allowed the funeral to take place, even though his grandmother was against it, for Rhaegar had not received a funeral worthy of a Targaryen prince, but as king, Enar could not allow Robert's body to be humiliated. Robert was a king just like him, any humiliation against Robert was a humiliation for any king. At the same time, this gesture truly moved the lords of the Stormlands. Inside the tent, Enar, still in armor and his face bruised from Robert's blows, looked at everyone and spoke in a calm and serious tone. "As I promised Robert, his sons and daughters will be spared any reprisals." However, Enar spoke in a cold tone. "But all three must renounce their titles before everyone." No one rose against him, on the contrary they looked at Enar with admiration and reverence. A king who kept his promises was much more popular than a cruel tyrant. "I will bring the princes and princesses to kneel before your grace." Stannis stepped forward and spoke in a serious and calm tone. Although he was reluctant to not be king, remembering that House Targaryen had not killed his daughter and wife, the empty feeling in his chest disappeared. He was not an ungrateful man, besides which Enar had actually acted with much more leniency and honor than Robert. Not only had he given him a dignified funeral, but he had also spared his brother's sons and daughters. Stannis knew better than anyone that if Robert had been in Enar's place, he would have killed everyone in House Targaryen. Enar looked at Stannis and narrowed his eyes. There was a sarcastic look in his eyes, but no one noticed it. Tommen and Myrcella really accepted this outcome, but Joffrey? The boy thought he was the son and that everyone should obey his every word. Enar knew there was no way the boy would accept defeat. "Remember to kneel when you see the king." Stannis looked at his nephews and nieces and spoke in a serious tone. Joffrey's expression couldn't have been more angry at that moment. Cersei watched everything with clenched fists and an expression of pure fury on her face. Seeing that Joffrey was about to explode with rage, she quickly whispered to her son, "Joffrey, you are the future king, pretend to kneel and then we will come back stronger." Joffrey looked at his mother with a betrayed expression on his face, as if what she had just said was extremely humiliating, but seeing the pleading eyes of the woman, his extremely violent mood calmed down, at least for now. Myrcella held Tommen's hand and held back her tears. She remembered her father's last words and felt even more sadness. Her last conversation with her father had been a fight, and it had destroyed her. "Sister, where's Daddy?" Young Tommen, who was not even 5 years old, asked with a genuine expression of confusion and innocence. It was really hard to believe that such a sweet and kind being had come out of Cersei's cruel and insatiable pussy. Myrcella felt tears running down her face as she heard her little brother's question. She took a deep breath and remained steady, but with a trembling voice she replied, "He's traveling far away. When you're older you'll understand, Tommen." Tommen didn't doubt his sister's words at all. He just nodded and started playing with his wooden horse, as if imagining himself riding in a green field. Stannis looked at his niece with an appreciative gaze. He approached her and spoke in a calm and serious tone, but slightly kinder. "The princess need not worry about her safety or that of her brothers. The king has promised that he will not touch you or your brothers. The three of you need only renounce your titles and you may remain at Casterly Rock or Storm's End." Myrcella nodded. She knew of this agreement from her father, who had told her about it. Joffrey heard Stannis' words and was about to shout in anger again, but he was held back by his hand. Myrcella looked at this and felt a very bad premonition. If there was anyone in this world who knew Joffrey's cruelty, it was her. She had personally seen Joffrey cut open her cat's stomach and pull the still-living kittens out of the animal's belly. That was just one of Joffrey's countless cruelties. Myrcella knew that her brother was an arrogant and condescending monster. How could an arrogant monster remain indifferent to such humiliation? However, because of this, Myrcella knew very well that nothing could change her brother's arrogant, monstrous, and insane nature. "May the gods help my family," Myrcella prayed silently and looked at Tommen with a determined look. She still remembered her father's words, that she must protect Tommen and she would. "Father, I hate you and I love you, but I will never let anyone touch Tommen," she thought with an extraordinary look of determination. "Sister, look, a dragon." The excited and innocent Tommen pointed to the huge caraxes lying not far from the tent and spoke in a happy tone full of admiration. It was the first time he had seen a dragon up close, especially one so large, but he felt no fear, only admiration. Myrcella also looked at the dragon. She recognized the dragon that had flown over King's Landing years ago. However, seeing a dragon from a distance and seeing a dragon up close were two completely different things. Even though she was dozens of meters away, Myrcella could feel the heat beating against her face, and the smell reminiscent of smoke hung in the air. At that moment, she truly believed that dragons were made of fire. Thinking that her father had fought someone who controlled such a huge beast, Myrcella felt more than admiration for her father. She was sure that if she were in her father's place, she would simply surrender after seeing such a beast. As soon as Myrcella entered the tent, her eyes immediately focused on the tall young man sitting in the main seat. He was tall, very tall. He wore heavy silver armor with red cloths. She looked at his face and saw an extraordinarily beautiful face with angular, strong features. A pair of purple eyes and white gold hair. His face was badly bruised, but that did not mar his beauty, it only made him look even more powerful. Myrcella knew that this was her father's killer. King Enar I Targaryen, Knight of Caraxes. However, knowing that this was her father's killer, the surprising girl did not feel much resentment. While walking to this place, she heard from Stannis that Enar treated Robert with dignity and allowed him a funeral fit for a king. Not only that, but he also allowed her and her brothers to remain alive, despite the resentment between the two great houses. While Myrcella's mind was filled with chaotic and confusing thoughts, Cersei stepped forward and bowed elegantly while displaying all the charm and seduction she had. "I am Queen Cersei, your grace." Tucking a strand of hair behind her ear in a shy yet subtly sensual manner, she continued speaking. "It is time we met, my king." Myrcella looked at her mother and widened her eyes. Although she was somewhat innocent, she had not been taught how a lady and a wife should behave, so she knew what happened between men and women. At that moment, in her eyes, her mother had not even waited for her father's body to grow cold before seducing the young king. She finally understood why her parents' marriage was so bad. They were both terrible people. Not only was Myrcella shocked, all the men looked at Cersei with wide eyes. Especially the lords of the Stormlands, they were completely enraged by Cersei's attitude. Robert had just died with the dignity of a great king who never showed fear or cowardice. He would be remembered as a warrior king by all. Now Cersei had simply tarnished this event with her lust. However, Cersei didn't care about the angry looks from the lords around her, she just looked at Enar, who looked so much like the man she had dreamed of marrying. They were almost identical, except that Enar was much stronger and more robust, while Rhaegar was slimmer and more delicate. In terms of personal taste, Cersei definitely preferred Enar. But that didn't mean she was fascinated by Enar, she just knew that when Joffrey exploded with rage, he would be in danger. What she had to do now was seduce the king and try to prevent Joffrey's death. Even if her entire reputation was thrown away, she didn't care to save her son's life. Chapter 233, Abdications of Titles 2. Enar had met many interesting people while using the prescience, billions of them, all with different and exotic personalities. What Cersei was doing was not surprising in his eyes. After all, even though the woman in front of him was a terrible mother when it came to teaching and educating. However, no one could question the love she felt for her sons and daughters. She truly loved and protected her sons and daughters. Enar looked at Cersei and smiled. The woman was truly peculiar. She was a bitch of the highest degree, but at the same time she had a sacred side that most women possessed, the devotion of a mother. It seemed that one side of her was dark and cruel and the other sacred and maternal, two sides of the same coin. "You don't have to seduce me, Queen Cersei." As soon as he said this, the once calm atmosphere became tense and many looked at the queen with unkind glances, some even with a strong hostility. This hostility came mainly from Stannis. "I promised Robert that I would spare his descendants and I will. You don't have to use your reputation to save the lives of your sons and daughters," Enar said with a smile as he looked with interest at Cersei. Did he despise this woman? In some respects yes, but he also found her interesting. Cersei didn't react much to Enar's words. She already knew about this deal and would be very happy to accept it, because not only would she be alive, but so would her sons and daughters. However, there was one major problem with this plan, which not even Robert noticed, or rather, Cersei knew that Robert had definitely noticed, but didn't care one bit. Joffrey. As his mother, how could Cersei not know what her son was like? Because she knew exactly what Joffrey was like, she knew that her son's life was in great danger. Your Grace, may I speak to you in private? Cersei smiled seductively and bowed. It may or may not have been a coincidence, but when she bent down she revealed almost the entire appearance of her beautiful full breasts. If before Enar's words had eliminated everyone's hostility, now that hostility was back in full force. They could understand Cersei trying every means to save her sons and daughter, but now when the king said he would spare the lives of Robert's children, she still continued to seduce the king. In everyone's eyes, Cersei wanted to be able to become queen again. Robert's body hadn't even cooled down and the woman already wanted to be in power again. This shocked everyone and made them even angrier at the Queen of House Lannister. Robert and Enar's fight was fresh in their minds. They admired both kings who decided to spare the lives of their soldiers and risk their own lives to pacify the kingdom in a life-and-death duel. Others couldn't have known, but Enar certainly knew why Cersei was doing it. He looked at the young blonde man with the blue eyes. Joffrey practically embodies everything people would think of a king. Handsome, confident, and gentlemanly. Enar also admired the young prince's sense of fashion. All the villains dressed beautifully, while the heroes in the stories dressed simply and discreetly. Enar dressing beautifully also showed that he was a villain, a true villain with a purpose, and the most terrible thing that he actually had the force to complete his purposes. Honestly, with Enar's vision, which saw tens of billions of timelines, he seriously agreed with Thanos' philosophy. The universe's resources were finite, so as the future ruler of the universe, he would want no one to touch his resources. Prince Joffrey of House Baratheon, I have a proposal for you, Enar said, causing all attention to be transferred to Robert's son. Cersei felt a bad premonition hearing Enar's words. Just as she was about to step forward, a tall figure wearing white armor stood before her. She was an incredibly tall woman with a slender body. She possessed an androgynous beauty and seemed to be an incredibly emotionless woman on her face. Cersei tried to speak, but in front of the gray eyes of the woman before her, she couldn't even utter a single word. Joffrey frowned and didn't like Enar's authoritative, commanding tone at all. He was the prince. The only people who dared speak to him in that tone were his father and his monster of a dwarf uncle. He could accept the former because it was his father, but he hated his uncle for daring to speak to him in such a tone. Now, hearing Enar speak to him in that same tone made him even more dissatisfied. The anger that had been building up all at once exploded at that moment. Speak, I'll let you speak, dragon spawn. As soon as the words left Joffrey's mouth, the expression on everyone's face changed dramatically. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. Some people looked at the king and saw that he still had an indifferent expression, but they were intelligent men and they knew that the more indifferent the king was, the angrier he was. Serving the king was like serving a lion. You never know when you're part of the pack or prey. In Enar's case it was even worse. It was like serving a dragon and praying that the king was in a good mood or they would turn into dragon food. I promised your father that if the three of you renounced your titles and possessions, you could survive and live. Enar looked at the boy whose face was red with anger with an amused tone. Never. My father killed Rhaegar and took the throne is my birthright. It is not you, a complete stranger, who can take away what is mine. As your king, I order you to arrest and execute this man. Joffrey's roars spread through the surrounding area like deafening thunder in people's minds. How dare he? These were the thoughts on everyone's mind. Even if Joffrey's words were true, Enar had killed Robert, just as Robert had killed Rhaegar. According to Joffrey's logic, Enar had every right to occupy the Iron Throne. However, what was even crazier was that Joffrey didn't follow his own logic. He simply ignored the fact that Enar killed Robert. Cersei's expression couldn't have been more frightened at that moment. What she feared most had happened. Joffrey exploded with rage. She was sure her son would die. She pulled out a dagger hidden in the sleeve of her dress and prepared for the worst. Lita looked at the woman and ignored her. Even if she had 100, Cersei couldn't even get close to the king. The tense atmosphere was broken by Myrcella's gentle, respectful voice. I, Myrcella of House Baratheon, under the eyes of the old and new gods, the lords of the realm and all who are watching, renounce my titles, possessions and claim to the Iron Throne. With Myrcella's help, Tommen spoke. He looked at everyone with an innocent gaze and spoke with a lively and cheerful tone, not caring what his words meant. I, Tommen of House Baratheon, under the eyes of the old and new gods, the lords of the realm and all who are watching, renounce my titles, possessions and claim to the Iron Throne. Everyone looked at Myrcella and Tommen kindly, especially the lords of the Westlands. They looked at Tommen kindly. They thought that Tommen would be Lord of the Westlands, but little did they know that it would be Tyrion. Enar looked at them both and nodded. Your titles, possessions and claims are null and void at this time. I accept your renunciations. You are no longer princess and prince. When Enar had finished speaking, the atmosphere became lighter and more relaxed, but when they saw Enar look at Joffrey, the tense atmosphere hung in the air again. Since you want to be king, I'll give you the title of king, but you'll be a king without a crown, without a kingdom, without a throne and without the right to own servants or even a wife. Enar said with an amused smile. Instead of killing Joffrey, Enar felt that torturing this boy was more enjoyable, especially after remembering the insults the boy had hurled at him. He was someone who held grudges easily and would never forget that kind of grudge. Joffrey would regret it. Enar would give him a painless death, but now he would really make the boy suffer until the last day of his life. I declare Joffrey of House Baratheon, first of his name, Lord of the Tower, protector of the King of the Tower and guardian of the Tower. Enar said, narrowing his eyes and smiled sadistically. Looking at Stannis, Enar spoke with a calm tone. Stannis, I order you to build a tower in the Stormlands. It will be King Joffrey's tower. If Joffrey leaves the tower, any commoner, merchant and nobleman is legally allowed to kill Joffrey. The rewards are a fief, a noble title and 10,000 golden dragons. When Enar finished speaking, they all felt chills run through their bodies. Cruel, extremely cruel. They looked at the boy with pity. They felt that if the king killed Joffrey, he would be much kinder than this supposed reward. What the king proposed was not a life, but a cage full of contempt, mockery and cruelty. At the same time, many lords looked at Joffrey with an expression of greed. 10,000 gold dragons were dispensable, but a fief and noble title made the hearts of many present beat faster. This wasn't the age of the 100 Kingdoms, where the earth could be conquered. The chance to conquer lands had become very rare. So, knowing that just killing one person could earn them a fief made many lords start thinking of some way to get Joffrey out of the tower that was to be built. However, while everyone felt pity and greed for Joffrey, Cersei breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Joffrey could survive, she would be happy. For only when you are alive do you have the hope of changing things. Cersei looked at Enar gratefully, then knelt before him and spoke in a sweet, slightly seductive and sexy tone. Thank you for your mercy, your grace. In her eyes, the previous seduction had had an effect and had saved Joffrey's life, so she didn't stop and even wanted to take off her clothes directly and lie down with Enar, so that she could gain more benefits. Although Cersei considered herself intelligent, the woman didn't even notice what Enar's words meant. Enar's words practically turned Joffrey against the entire population of Westeros. Commoner, merchant and noble, all classes would be watching Joffrey. Honestly, Enar felt that if Joffrey survived a decade it would be a miracle. Never underestimate people's interests, especially the temptation of a fief and noble title. Before Joffrey could even say anything, Stannis appeared at the boy's side and punched him in the face, knocking him unconscious. He felt that if Joffrey was allowed to speak again, he would end up killing Myrcella and Tommen. Suddenly, Oberyn entered the tent and quickly arrived in front of the seat where Enar was sitting. My king, a representative of the Iron Bank is requesting an audience with your grace. As soon as Oberyn's words fell, everyone was surprised. Chapter 234, Abdications of Titles 3. Hearing Oberyn's words, many had strange expressions. They dare to collect the debt? One of the nobles asked incredulously. How dare they not? Those damn bankers are more evil than the cannibals of the north. Another man replied with a sarcastic tone. For the cannibals left the bones, but the Iron Bank will suck even their bones to sell to some strange sorcerer in Essos. A man next to him also spoke sarcastically. Enar was also surprised. He really hadn't expected the Iron Bank to dare to collect debts. What did lending money to the Iron Bank have to do with him? He hadn't even borrowed a gold coin. However, Enar looked at Oberyn and said with a curious tone. Go and bring the envoy from the Iron Bank. Enar was really curious if the Iron Bank would transfer Robert's debts to him. If that was the case, he would have to teach the Iron Bank that he was not someone weak who was easily intimidated. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man appeared before them all. The man had a narrow face with dark eyes and a long, thin beard that almost reached his waist. Curiously, he wore a three-tiered, brimless hat made of purple felt, sober purple robes with ermine details and a high, stiff collar. Enar's first impression of the man was that he seemed courteous and polite, although his appearance suggested that he was somewhat stingy and greedy. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Your Grace." He spoke the common tongue fluently, with only a slight accent, which was easily forgotten. "I am the envoy of the Iron Bank of Bravos, Tycho Nestoris." "Welcome to Westeros, noble Tycho Nestoris," Enar said with a smile as he looked at the man with a curious gaze. "Forgive me for not welcoming you to the Red Keep. As you can see, I'm rather busy." "There's no need to apologize, Your Grace. Your time is precious and I'm just a daring commoner who wants to talk to the king." Tycho spoke in a polite and elegant tone, not at all like the greedy and rude prejudice that the nobles of Westeros had about bankers. "I'm curious, what are you doing in Westeros?" Enar asked directly. Although talking to the man was interesting, he had more important things to do than talk to an irrelevant man. "I have come to collect King Robert's and Your Grace's debts." Tycho bowed and said in a respectful tone, not showing any arrogance or even any dissatisfaction at seeing Enar hurrying to end the conversation. Enar's eyes widened slightly. In 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had been charged. It wasn't just Enar who was surprised by Tycho's words. All the nobles present looked at the man with expressions of disbelief. Who was Enar? A conqueror king who rode a huge dragon comparable to Balerion. Just their impression, Caraxes is still some way off catching up with Balerion. Didn't he see the dragon outside the tent? One of the Stormland nobles whispered with a surprised expression. Isn't he afraid of becoming dragon food? Especially at this time, when the king has just defeated King Robert and is at the height of his prestige and pride. Anyone who dares to cause trouble is asking to be killed. He must be mad. These were the thoughts of everyone present. They already thought Joffrey was the height of insanity, but Tycho quickly became bold and foolish, surpassing even Joffrey. "You really surprised me, noble Tycho." Enar laughed and showed no dissatisfaction. After all, it was normal to collect a debt. "But I don't remember asking the Iron Bank for so much as a gold coin." Seeing that the king wasn't offended, Tycho felt that the chances of getting what the Iron Bank wanted without having to use other drastic measures were slightly high. After all, if he could resolve everything peacefully, Tycho would be relieved and the Iron Bank would be even more so. No one wants to be an enemy of House Targaryen with dragons. It was sheer stupidity, especially with a king as remarkable and young as Enar. The Iron Bank wanted to maintain good relations, as it felt that Enar's reign would be long, just like the old king. "That is correct, Your Grace," he said with a calm look. "But Kings Aegon V and Aerys II could borrow. In the case of King Aegon V, he died before paying off the debt and King Aerys borrowed even more money." Enar finally understood why he owed money to the Iron Bank. It wasn't he who owed money, but House Targaryen. His great-grandfather and grandfather hadn't paid, and since they were both dead and he was the new head of House Targaryen, the debt fell to him. "I see." Enar nodded and showed interest. "How much do I owe?" Tycho opened his tunic and took out a parchment from his chest, but didn't approach to hand it over. Instead, he waited for Lita to approach and handed it to her, who passed it on to Enar. Opening the parchment, Enar saw the amount he owed. Curiously, there was no interest. He guessed that the Iron Bank wanted to maintain good relations with him and didn't ask for the accrued interest. Something he was grateful for. Nearly 50 years' interest was a terrible thing, especially with the small amount of money written on the parchment. 1.9 million golden dragons. When Enar said the number, many people's eyes widened and they took a deep breath. What was the concept of 1.9 million golden dragons? That wasn't modern-era paper bills. It was gold mixed with a few other metals, but mainly composed of gold. For this reason, the coins of Westeros were highly valued even in Essos. Gold extracted from the gold mines of the Westlands was the main material for the coins. That's why there was a saying in Westeros that Tywin Lannister shat gold. What about House Baratheon's debt? Enar asked curiously, something Tycho answered by handing another scroll to Lita, who consequently handed it to Enar. 7.9 million gold dragons. Hearing the horrifying number coming from Enar's lips, the nobles showed horrified expressions. Even Oberyn, who was used to perks and luxury, showed a shocked expression. King Robert borrowed every month. Tycho spoke with a respectful tone. Why did you borrow so much money? Oberyn asked what everyone wanted to ask at that moment. Lord Tywin's reputation is quite useful in the Iron Bank. Tycho replied with a helpless look, especially when he looked at Enar, who had Tywin as a captive at the moment. Everyone looked at Cersei, who wanted to run away at that moment. When she heard that terrible number, she simply wanted to run away and never see the envoy from the Iron Bank again. Enar looked amused at the whole situation. He didn't think anything was wrong. After all, it was normal to collect money, and since the Iron Bank didn't charge him interest, he was in a good mood. My family's debt will be paid, noble Tycho, Enar said with a casual tone. I'll have the money sent from Volantis to Braavos. All 1.9 million golden dragons. When Enar said that he would pay his debt as casually as if it were a small, insignificant debt, the nobles finally realized how rich the young king was. Everyone looked at the king with a warm gaze, as if they were looking at a beautiful woman. The smile on Tycho's face brightened as he listened to Enar's words. It was the first time he had come to collect money and things had been so easy. He had once spent 2 months trying to collect debts before he finally received the money. Having a client like Enar who didn't hesitate to pay his debts was refreshing, to say the least. Your generosity will not be forgotten by the Iron Bank, Your Grace. Tycho bowed and spoke with a genuine tone of respect. You know I'm not going to pay House Baratheon's debts, right? Enar said, looking at Tycho's expression. Tycho nodded and spoke with a still respectful tone. We are not idiots for placing the debt of another noble house, Your Grace. For that reason I would like to talk to Lord Tywin and Lord Stannis in private. Tycho said as he looked at Stannis, who was the second son of House Baratheon and the current heir upon Robert's death. Everyone looked at Stannis with sympathy. For the first time in Westeros, they were happy not to be heirs to a great house like House Baratheon. I allow it, but Lord Tywin must be supervised at all times so that he doesn't run away. Enar had no reason to stop this from happening. He even wanted to see Tywin's expression when he heard the enormous debt he owed. After all, although Robert enjoyed the money, the guarantor was Tywin himself. Thank you, Your Grace. Tycho bowed once more and thanked him with a sincere tone. As half of his mission had gone completely smoothly, even if it was impossible to receive all the money from House Baratheon and Lannister, he wouldn't be reprimanded when he returned. After saying this, Tycho bade the king a warm farewell and left immediately with Stannis, who had a grim, horrified expression. Everyone looked sympathetically at Stannis, but no one even stood up to help the man, even the Storm Lords. When it came to money, there was no friendship or brotherhood. Chapter 235, Back to the North. Seeing Tyrion enter with a somber expression, Enar couldn't help but laugh, knowing the reason for the hand of the king's expression. No one would be happy to inherit an astronomical debt from their father. As Tyrion was the new Lord of the Rock, he naturally inherited Tywin's entire debt. You look terrible, my hand of the king. Enar commented as he took a sip of wine, the bruises and wounds having disappeared by this point. He looked young and without any scars. House Lannister will pay 70% of the debt while House Baratheon of Stannis will pay the rest. Tyrion replied with a still somber tone. Even seeing the great and powerful Tywin Lannister chained up like an animal in a cage didn't make him happy. Remembering the expression of pleasure on Tywin's face, he really wanted to rip his bastard father's head off. Fortunately, the Iron Bank knew that it was impossible for such a large debt to be repaid, so they divided it into smaller amounts that House Lannister and Baratheon would have to pay every year for 50 years. Tyrion said with a sigh. He never thought people's hearts would be so dark. 50 years of paying off debt, perhaps he was the first Lord of the West who was in debt. The irony was that the Westerlands produced Westeros gold. Your gold mines are running out, how do you plan to pay them off every year? Enar asked curiously. House Lannister really was almost bankrupt. The gold mines that sustained House Lannister's huge army were coming to an end, and along with the end of gold, House Lannister's hegemony over the economy of Westeros. Remembering this fact, Tyrion's expression became even darker and more uncertain. He really was in a lot of trouble. For a moment, he saw himself as the first poor lord of House Lannister. He never really thought that the words poor and Lannister would be used in the same sentence. I'm leaving for the north today. I'll leave you in Lannisport for a while, but come and meet me at the wall after everything settles down. Enar didn't continue to tease Tyrion and spoke in a calm tone. His eyes couldn't help but show an excited gleam. He could feel it. Lawler and the Cold God were facing each other with even more fervor. With the Red God's believers increasing by the moment, the Cold God was retreating. Obviously, the gap between the gods had been reversed. This was the perfect moment to attack the Night King. Tyrion was surprised for a moment, but remembering that the fate of humanity lay before him, he nodded with a solemn expression. Yes, Your Grace. Seeing his expression, Enar stood up and walked towards the exit, but before he left, he spoke in a calm tone. You don't have to pay tribute for 20 years, so don't worry about it. Tyrion was surprised. He looked at Enar's back with a complicated look. He really admired and hated the young man in front of him, but he really couldn't even entertain the thought of rebellion. Letting out a sigh, Tyrion poured himself a glass of wine and drank it all in one gulp. Uncle. As Tyrion finished his glass of wine, he heard a gentle, sweet voice. Looking back, he saw Myrcella with a determined expression. My dear niece, your beauty grows every day. Tyrion smiled gently and complimented the girl before him. He really wasn't lying. Myrcella looked like a smaller version of Cersei. However, noticing the expression on her face, Tyrion sighed and spoke in a calm tone. But you don't seem to be standing in front of me to hear my compliments. Yes. Myrcella didn't deny it and nodded. I want to protect Tommen. Tyrion shook his head and replied. You don't have to worry about that. House Lannister and Baratheon would protect both of you, and the king doesn't want either of your lives. Uncle, I'm not so innocent. Myrcella spoke with a calm and solemn expression. Although the king doesn't wish my life, but his supporters might kill us to get into the king's good graces. Tyrion stopped what he was doing and looked surprised at Myrcella. He hadn't expected the sweet innocent girl to have changed so much after a few years. However, Myrcella's concern really wasn't unfounded. Although the king had forgiven Myrcella and Tommen, anyone could see the antipathy the king had towards House Baratheon and Lannister. Any reason could make the king destroy both great noble houses. It was no secret how much pain House Lannister and Baratheon had caused House Targaryen. That the king could pardon Robert's sons was already a miracle in the eyes of many lords of the Seven Kingdoms. The king could pardon the crimes, but he would never care if House Lannister and Baratheon disappeared or were killed, perhaps even celebrate once it happened. So Myrcella's concern was definitely not unfounded. Many wanted Robert's sons and daughters dead. What do you want to do? Tyrion asked with a serious expression. The same thing my sister tried to do to the king. Myrcella didn't hesitate to answer, causing the wine goblet Tyrion was holding to fall to the floor and the wine to splash in many places. That's impossible. Tyrion denied Myrcella's proposal without any hesitation. What Myrcella was doing was like throwing meat on a lion's bed and asking it not to eat it. As Lord of House Lannister and your uncle, I won't let you lose your future for the sake of your safety. Tyrion said with a solemn expression. Although he didn't agree with many things his father said, he also believed that a united family was stronger. He would never throw Myrcella into Enar's bed. I'm not asking your permission, uncle. Myrcella shook her head and showed a determined expression. Yesterday I saw a servant putting something in Tommen's food. No matter how much gold and armies House Lannister possesses, we can't stop the murderers of every noble in the Seven Kingdoms. Myrcella finally showed an angry expression, remembering the scene she had seen last night. If she hadn't seen it, her sweet, gentle brother would have died. Tyrion showed an angry expression listening to the assassination attempt, but the words he was about to utter didn't come out of his mouth. His niece's expression was so determined that Tyrion thought he saw Jaime's shadow on the girl. Closing his eyes, Tyrion leaned back in his chair without any force. He lowered his head and rested his head on his two joined hands. Although he wanted to stop Myrcella, he himself knew that the only way to stop the assassination attempts was to actually have the king's support. As for himself, Tyrion didn't think he was that important, especially after noticing that many of the powers of the hand of the king had been taken away and other people had taken on those responsibilities. It was obvious that the king was decentralizing power, making all the ministers weaker. After a while in silence, Tyrion finally spoke. I can put you in his room, but don't show any murderous intent or bring any kind of weapon. The Lady Commander of the King's Guard will kill you the moment you show either of those things. A smile appeared on Myrcella's lips. She looked at her uncle gratefully and left the tent without any hesitation. Cersei will want to kill me when she finds out about this. I have to send the woman to the Stormlands so she can take care of that monster in the tower. Tyrion muttered with a helpless expression. Just as Enar was about to take a short rest after discussing the march north, he stopped at the entrance to a tent and raised an eyebrow. Leda didn't even need the king's orders and entered the tent with her hand on the hilt of her sword. The gray eyes of the lady commander of the royal guard soon fell on the girl sitting nervously on the bed. She immediately recognized the former princess and daughter of Robert Baratheon. At that moment, the girl was wearing something not at all suitable for an unmarried lady, especially inside a married man's tent. Leda couldn't help but frown. Like daughter, like mother, she said sarcastically, remembering the seduction she had seen from Cersei in front of all the lords. Myrcella felt her cheeks burn intensely from the shame she was feeling at that moment. She lowered her head and didn't dare look at Leda, who stared at her indifferently. Stepping forward, Leda began to search Myrcella's body, making the girl even more ashamed to feel the unscrupulous hands of the lady commander of the royal guard. Leda stepped back when she saw that the girl wasn't carrying any weapons. After that, she started checking the whole tent for anything that could hurt the king, be it a weapon or even poison. 3 minutes later, Leda came out of the tent and nodded to Enar, who entered the tent with calm steps. He looked curiously at Myrcella and then looked away. Approaching the girl, he took the sheet from the bed and wrapped it around her almost naked body. Don't get it wrong, Enar didn't care if he slept with such a young teenager. He had killed hundreds of thousands of people, and he didn't care if he had sex with someone underage. But that didn't mean that Enar liked children. Not caring about having sex and enjoying having sex with children were two different things. Enar felt no sense of excitement at the sight of Myrcella's body. Myrcella couldn't help but be surprised by Enar's actions. She hugged the sheet covering her body and looked at the king in confusion. She had no doubt that her actions were obvious. Enar was about to reply that she wasn't exciting enough, but thinking that this might cause low self-esteem for the girl, he simply replied in a calm tone, "You're too young." Myrcella couldn't help but show disappointment at Enar's words. She also knew that she was too young. Even lattice get married at 14, she was about to turn 11 and was 3 years away from that. But without sleeping with Enar, how could she save her brother? Biting her lip, the girl removed the sheet covering her body and looked at Enar teasingly. Leda couldn't help but roll her eyes at the girl's actions. She thought the girl was brave. Enar was over 2 meters tall and Myrcella barely reached the king's waist. Even Leda couldn't see how someone so small could have such courage. She had personally seen someone like Arianne suffer in Enar's bed, let alone Myrcella, who hadn't even had her menarche. "Girl." Enar looked calmly at Myrcella and spoke in a calm tone. "I killed your father, uncle, and I will kill your grandfather." As soon as Enar said this, Myrcella's expression showed a struggle between hatred, resentment, and determination. Enar looked at this with shining eyes. The control of the girl's emotions in front of him was impressive. Worthy of being the mother of his son, Lion, a powerful demigod of his golden lineage. After a long time, her determination to save her brother overcame the hatred and resentment they were feeling at the moment. She knelt down and said, hiding her expression, "I beg you to save my brother's life, your grace." She continued speaking. "I can be your slave, no matter what you ask, I will do it without any hesitation." Enar certainly knew what Myrcella was talking about. Although he had forgiven Robert's sons and daughters, he didn't really care about the life and death of members of House Lannister and Baratheon. He could even see that many wanted to kill Tommen and Myrcella just to please him. This wasn't uncommon, especially in the Age of the 100 Kingdoms, where flattery could actually make the continuation of an entire lineage. "In the future, I want you to have a child by me." Enar spoke directly without hiding anything. "Your brother and family will have my support." Myrcella showed a conflicted expression. Having a child with the murderer of her father, uncle, and grandfather was not what she wanted, but thinking of Tommen's sweet, adorable smile, the girl's expression became determined again. "I thank you for your mercy, my king." Myrcella knelt down even further and spoke in a calm, neutral tone. Enar smiled and rested her head on his hand. He could see that the girl harbored a great hatred towards him, which wasn't really surprising. Half her family died at his hands. "You may go, Lady Myrcella," Enar said with a wave of his hand, shooing the girl away directly. Myrcella got up and left the tent with a sheet wrapped around her body. She walked through the tents with a calm look on her face as she was seen by everyone, who was surprised by her appearance. She's just like her mother, a whore. A rich whore. The king must have taken advantage. Ha ha ha. Myrcella felt tears streaming down her face listening to the cruel, cold and slanderous words of all the men around her, but the girl continued walking with slightly faster steps. She could have chosen another path without being seen, but to show that she was the king's mistress, she had to walk in the eyes of everyone, because only then would she and Tommen be safe. The actions were under the eyes of Enar and Leda. The girl is really determined. Leda commented with a slight hint of admiration. Although she's not Robert's daughter by blood, she still carries some of her adoptive father's characteristics. Enar said with a smile. Leda nodded and remained silent again behind Enar. In 2 hours we'll march north. Enar said as he closed his eyes, ready to use his prescience once again to see the future of the war. Chapter 236, Back to the North 2. Watching the enormous army marching north again, Cersei clenched her fists and looked at her daughter, who was still sad and disheartened by the rumors, her head bowed. Recalling this, a somber expression reflected on her face for a moment before disappearing. She smiled gently and spoke in an animated tone. I had the cooks make your favorite cakes. However, Cersei's words had no effect on Myrcella. Even though the girl was intelligent and mature for her age, in the end, she grew up as a princess, pampered and praised by everyone. How could her mentality, determination and cruelty be compared to Daenerys, who suffered day and night for over 10 years in Essos? Although she was determined to save her brother, regardless of the price, she was, in the end, too young a girl. The rumors, cruel words, and disdain for what she felt and suffered from men were terrible for her young mind. Seeing this, Cersei took a deep breath and promised herself that she would do anything to kill the men who dared to profane her daughter. Don't worry, Myrcella, they won't dare to speak of it again. Cersei couldn't help but be horrified remembering when she heard what happened to her daughter. She hadn't expected Myrcella to be so determined. What can you do? Myrcella finally raised her face and looked at her mother with a touch of resentment. You always only cared about Joffrey, he was always the most important to you. Tommen and I are just replaceable for your golden son. Myrcella looked at her mother and began to raise her voice. Even now you are preparing to leave Casterly Rock and go to the Stormlands to take care of Joffrey, abandoning Tommen and me. A loud slapping sound echoed in the room, but Myrcella, now holding her own cheek, showed no fear before her mother. Perhaps in the past she would have felt fear, but not at this moment. Although she hated to admit it, she had Enar behind her, and with the king's support, she herself saw that the servants who once looked at her and Tommen with strange glances had become surprisingly kind. This showed her the importance of having support. Formerly it was her father and grandfather who protected her, now it was their assassin. Cersei regretted the moment she slapped her daughter's face, but seeing her eyes full of tears yet determined, the former queen of the Seven Kingdoms stood up and left. She knew that no matter how much she spoke, her daughter would not change her mind. If you go, don't come back. Myrcella shouted, but Cersei didn't even stop. Your brother needs me, Myrcella. Cersei said through clenched teeth. Although leaving her son and daughter in Casterly Rock hurt, she knew that Joffrey might die in the first tower if left alone. Seeing the door closing, Cersei's words were still present in her mind. Myrcella let out a sad laugh but soon wiped away her tears. Although she felt anger, hatred, and resentment towards Cersei, she had more important things to do, especially gaining power to never again feel the helplessness of the previous days. Uncle can help me. Myrcella murmured. She needed power to protect Tommen and herself. Did something happen, my king? Oberyn asked, noticing that Enar looked towards Casterly Rock with an amused smile. It's nothing, just an interesting fight between mother and daughter. Enar replied with a smile as he narrowed his eyes. He wasn't happy about making Cersei and Myrcella suffer. He was happy because he saw that the girl was useful and could truly be a good mother to his son. Although Oberyn didn't understand Enar's words, he didn't ask and looked at the gigantic army heading north. We will reach the north in 2 months at this pace. Oberyn said with a helpless look. One of the disadvantages of enormous armies was their mobility. Large armies were terribly slow. If it were a small army, Oberyn estimated they could reach the north in half a month, without risking the horses' lives. Enar didn't care. Although 3 months was quite long, he had to bring the enormous army of 120,000 men. This was because he left the armies of House Lannister, Baratheon, and Tyrell behind. If all the armies were combined, they would reach a terrifying number of over 300,000 men. Just imagining managing such a large army, Enar felt his body tingle. Just the steel needed for the horses would be enough to build tens of thousands of armors. Not to mention the food. Horses needed water and food, and if anyone knows the slightest about horses, they know they eat a lot. Just imagine almost 100,000 horses together, and you have such a large number of grass and hay that it would make even the Iron Bank fear the food-swallowing monster. This was just the horses. Satisfying 300,000 men was even more terrible. Even being rich, Enar certainly couldn't spend so much money, especially with the long night coming. He had to accumulate strategic food and resources for the future. Enar couldn't help but lament the stagnation of time. If he were in the modern era, don't say 300,000, even if it were 1,000,000 people, he could easily pay. Now he had to fight an army of whites with a reduced army because he had no way to feed so many people. Looking at the horizon, Enar showed no feeling of helplessness and continued to march with the army with a calm expression. Above him, Caraxes flapped his enormous wings and flew over the army. Just the dragon's presence made the army's morale even higher. 3 days later, when the army was approaching Wayfarer's Rest, Enar raised his head and saw 3 black dots in the blue sky. The 3 dots were getting closer and closer. A smile appeared on the king's face, knowing it was coming. With the arrival of the 3 dragons, all 5 dragons of House Targaryen were reunited again. Yes, those who had arrived were Visenya, Rhaenys, and Daenerys, respectively, riding Syrax, Moonfire, and Balerion. Caraxes, who was in the sky, enjoying his natural place, looked towards the 3 dragons and let out a loud and powerful roar, showing his dominance. The first to respond to Caraxes was Balerion, who showed no weakness and roared back, showing dissatisfaction with the enormous dragon's roar. The dragon's response to the challenger was a look of disdain for the challenger's small size. Unlike Balerion, Moonfire and Syrax let out soft trills, acknowledging Caraxes' dominance. Vermithor ascended to the skies and flew around Caraxes, showing his loyalty to the Red King. I don't know how Daenerys manages to control Balerion. Enar's grandmother, Riella, commented with a smile, seeing the 5 dragons flying around each other in what looked like a spiral. The scene was more than shocking even for Riella, but even so she couldn't help but feel an enormous sense of pride seeing the dragons, which should have been extinct more than 120 years ago. Minutes later, Enar looked at the 3 women before him with a helpless look. Daenerys stared at him with an intense gaze, as if she would jump on him at any moment. Visenya was even more brazen, not hiding her lustful intentions. Rhaenys was the most normal, just acting like a happy sister after reuniting with her brother. Enar ignored Visenya and Daenerys. He focused his gaze on Rhaenys and showed a trace of dissatisfaction in his eyes, something Rhaenys noticed and didn't dare to look at his face. Letting out a sigh, Enar asked in a calm tone, "Do you know why I'm angry? Because I left everything in Daenerys' hands?" Rhaenys looked away and replied with an uncertain tone. With her answer, Enar simply slapped the back of the young woman's head. "If you know, why didn't you kill Aegon directly?" Showing a pained expression, Rhaenys touched the back of her head and looked resentfully at her younger brother. She was obviously the older one, and here she was being reprimanded. "I wanted to make him suffer, but the pain I could cause was inferior to the pain Daenerys could cause." Rhaenys replied with a disheartened tone. Enar couldn't help but sigh, showing a little disappointment, but he wasn't surprised. Rhaenys not being able to control her own feelings was normal. The girl had lived for hatred and revenge her entire life. It was normal for this to happen. But he himself hadn't expected Rhaenys to become somewhat indecisive because of these feelings. Rhaenys, control your feelings so that in the future, in a moment of need, your mind is calm and free from distracting thoughts, ready to make decisions with determination and without hesitation. Enar advised his older sister in a calm and powerful tone. "I left Mountain and Tywin Lannister for you to kill," Enar said, making Rhaenys, who was embarrassed to be reprimanded in front of the entire family, widen her eyes. "Before killing them, I want you to personally torture them, and after the torture, kill them." Enar spoke without caring about Rhaenys' expression. Since Rhaenys had a great deal of accumulated hatred in her mind, Enar simply let her vent these negative feelings. "You can only leave when they are dead," Enar added, looking directly into Rhaenys' eyes, who only nodded her head in an eerie silence. "I will go with her." Riella spoke in a cold tone. "I also have matters to deal with Tywin." Enar nodded his head and didn't care. He let both women unleash their rage. Chapter 237, Back to the North 3. After speaking with Rhaenys and Riella, Enar looked at Daenerys and Visenya, especially at Visenya. His focus was on Visenya's belly, a smile appearing on his lips. Even with all his control, Enar felt a deep happiness at that moment. Perhaps Visenya hadn't noticed, as it was still just an embryo, but she was pregnant. However, even as an embryo, he could feel his connection to the child being generated at that moment. Alysanne was coming. A laugh escaped Enar's lips, making both women look at Enar in surprise. Perhaps it was the first time they had seen Enar laugh like that. Joyful, warm, and genuinely innocent. "What happened to make you so happy?" Daenerys asked with a confused look. She could see that Enar became immediately happy when he looked at both of them, especially Visenya. Visenya also looked curiously at Enar, although she found it sweet that he laughed because of them. It seemed her husband had missed her since they went to Casterly Rock. "I'll tell you at dinner," Enar said as he turned his gaze back to Daenerys. The girl was slightly taller, but compared to Visenya, who had reached 171 centimeters in height, she was still small. "Let's go to my tent, you have to go through the blood ritual." As Enar's words sounded, an excited look appeared on Daenerys' face. After seeing Rhaenys' daily growth rate and seeing Visenya's current height, she became even more eager to have such power and be truly useful to Enar on the battlefield. Visenya smiled at Daenerys' joyful expression. She couldn't help but caress her sister's hair. Daenerys looked at Visenya with annoyance. She felt that her older sister was treating her like a child. This deeply upset her. She found that no matter what she did, people still considered her too young. "Haven't I killed enough? Haven't I been cruel enough? How many people did she have to kill for people to look at her as an adult? Should I impale more people?" Daenerys murmured in a voice only she could hear, or so she thought. Enar's lips curved into an amused smile hearing Daenerys murmur. Although he knew her reasons, he still couldn't help but find it a little funny. "Let's go to the tent, I have many things to ask you, Daenerys," Enar said as he walked towards his tent, which had already been set up. He was curious about how Daenerys ruled King's Landing. As Enar, Visenya, and Daenerys entered the tent, the king sat comfortably on the cushioned sofa. Both women joined him, sitting on different sides. The three were huddled close to each other as they talked unhurriedly. "You handled Aegon Blackfyre well," Enar said after hearing how Daenerys dealt with Aegon. He could imagine the mental damage caused to the young man. "I wanted to kill him, but since I couldn't kill him because of the rumors it would cause, he's still alive," Daenerys said, pouting. She wanted to have killed Aegon directly, but unfortunately it was too late, and rumors of Aegon's identity had already spread throughout the city. "Visenya, Daenerys, you have to remember something." Kissing both women's cheeks, Enar spoke in a calm and gentle tone. He continued saying, "I don't care about rumors. Although killing Aegon would indeed have brought some infamy to my name, none of that really matters, not when I am the king. So don't hesitate to kill the right people without hesitation," Enar said in an affectionate way, as if he wasn't talking about taking a life, but something trivial like pulling weeds from the garden. Daenerys looked at Enar with an obsessive gaze. Although Enar hadn't spoken arrogantly, in her eyes he seemed especially imposing and arrogant. And although such a thing was somewhat bad in the eyes of many people as a wife, it was really pleasant to see her husband acting that way. Visenya was showing a similar expression, but much more elegant as she pressed her body against his. "Who did you leave to control King's Landing?" Enar asked curiously. He obviously couldn't leave 100% of his attention on Daenerys, especially at this moment of final war. "Lord Willis and his grandmother, Lady Olenna," Daenerys replied in a calm tone. Although she had left King's Landing, she herself knew that she couldn't trust many to control the city, so she chose the two people her husband chose. She trusted Enar's vision and wasn't worried about leaving King's Landing in Willis and Olenna's hands. Willis is a good candidate. He already controlled the finances of the Reach and shouldn't have much difficulty controlling King's Landing. Along with Olenna by his side, there shouldn't be any problems, Enar said with a smile, apparently satisfied with Daenerys' choice. Although Aegon Blackfyre was in the city, he had no power, men, or could even leave his room with such injuries. Varys could help the young man and probably would, but Enar could deal with him, even in the north. The power difference between the two was too great. Enar could crush the eunuch as one crushes a cockroach. Kill Varys when you can, he is a dangerous person, especially with his means. Enar said in a casual tone, decreeing the death of one of the greatest conspirators this continent had ever seen. Daenerys nodded and looked at Enar with a touch of anxiety. Knowing the reason for her anxiety, Enar spoke in a gentle tone. Let's begin the blood ritual. Daenerys stood up with an excited look and took off all her clothes. Enar also didn't delay and made a cut on his wrist, letting the blood cover Daenerys' figure. Visenya watched the whole scene with a curious look. Seeing her nephew's blood on Daenerys' naked body, like a butterfly's cocoon, she couldn't help but remember when she went through the blood ritual. It was a cozy, warm, and gentle feeling surrounding her at that moment. She presumed that was how babies felt inside their mother's womb. However, after seeing Daenerys stand still for a long time, Visenya stopped caring and snuggled into her husband's arms, enjoying the silence and his presence at that moment. Soon she noticed something unusual. For some reason, Visenya felt that Enar was treating her as something extremely delicate, as if he was afraid of breaking her at the slightest touch. Enar knew Visenya's doubts, but he didn't explain. He would wait for the whole family to be reunited to tell the news. After a few hours of talking among themselves, Enar looked at Daenerys, who had stood up, although still covered in blood. The girl looked at her own hands with a shocked expression. But what really caught his attention was the silver aura around Daenerys. Just like Visenya, who gained the ability of spatial manipulation. What power did you get, Dany? Visenya asked curiously. Daenerys didn't answer, as she really didn't know. She just found the energy flowing through her body interesting. Enar smiled and threw an apple towards Daenerys. Under the shocked eyes of both women, the apple, when it approached Daenerys, simply began to rot in a few miserable moments. Temporal manipulation. Enar commented with a satisfied smile. Along with Visenya and Rhaenys, Daenerys became his right hand against the forces of chaos. Hearing Enar's words, a big smile appeared on Daenerys' lips. Although the word time was somewhat abstract for her, she understood that she had gained an ability with enormous potential. Congratulations, sister. Visenya smiled and congratulated her younger sister. There was no jealousy or envy of Daenerys' ability. She had an equally powerful ability, there was no reason for such feelings. Daenerys hugged her sister happily and let out a joyful laugh. At that moment, she understood why House Targaryen would be gods over men and all races in the universe. She truly became a goddess from that moment on. Explicit torture to follow +18. On the other side of the camp, inside a tent far from the others, painful groans could be heard, followed by sounds of whipping. As humanity's only weapon to break the sound barrier effortlessly and without any technology, the whip has always been a weapon of great power for torture and attack. With a loud, sharp sound, the whip struck the tall, corpulent man's back, leaving a bloody and deep mark on his back. It was Gregor Clegane, known as the Mountain. Rhaenys looked at the man of her nightmares and simply unleashed all the anger accumulated over decades of suffering, resentment, and hatred. With each whip, she seemed to remember her mother's screams as she was raped, making the whipping faster and stronger, especially since Rhaenys had gone through the blood ritual and become a true goddess. Throughout the process, Gregor didn't even let out a painful groan, but looked at Rhaenys with a wild and cruel smile, without a hint of fear of death. Raping your mother was the most pleasurable thing a man could do, fucking her while she screamed was better than 1,000 whores. Rhaenys' eyes practically turned red with fury at that moment. Thinking of something, a cruel smile appeared on Rhaenys' lips as she raised her hand. Shining particles appeared around her hand. They were all kinds of metals. One in particular was silvery and looked like a liquid. Do you know what this is? Rhaenys asked coldly and answered her own question. It's mercury, the famous liquid metal. Do you know what happens to your body when it comes into contact with mercury? She asked again, her gaze increasingly cold and intense. Enar had given her a book with all the metals on the planet and their characteristics. Excluding metals that needed the help of other metals to be created, she could create the rest very easily. Gregor didn't know, hadn't even heard the name of the metal, but seeing the smile on Rhaenys' face, he knew the metal was dangerous, but so what? He wasn't afraid of death, much less pain. Rhaenys began to comment in a sadistic tone. 2 drops on the skin are enough to kill a person with absolute certainty. It enters your brain and drives you crazy, then kills you painfully. Note, this only happens if you have an open wound, breathe its toxic gas, or ingest it for some reason. I will hear your screams, just as my mother screamed. Rhaenys said as two shining drops of mercury hit Gregor's eyes squarely. At the same instant, a burning pain hit Gregor hard. Arg! As he agonized in pain, Rhaenys drew a dagger and began to torture the man without any hesitation. To prevent him from bleeding to death, Rhaenys began to cut off his toes while asking a Red Legion warrior to bandage the monster's wound. Remembering something, Rhaenys handed the knife to the soldier and ordered in a cold tone, "Cut off his cock and make him swallow it." The soldier trembled at Visenya's orders but obeyed. Unlike the masters of Astapor, who were professionals in the art of castration, the soldier definitely was not. He simply cut without any technique. If before the pain was physical, Gregor's pain was now mental. A sound similar to a pig being slaughtered echoed far away, even reaching the camp. The men unconsciously shuddered, they closed their legs and felt shivers run down their bodies. They had never heard such a horrendous sound before. Even the roar of the dragon car axes seemed gentler compared to the roar of pain they had heard earlier. Tywin observed everything coldly as his loyal dog was castrated, driven mad and slowly dismembered. What hatred does to a person. Riella spoke in a calm tone before Rhaenys' cruel methods. "Kill me now, Riella," Tywin said in a cold tone. "I know you want to kill me." She continued speaking in a cold and slightly murderous tone. "Yes, I dreamed of killing you for many nights. I wondered if I would poison your food, none of this would have happened. I did everything to prevent this from happening, but your husband/brother forced me to do what I did. They humiliated me in various ways, but the final straw was him knighting Jaime into the Kingsguard." Tywin spoke in a calm tone, as if the death he was about to suffer was no big deal. "My heir, the continuation of my lineage, taken from me for a futile and childish reason. Rhaegar was smart to try to dethrone his father, but he failed to control his own feelings. The letter I wrote reached the hands of Hoster Tully's daughter, who would reach the Lord of Winterfell. After that it was simple, I simply sent a letter to Storm's End warning of Lyanna's kidnapping." Looking at Riella before him, Tywin spoke each word in a calm tone, without any hatred, regret, or sadness. His face couldn't have been calmer and deeper. Seeing Riella drawing a dagger and approaching him, Tywin spoke in a calm and indifferent tone. "In the Game of Thrones, you win or you lose. You won, Riella." Slowly plunging the dagger into Tywin's heart, Riella said, looking at the pained face of the Lord of Casterly Rock. "When you meet Joanna, tell her that the happiest moments of my life were when the three of us were together, Joanna, Nymeria, and Riella, imagining our future, drinking and laughing happily." Tywin's green eyes softened with Riella's words. The image of his wife laughing appeared in the Lord of Casterly Rock's mind as his vision grew darker and darker, and finally, darkness filled his entire field of vision. "Joanna!" A last murmur escaped Tywin's blood-stained lips. One of the most powerful men who ever walked the continent died with a dagger plunged into his chest. Chapter 238, Back to the North 4. "How do you feel?" Enar calmly asked Rhaenys, who was eating in complete silence. Her gaze was down, and her expression indicated that she had no idea what she was feeling at that exact moment. "Relief and emptiness," Rhaenys replied with a slightly lost tone. She looked at Enar confused, not knowing what to do. "Very well, now you can start anew, bringing with you the memory of your loved ones." Enar looked at her and said in a gentler tone. He knew that changing overnight was extremely difficult, but it was necessary. Time and destiny waited for no one, not even gods. "Start anew." Rhaenys murmured and nodded her head. Just as Enar had said, she had to live for herself, no longer for revenge. A life of truth and no longer of hatred and resentment. Seeing the small sparkle in Rhaenys' eyes, Enar showed a satisfied look and smiled gently. Although the change was small, it was the first step towards a larger and complete change. Then, Enar looked at the four women around him. He focused on Visenya, more specifically on her belly. His daughter was being conceived at that moment, becoming stronger and healthier every second. "I have something to announce." When Enar spoke, the eyes of Daenerys, Visenya, Rhaenys, and Riella focused entirely on him. "Visenya is pregnant," Enar said directly, looking at Visenya with an amused laugh. His wife's expression was simply hilarious. He mentally took a picture and saved it for a distant future. The spoon Riella held fell to the floor. She looked at her eldest daughter with wide eyes. However, the shock turned into the purest happiness. She would be a grandmother again. Daenerys looked at Visenya with an envious gaze. She wanted to have been the first to be pregnant, but apparently her older sister got there before her. However, she was happy for her sister and her husband. She would be an aunt. Rhaenys, who was still undecided about the future, looked at Visenya with wide eyes. She looked at her aunt's belly and saw no sign of pregnancy, but she didn't doubt Enar's words. Visenya herself looked at Enar in disbelief at her husband's words. She had simply slept with Enar once and got pregnant. Although the sex had lasted a few hours, it was her first time. Nevertheless, a strange feeling bubbled in her chest. Visenya touched her own belly and found it hard to believe that there was something there being generated. It was a strange feeling. It was as if the world around her was heavier, yet more alive than ever. "This is great," Riella said with a smile on her lips. She hugged her daughter and kissed her forehead affectionately. Visenya's pregnancy was like a symbol of hope at that moment, the new member of House Targaryen to be born in 14 years. "Will it be a boy or a girl?" Daenerys asked curiously. She looked at her sister's belly trying to see something, but there was only her flat belly, with no sign of pregnancy. Enar didn't answer and looked at Visenya. "If Visenya wants to know, I'll tell her." Although he knew it would be a girl, he didn't know if Visenya wanted to know the baby's gender beforehand. "You can tell me, husband." Visenya didn't care to know at that moment. She touched her belly and felt that she would love the child regardless of its gender. "It will be a girl, my heir," Enar said in a gentle tone. He really liked his eldest daughter. You can call it favoritism for being his first descendant, but when you have a perfect descendant to inherit everything you have, that favoritism is quite real. The four women's eyes widened, hearing that the girl would be Enar's heir. "Isn't that inappropriate?" Riella asked with a worried tone. The example of Rhaenyra Targaryen was well alive in the history of House Targaryen. "Whoever says my daughter is inappropriate to be my heir will have been destroyed, and no one else will be against it. She will be my heir," Enar said with an indifferent and even murderous tone. "Besides, we are immortal," Enar concluded with an indifferent tone. His family is immortal, and it is unlikely that the heir will become empress while he is alive. Everyone's concerns disappeared with Enar's words. A second dance of the dragons can never occur. Enar was not an indecisive and weak man like Viserys. Visenya caressed her belly and smiled gently. She was carrying the future heir to the Iron Throne, which made her nervous and afraid that something would happen to her daughter. Without her noticing, she was worrying about her unborn daughter. "Well, I want to see the expressions of those lords who dared to express dissatisfaction to Enar," Daenerys said in a playful tone, but everyone in the room felt that the girl was plotting something evil. Enar looked at Daenerys and spoke calmly. "After the war, Dany. Making a conspiracy against the nobles on the eve of the battle that would decide humanity's survival was not a smart thing to do. I know I would do it after things calmed down. When my niece is born, to be exact." Daenerys rolled her eyes at Enar's words. She wasn't stupid enough to do something like that in times of war. Any failure could result in losing the war. How could she risk something so important? Enar nodded his head. He knew Daenerys was intelligent, but he couldn't allow mistakes at this moment. "But spread the news of Visenya's pregnancy to everyone. Let them know that the heir to the Iron Throne is about to be born," Enar said, looking at Daenerys. The news of Visenya's pregnancy came at a good time. Everyone was calmer with his possible heir. It may seem strange, but having a child can calm people's restless minds. Especially a king's heir, as it means the next generation can pass without any power struggle. Power struggles mean wars, and wars cause deaths and make noble houses disappear. Nobles hate a troubled power exchange, as they may cease to exist in a future conflict. Daenerys nodded and smiled. She could very well deify the image of her future niece, making it easier for others to accept her. At least reduce some unnecessary deaths. The news of Visenya's pregnancy spread through the army in half an hour. The soldiers of the Red Legion, the Sardaukar, and the Northern Army, and some nobles from the Riverlands did not hesitate to celebrate. Although they didn't know whether the king's first child was a boy or a girl, they didn't care, as it meant the king was fertile and could have many children, especially with 3 wives. Even silent and calm, Eddard Stark was drinking with his vassals. As Enar's adoptive father, it could be said that he felt his mission as a father was over. "The king is fast, he just got married and already has children," Great John said in a loud and excited tone as he drank a large mug of beer. "Ha ha ha ha," Grachan's words brought laughter to everyone in the north. Joyful laughter and toasts could be heard throughout the army. Visenya's pregnancy, in everyone's eyes, was a blessing from the gods, saying that victory would be certain. Eddard also drank a large mug of beer and let out a sigh of relief, as if a weight was lifted from his shoulders. "Lyanna, you're going to be a grandmother," Eddard murmured with a nostalgic look. "If you were alive, you would probably teach him or her to ride a horse." A sincere laugh escaped the lips of the Lord of Winterfell and Protector of the North. Just imagining such a scene made him laugh, as that was certainly what Lyanna would do when she became a grandmother. "A toast, Lord Stark," Howland Reed said in a calm tone, but his lips were also curved in a sincere and genuine smile. Obviously, the news of Visenya's pregnancy truly brought him great joy. "May he have many children," Eddard said loudly. "May he have many children. May he have many children." The northern lords raised their full mugs of beer and spoke loudly. If they knew how many children Enar would have, they wouldn't have toasted with such fervor. Enar heard the roars outside his tent and couldn't help but smile. It was just the first, many more were yet to come. 3 months later. The gigantic army of hundreds of thousands of people did not stop at Winterfell and approached the gigantic ice wall on the horizon. The Wall. Chapter 239, The Great War of Salvation I. Unlike the last time he had seen the wall, Enar noticed that the wall was slightly lower. About 2 meters less, which showed that the Night King was not really far. However, it was Castle Black that had truly changed a lot. For a year and a half, Enar had sent many supplies, including building materials to reinforce the entire castle. At this moment, Castle Black truly deserved the title of castle, no longer just a wooden fortress. Even above the wall there were scorpions used to defend the entire north. The cost of building such weapons of war and bringing them from Essos was not cheap at all, but Enar did not care about money, especially when order was about to be broken and money would not be worth much. In times of need, only food, water, and steel truly mattered. Everything else could be set aside when the most basic human survival could not be found. While Enar was admiring the wall, the 5 dragons were already flying over the enormous ice wall. Caraxes in particular looked to the far north and let out a roar. Roar. Asterisk. The thunderous, powerful, and magnificent sound echoed in the sky, spreading wherever it was heard. The people below only felt their bodies trembling as their ears buzzed wildly. In the next moment, Caraxes opened his mouth again and spewed flames as if there were no end. A sea of crimson fire covered the sky of the far north, tinging the sky with a red hue. The eyes of all the soldiers looked at the scene with admiration and felt that the war would not be so tragic. For a moment, it was as if an indestructible pillar had formed in their souls. That majestic pillar only brought confidence and security to the confused minds of the people. Enar, feeling that his mind could sense several other minds, smiled and began to change the perception of these people. The enormous pillar in their minds transformed into a human figure wearing armor. It was Enar himself. The pillar of people's faith at that moment. Carax's movement only allowed faith in the hearts of the people of Westeros to begin to transform again. Unlike the faith of the Seven, which never even had any miracles, the Red Faith repeatedly showed many miracles. Now, seeing the scene before them, made their already undecided mentality change completely. At this moment, these people truly became relatively faithful believers. Enar smiled and looked at Sigismund. "Start making the camp and then head to Castle Black." Sigismund beat his chest hard and replied in a solemn tone. "Yes, my emperor." Enar nodded and advanced towards Castle Black with the most significant people for this war. He didn't even need to announce his arrival. Carax's show already announced that he had arrived in the north again. The gates were open and many people were waiting for him. Jeor Mormont, 997th Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Benjen Stark, the First Ranger and the Maester of Castle Black, Aemon Targaryen. "Welcome to Castle Black, Your Grace." Jeor looked at the extremely tall young man before him with wide eyes, but soon recovered and greeted Enar respectfully. Although the young man before him had not been crowned in King's Landing, he was definitely the king of the 7 kingdoms. Westeros was once again under the control of House Targaryen. Descending from his horse, Enar smiled and greeted the old bear with a calm look. "Thank you for your hard work, Lord Commander. The people of Westeros owe you much, my lord." "I only did my duty. I don't deserve to be admired for something so basic." Jeor replied in a calm tone, not at all enthusiastic about being so admired. In his eyes he did no more than his obligation. Enar chuckled and looked at his uncle and said in an amused tone, "Uncle Benjen, you've gotten shorter." Benjen's face twitched hearing Enar's words. He looked at his nephew and twisted his lips abnormally. He hadn't shrunk, Enar had grown a lot. Looking at Eddard behind Enar, Benjen spoke in a dry tone. He really didn't know that his brother was feeding Enar so that the boy would grow so tall. "My brother must have given you a lot of wolf's milk, your grace." As Benjen knew that Enar's body was being nourished by his powers, he never grew as a normal human should grow. Especially after drinking the water of life, this process accelerated even more, making his body stronger every day that passed, just so that his body would not explode with the absurd amount of energy in his body. Enar never had natural growth. At 11 years old he was 1.90 m tall, which already showed how terrifying his growth rate was. And this was just the beginning. In the future he will be even bigger, bigger than any human who has ever existed. Eddard looked at his brother and shrugged. He only fed Enar normal food. The boy must have used blood magic to become so strong and big. However, this was also suspicious. If Enar could have such strength, old Valyria would also have it, and with such strength it would be impossible for them to be destroyed. "Great uncle, I have great news for you in private. Let's go inside and talk more calmly." Enar looked at Aemon and said with a gentle smile. This old man was the first Targaryen relative he met and was greatly helped by him. It is gratifying to hear good news amidst equally bad news. Aemon replied in a hoarse, old and trembling voice, showing that his age was increasingly advanced. With Aemon's words, Enar knew that things in the far north were more complicated than he expected. Nodding his head, he brought everyone into the hall of Castle Black. When everyone sat down, Enar sat in the main seat and finally asked what was happening. "What happened?" The Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Gior, answered. He looked at the young king and spoke in a solemn tone. "The Whites are closer than expected. But it's their number that's worrying us," he said in a heavy yet calm tone. "About 500,000, but it's far from precise." When Gior's words sounded, a heavy atmosphere hung in the air. Many eyes widened to the extreme hearing that there were 500,000. These were not 500 soldiers, but 500,000 soldiers who did not need to eat, drink water, or even sleep. It was a true army of walking corpses who only knew how to kill. Enar thought for a moment and found the number accurate. The wall had been created about 8,000 years ago. Even if it was not the most suitable place for human habitation, many people could have been born in those 8,000 years. Even if some bones had disappeared due to time, a generous proportion was preserved by the extreme cold of the environment. So the number of 500,000 was not wrong. It's just that the Night King definitely doesn't have that much power, which showed that the cold god really started to send power to his chosen one. "How many weapons have we managed to gather?" Enar asked in a calm tone, showing no fear in the face of such a horrible number of enemies. Enar's calm and confidence seemed to infect everyone, who partially relaxed. With the king calm, it meant that the situation was still favorable. If you think he stood still for a year and a half, he didn't. Dragonstone transformed into a giant mine. Large quantities of obsidian were extracted every day from the mines. All were transported from Dragonstone to White Harbor and then to Castle Black. This time it was Benjen who answered. He looked at everyone and spoke in a calm and somewhat regretful tone. "About 100,000 swords and daggers." If obsidian were not so fragile, this number would be much higher, but there was no way to change the fragile nature of the rock. Now they didn't even have enough weapons to fight against the 500,000 whites, not to mention the White Walkers and the Night King himself. Although the number is worrying, it is enough. Enar said in a calm tone. "The Whites and White Walkers have weaknesses. Fire, Dragon Fire, Valyrian Steel and Dragonglass, Obsidian. We have sorcerers who can generate fire, we have dragons, we have Valyrian Steel, we have Dragonglass," Enar said, looking at everyone with a confident look. "We are not defenseless, we are superior to animals because we can think and destroy the enemy with greater numbers." Enar's words awakened the people who were still in doubt about the chances of victory. Yes, they could destroy larger armies with smaller numbers, so they could do the same with monsters. Seeing that everyone became more confident, Enar spoke again. "Whites are stupid. Even animals can survive if their limbs or heads are cut off, much less us who have weapons that can kill them. We will win, I have no doubt." Chapter 240, The Great War of Salvation 2. Inside Maester Aemon's simple room, the entire Targaryen family was reunited after so long. Great uncle. Riella greeted Aemon with a tone full of emotion. She never imagined that Mikar's old son was still alive. If it weren't for Enar, she wouldn't even know he was still alive and probably would have. Oh, my sweet girl. Looking at his brother Aegon's granddaughter, Aemon showed a gentle and warm gaze. His family was the most important thing in the world to him. Even the throne was nothing more than a piece of metal in his eyes. Those nobles wanted to use him to hurt his brother, but how could he allow something like that to happen? He refused the throne and passed it to his brother, Aegon V, who was Riella's grandfather. These are my daughters, Daenerys and Visenya. The other is my niece Rhaenys. Riella introduced her daughters with a childlike look, as if she were a little girl again from many years ago. Ha ha ha. A genuinely happy laugh escaped Aemon's lips as he looked at the young women before him. He spoke with a gentle tone full of wisdom. You can call me grandfather, children. Daenerys looked at the man before her with curiosity. In an era where people lived short lives, living 98 years was simply a miracle. Approaching the old man, she asked with a curious tone. Grandfather, is it true you met Duncan the Tall? Yes, he was enormous, not as tall as Enar, but he was very big. I looked like a child next to him. His skill with the sword was even more impressive, as fast as lightning and as deadly as a great knight. Aemon replied with a happy tone. Nothing made an old man happier than talking about past history. After Daenerys, Visenya and Rhaenys began to ask countless interesting things that happened throughout the Targaryen dynasty. After all, not everyone was Enar, who could casually revisit the past. Aemon showed no impatience with the endless questions and spoke with a cheerful tone, as cheerful as never before. Only after losing his entire family does one understand how important it was to have someone to confide in. Of course, not all families were so good, but House Targaryen was. Even if there were fights and discussions, there would never be anything like murder. Even Rhaegar and Riella didn't want Aerys to die. They would both only imprison him, but never actually kill him. Suddenly, as Visenya was listening to a curiosity about the women's court, which Queen Alysanne would hold when she arrived in a new city, she felt her stomach churn and, to everyone's surprised eyes, she began to vomit. Enar quickly went to his wife's side and gently stroked her back. 3 months had passed on this journey to the north. Visenya's belly had long begun to grow, showing that she was indeed pregnant. Is she okay, Enar? Aemon asked with a worried tone as he handed the girl a glass of water. Just morning sickness. Enar replied calmly as he continued to gently stroke Visenya's back, making her more comfortable. Aemon's eyes widened upon hearing Enar's words and he looked at Visenya with a happy and warm gaze, obviously very pleased with the news. In his eyes, nothing was more gratifying than seeing his family grow again. Another member of House Targaryen is about to be born. That's truly great news. I will give you the recipe for a tea that will help you with nausea and pain. Women suffer a lot during and after pregnancy. Aemon said with a happy look as he began to write down many things that could help Visenya during her pregnancy. Thank you, grandfather. Visenya recovered with Enar's care and thanked him with a gentle tone. Even though it was the beginning of her pregnancy, she already showed a maternal look. Rhaenys and Daenerys helped clean the floor and the whole family began to eat and talk to each other. There was no rigid hierarchy or any noble etiquette, just a family eating and sharing stories during the meal. Others might think this was just a normal routine, but for Aemon he felt like the happiest old man in the world to be surrounded by his family at that moment. The next day, Enar was on top of the wall, looking at the far north with an admiring gaze. Others couldn't see, but he could see the gigantic army gradually approaching the wall. The cannons will serve very well, especially if they explode and scatter the debris. Enar murmured, looking at the incredible number of whites. He had to admit, the cold god was really investing divine energy in an insect like the Night King. What do you see, Enar? Daenerys asked, holding Enar's arm. She looked down and was surprised by the height of the wall. Fortunately, she wasn't afraid of heights, or she would have truly panicked at that moment. A great army of corpses. Enar said with a smile. The cold wind swayed his short hair. There was no fear or even nervousness. He had been preparing for 14 years, he wouldn't be nervous now. Daenerys nodded and looked at the far north. She saw nothing but trees, but she never doubted Enar's words. He always managed to see something that no one else could see in their entire lives. Don't worry, we'll win. Enar stroked Daenerys's hair and spoke with a laugh. he didn't seem bothered at all by the approaching war. On the contrary, he seemed eager for it to begin. When the war starts, don't get close to the Night King, Enar warned with a solemn tone. I myself, riding Caraxes, will fight him. Enar's idea was simple. As long as the Night King was busy with him, the blue monster couldn't focus on other things. However, he still had to be on guard, as he truly suspected that the Plague Apostle was somewhere at that moment. Daenerys nodded her head and showed an equally solemn expression. Just the idea that one of her children might die caused her immense chest pain. She would never allow her winged children to suffer the fate of death. When it's over, we'll get married, Enar said with a laugh, easing the solemn mood in the air. He owed 2 weddings, one to Daenerys and one to Rhaenys. Both young women seemed eager for it, especially after Visenya's pregnancy. Daenerys's eyes lit up at Enar's words. She wanted to marry in King's Landing like all the queens who came before her. Unfortunately, things couldn't keep up with the plans, and it was postponed until after the war. Our children will be better than Visenya's, Daenerys said with pride. She didn't think her child would be worse than Visenya's daughter. An unnatural expression appeared on Enar's face upon hearing Daenerys's words. His and Daenerys's child. Shaking his head, he calmed down and showed nothing abnormal. He didn't want to worry Daenerys and break her dreams. Daenerys didn't notice her husband's expression and began to suggest some names for her child with Enar. How about Aegon if it's a boy? Daenerys asked curiously, but didn't see that Enar's expression grew even darker. Sometimes Enar didn't wish to know the future, because even if he could change the future, there was something he couldn't change. Human nature. Aegon. Sighing, Enar promised to love the boy and educate him with all his might. If even then the boy didn't improve, he would let fate decide his future. You don't like the name? Daenerys noticed his expression and asked worriedly. We can choose another. Enar shook his head and spoke in a soft tone. I'm just thinking about other things. Besides, Aegon is a good name for a prince. Although it was indeed a good name, all princes and kings named Aegon did not have a good end or had a premature end. Enar would try to change this curse, but he couldn't change human nature. A smile returned to Daenerys's lips upon hearing this, and she truly found the name suitable, especially for her child with Enar. Nothing more fitting for a prince than a legendary name. Looking at Enar, she was happy, even in times of war. Suddenly, Enar's eyes looked at the far north. He felt a pulsation in the warp, like a primordial heartbeat capable of altering reality. It wasn't just Enar who felt it. Daenerys looked confusedly to the north. She could feel something, but it was just the palpitations of her own heart, as if something very important was happening. Does he dare to be born prematurely? Enar wondered with a confused look, but soon noticed that the heartbeats had completely ceased. As Enar expected, the Chaos God did not dare to be born at that moment. Although being born prematurely had some advantages, the disadvantages were obvious. His power was too weak, even influencing reality would be difficult. Enar could very well go to the warp and kill him, and delay his birth even further. Unfortunately, the Chaos God seemed to have some intelligence and suppressed his own birth. However, this made Enar notice that there were chaos forces in conjunction with the Night King's forces. That's good, let everyone join and we'll fight to the death, Enar murmured with a calm smile, not at all worried about the enemies who had joined. Although the situation was dangerous, even deadly, this was the price for changing many things. What happened? Daenerys asked, looking at Enar confusedly. She felt that something had just happened, but she didn't know exactly what it was. This completely confused her. It's nothing, just some movements from our enemies. Kissing Daenerys's lips, Enar replied with a cheerful laugh. He truly wasn't afraid but excited. Lita, go to Sigismund and tell the entire army to start positioning themselves. The war has begun, Enar said with a calm tone. All the chess pieces were positioned and ready for war. The Great War of Salvation has officially begun. Chapter 241, The Great War of Salvation 3. Although I've seen the whites, I have to say they are ugly. Looking at the army below the wall, Rhaenys commented with a tone of disgust. The appearance of the whites was truly ugly, with pale blue skin, missing pieces of flesh and frightening eyes. It was no wonder that these whites were told as horror stories to scare children. Such creatures were truly suitable for that. Yes, even from afar I still smell their horrible stench. Daenerys nodded her head with an expression similar to Rhaenys, full of disgust for the aberrations below. However, that's good, they are just unintelligent monsters. Daenerys added with a relieved tone. If such an army had intelligence, they would be in a lot of trouble. Facing an intelligent army and an unintelligent army were two totally different concepts. Let's begin, Daenerys said with a solemn tone. The next instant the cannons roared, firing at the army of whites below. Metal balls tore through the air at great speeds and hit the ground, exploding. Bum, 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 bum. Explosions began to sound throughout the battlefield. When the metal balls touched the ground, they exploded and scattered debris everywhere, destroying the whites' bodies into many pieces. The scorpions on top of the wall also fired enormous arrows, which looked more like spears, only much thicker and with a power that no mortal being could withstand head-on. An arrow from the scorpion pierced 6 or 7 whites at once, going through them from one side to the other. Obviously, it didn't kill the almost immortal beings, but it was enough to immobilize and delay their advance. Barrels were also thrown from the top of the wall and exploded in the air, spreading fire on a large scale. It can be said that the accumulation of years of human civilization was being used at that moment. Looking at the scene, Daenerys and Rhaenys felt an emotion bubbling in their chests. This was not just any war, it was the war that would decide the fate of humanity. Just participating in such a war was enough for even the smallest soldier to be proud for a lifetime. Let's go down and join the battlefield, Daenerys said as she walked towards the wooden elevator. Rhaenys took one last look at the battlefield and quickly followed Daenerys. On the ground, the entire courtyard of Castle Black was packed with soldiers in red armor. Many murmured loudly, obviously praying before the war and building courage to fight. Even though they were trained and elite soldiers, the terrifying sounds coming from the other side of the wall were frightening, even for those who were already used to seeing bloody, cruel, and horrendous scenes. Behind these men, another 100,000 were ready to advance when this group advanced to the battlefield. However, the main force consisted of 500 soldiers, who curiously were about 2 meters tall each. Each wore large and heavy armor, as did their weapons, large swords that measured about 5 centimeters wide. In front of these soldiers, Titus, Sigismund, Sanguinius, and Leda were looking at the gate in the wall. Knowing that a war was destined to happen, the passage leading to the other side of the wall had been expanded countless times, being able to accommodate 5 carriages side by side. Hearing the bestial sounds through the path, Sanguinius smiled and looked at his brothers and sister with a surprisingly excited look. Brothers and sisters, let's fight until our last breath. Whoever kills the least will pay for everyone's drinks. When he said that, the eyes of the 3 demigods stared at the boy with a cold look, leaving young Sanguinius helpless with the rigidity and indifference of his brothers and sisters. It was a joke to lighten the mood, Sanguinius said with a dry and helpless tone. The 3 people before him didn't know what humor was. This left him full of helplessness with his sad future. Ignoring the excited child, Leda showed an expression of helplessness on her face. She was the lady of the royal guard and should have been protecting the king, but the king didn't want her protection and sent her to fight on the front line. Suddenly, sounds of metal colliding reached the 4 demigods. Sigismund closed his helmet and shouted loudly, "Prepare for battle! Prepare for battle! Prepare for battle! Prepare for battle!" The 500 Astartes, hearing Sigismund's roars, closed their helmet visors and firmly held their obsidian-tipped spears. They entered battle formation and pointed their spears forward. "We will see each other on the battlefield, brothers and sisters," Sanguinius said with a smile before opening his white wings and flying towards the sky. He turned into a blur and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. The boy is definitely lively. Drawing dawn, Leda said as she also closed the metal visor of her helmet. Through the narrower view of the helmet, she looked forward with a cold gaze. "We cannot lose to him," Sigismund said with an indifferent tone as he wore large gauntlets on both his fists. The demigod cracked his stiff neck and held his breath, focusing on the moment. The collision between bestial roars and metal increased, showing that the gate was about to be broken. "Yes, we already made a mistake in Oldtown, we cannot make a mistake again," Titus said as he held his enormous sword with a solemn and indifferent expression. The man was already known in the army as fearless. Suddenly, a thunderous sound was heard as rapid footsteps, monstrous roars, and the smell of decaying flesh reached them. The main gate was broken. "They are coming!" Sigismund shouted loudly again. The sound of swallowing was heard, Sweat ran down the soldiers' faces as everyone looked at the entrance to the tunnel, which led to the other side of the wall. Sigismund showed a calm expression, looking at the dark tunnel. He and everyone else could feel the ground shaking. The whites were in large numbers and were obviously a horde coming towards them. Shadows emerged from the darkness of the tunnel and revealed their true appearances. Decaying and putrid corpses, some still intact, but they were few. They were grotesque and frightening, with deformed faces and large parts of their faces missing. The strangest thing is that they retained some memories from when they were alive, as some held swords, axes, and bows and arrows. They advanced with hungry roars and glowing blue eyes, like two stars that seemed to suck people's souls. The whites approached the three demigods with a speed that should not belong to the stiff dead. Lita was the first to react. She leaned forward and her sword cut like lightning in a semicircle. 5 whites were cut in half, turning into bones the next moment. Meteorite steel could completely kill the whites. Lita didn't stop. Lightning surrounded her figure and she advanced towards the horde without any fear. Seeing this, Titus advanced along. With each step he took, the temperature around him dropped drastically, making even the dead slower and with difficulty attacking. He took advantage of this and began a massacre with speed and efficiency. Sigismund was the simplest. He simply tore, destroyed, and crushed everything in front of him with his fists. Nothing could remain intact before the enormous gauntlets on his hands. Thus, the 3 demigods advanced before the horde of corpses, entering the midst of the enemy army without fear or caution. Nothing could remain intact before the 3 people. They looked like an arrow invading the army. Behind them, the 500 Astartes followed and advanced without fear. Their spears pierced the heads of the dead and advanced, leaving the dead to return to eternal rest. For the God Emperor of mankind. For the God Emperor of mankind. For the God Emperor of mankind. The army behind the 500 Astartes shouted and also advanced. The Red Legion came out of the walls and attacked the whites, just like their generals. They showed no fear, only courage in the face of the supernatural power of the world. Everything happened in an instant. The army of 100,000 men and women entered in rows into Castle Black and advanced without waiting for anything and joined the battlefield. More and more people entered the battlefield, and the 2 armies clashed with force. On the walls, the children of the forest looked at both armies and extended their hands forward. Leaf, who had always been helping humans on the wall, imitated her subjects and extended both hands forward. Ancient and powerful words came from the lips of the children of the forest. At the same instant, roots sprouted from the ground and enveloped the whites, crushing them until they turned into nothing but a mass of poor bones and flesh, but they couldn't really kill them. Leaf looked at all this and murmured to herself, "May the old gods help us." Chapter 242, The Great War of Salvation 4. Eddard looked at his son and smiled happily. Robb had arrived at Castle Black with good news. Val was pregnant with Robb's child. Eddard couldn't help but feel proud of his son for winning over that beautiful woman. Looking at the worried expression on his son's face, Eddard suppressed the happiness in his chest and said with a solemn expression, "Don't show that expression again. You are the Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North. You must always remain calm in moments of pressure." Robb smiled bitterly upon hearing his father's words. It was easier said than done. How could he remain calm on an occasion like this? He wasn't Eddard, who had gone through many things and developed a firm and calm character. He was only 14 years old and far from being at the peak of his life. Suddenly, Eddard heard thunderous sounds and knew that the cannons had started firing. He also noticed the army moving and the war cries spreading throughout the army. The old Lord of Winterfell knew that the war had officially begun. "Go back inside Castle Black and stay in the rear." Lowering the visor of his wolf head-shaped helmet, Eddard said with a solemn tone. Looking at his son through the narrow view of the helmet, he spoke. "Be a man and take care of your sisters and brothers. Don't make the same mistake as me. Be a good husband and father. Robb Stark, Winterfell is yours. May the old gods bless you, father." Robb hugged Eddard tightly and spoke with a trembling voice. Separating from the embrace, Eddard stroked his son's hair and said nothing. He picked up Ice, the legendary sword of House Stark, and rested it on his shoulder, leaving without looking back as his son watched his back. "For the North." Raising his sword towards the sky, Eddard spoke in a loud and clear tone to the Lords of the North. "For the North." The Lords of the North raised their swords and followed their feudal lord into battle. This scene was not only happening in the Northern Army. The smaller armies like those from the Vale, Riverlands, Storm's Lands, Westerlands, and Dorne, who accompanied Enar to the north, did similarly. Only the Iron Islands were missing at that moment, but no one really cared about them. On the battlefield, the cannons roared fiercely as massive iron balls flew over the friendly army and hit deeper into the enemy army. The sound of the explosions seemed louder than thunder. Kinvara, wearing red leather armor, raised her hands as if in an orchestra. But what she commanded was not the drums of war but fire itself. A gigantic barrier of fire rose in a straight line in the middle of the Whites' army, essentially dividing it into two smaller ones. The heat wave spread to the sides, bringing hot embers. Makoro, beside Kinvara, protected the Reverend Mother with a flaming hammer, crushing any Whites that approached. The man was large, dark-skinned, with white hair and beard, looking like a powerful and furious lion on the battlefield. Other priestesses and warriors protected Kinvara, preventing her from suffering any harm, while the Reverend Mother herself controlled the existing fire like a true goddess. The great consumption of magic left Kinvara's face pale, but the woman didn't stop. Her hands moved elegantly from one side to the other, the flames following her movements like a beautiful, yet deadly dance. Where the fire passed, it consumed everything in its path. The Whites, who were much more fragile than the White Walkers, were reduced to ashes by Kinvara's flames in mere moments. Suddenly, Kinvara looked north, where miraculous horses could be seen. These horses were not normal, all white, extremely thin, with frightening eyes. Riding these horses were strangely beautiful men in ice armor, all of whom held ice spears. Note, according to George Martin, the others are indeed beautiful, albeit in a somewhat strange and frightening way, but they are still beautiful. The others. It was the first time Kinvara had seen such creatures, but she recognized them the moment her gaze fell upon them. True monsters who only wanted to bring death to everyone. With a quick flick of her hand, Kinvara controlled her fire and fiercely attacked the White Walkers. She knew she couldn't allow these creatures to attack the army, or there would be many allied casualties. The fire advanced like a wave of fire, majestic, powerful, and extremely deadly. However, the creatures didn't show much fear. One who seemed to be the leader simply raised his hand, and a gigantic ice shield stopped the wave of fire. Kinvara showed a solemn look. She knew the fight wouldn't be easy, but she didn't imagine her attack would be blocked so easily. The White Walker was definitely not weak, on the contrary, he was very strong. Fortunately, she had help. Under everyone's eyes, a white flame descended from the sky and heavily struck the White Walkers. Sanguinius, holding an enormous white fire sword, descended from the sky with a big smile on his face. "I am Sanguinius, Primarch of the future Blood Angels Legion," he announced to the entire battlefield with pride. The White Walker looked at the human boy with wings with an eternally cold gaze. Dismounting his horse, he manifested an ice spear and attacked Sanguinius without saying a word. Sanguinius also attacked with a solemn look. He swung his fire sword and collided head-on with the ice spear. When the two elemental weapons touched, the ground sank, the earth flew upwards as it broke into many pieces. Sanguinius's small body didn't retreat a single step. On the other hand, the White Walker retreated 2 steps back, showing that he had lost a struggle of forces. For the first time, the White Walker looked at the boy before him with a calm, yet serious gaze. Without saying a word, both began to fight again. Blow after blow, ice spear against fire sword. The consequences of the battle were a place marked by ice and fire, frozen earth and burned earth. Honestly, this White Walker being able to fight Sanguinius showed that he was probably only weaker than the Night King. Probably the second in command. Kinvara didn't stand by watching the fight unfold. She attacked from a long distance and kept the other White Walkers busy so they wouldn't join the war for now. Not when the number of Whites was still terribly high. Without Leda, Sigismund, and Titus on the front line, along with the 500 Astartes, the defense line could not be held at the cost of many sacrifices. Something that, at the beginning of this war, Kinvara didn't want to see. Humans were precious war resources and could not be sacrificed just to keep the front line stable. So, Kinvara had to fight against thousands of White Walkers while the 3 demigods killed as many Whites as possible. Not caring about the consumption of magic, Kinvara touched the ruby on her neck. The ruby began to glow. It seemed like there was a flame burning fiercely inside the ruby. Raising her hands, Kinvara showed an expression of great effort and simply manifested the largest amount of flames she had ever invoked in her life. A 200-meter sea of fire advanced towards the thousands of White Walkers while killing a large number of Whites. The scene was so shocking that it even made the war stop for a second, before resuming with more brutality. Above the wall, Enar was sitting on Carax's saddle, who was resting his enormous body on the ice wall. The king looked at the battlefield while holding the reins of the saddle. His hair fluttered in the cold northern wind and the glowing embers. Carax's entire neck was covered by silver armor, including a helmet that protected his eyes but didn't affect the dragon's field of vision. Every time he moved, a piece of ice broke off the wall, showing the strength of the enormous crimson dragon. Suddenly, Enar's purple eyes stared in a specific direction. In the forest, a robust and powerful horse emerged. The horse's strangely blue eyes looked directly at Enar. Sitting on the horse, the Night King, holding an ice spear, also looked at Enar and Carax's calmly. Feeling that this was a provocation, the dragon moved his enormous body, his long neck snaked through the air, and he opened his mouth to roar. Roar. Asterisk. Stroking the dragon's neck, Enar said in a soft tone. Let's fight, old friend. Carax's didn't hesitate. He opened his wings and fell in free fall towards the ground. Enar narrowed his eyes and leaned his body forward as he calmly watched himself fall at dizzying speeds. His hair fluttered violently against the cold northern wind. When the dragon was 50 meters from the ground, he flapped his wings hard and slowed his descent. In an instant, the dragon was already flying dangerously close to the ground and both armies. Dracarys, Enar commanded in a calm tone. Carax's opened his mouth and aimed at the ground. A torrent of crimson fire came out of his mouth and fell upon the ground, reducing everything in its path to ashes. In mere seconds, at least 10,000 Whites had been reduced to ashes. Chapter 243, The Great War of Salvation v. The Night King seemed to understand Enar's intentions and moved away from the main battlefield. Although the Whites were insignificant, the White Walkers were not. Without the White Walkers, he would have to lead the entire army alone, which was not pleasant at all and even very annoying. If a fight occurred between them, the surroundings would be considered destroyed, and everyone in them would be killed. Something neither the Night King nor Enar wanted. Both needed to follow certain rules in this war. Under the shocked eyes of all humans, the gigantic dragon continued to spew red flames upon the enemies. A gigantic curtain of fire spread throughout the army. It was the only help Enar could give his soldiers while he was busy fighting the Night King. Looking at the increasingly distant army in his vision, Enar felt somewhat alone but knew that was the price of wearing a crown. There was a mysterious smile on Enar's face as the purple glow in his eyes indicated that he was using his prescience at that very moment. Enar's purple eyes looked towards the horse that was galloping rapidly through the trees. The Night King was obviously still suffering from the injuries he had received from Brynden rivers. His arm, a large part of his left side, was pure ice without blood or flesh. Unlike the right side of his body, which was flesh and blood, albeit icy flesh and blood. Brynden, I will use the advantage you gave me precisely. Enar murmured as he made Carax's lower his altitude and spew flames again. Crimson flames rained from the sky, hitting a large area of the forest. However, instead of defending himself, the Night King looked at the sea of flames before him and raised his ice spear. Under Enar's calm eyes, a gigantic ice spear pierced through Carax's flames and flew cruelly towards him. Carax's didn't even need Enar's orders to know he needed to dodge. The gigantic dragon tilted to the side and spun a full circle, making the ice spear pass less than 10 meters from him. The price of the Night King's attack arrived. As he had not dodged the sea of dragon fire, the fire hit his horse. Enar showed no pity. He used Carax's fire and made the flames gather into a huge fireball, trapping the Night King inside. Enar wanted to cook the Night King in one attack. Unfortunately, that was impossible. At the same instant, a figure emerged from the fireball. It was the Night King, and besides his armor, there was no trace of him being injured. But before the Night King could even say anything, he felt a sense of danger cover his being. He saw the malicious smile on Enar's face, and the bad premonition came true. The enormous fireball exploded. The Night King used all his strength to retreat but watched in slow motion as the explosion hit him. Boom! The Night King's body was thrown backward at great speed, destroying some trees in the process, before he managed to balance himself in the air and slide across the ground, leaving deep tracks behind. It won't be fun if you don't dodge properly, Enar said as he made Carax's circle around the Night King. Under normal circumstances, no human or mortal being would be able to hear what Enar said, but the Night King heard it very clearly. A trace of anger passed through his glowing blue eyes. Looking at the surface of his body, the Night King saw his skin completely charred and blue blood dripping onto the ground, freezing what it touched. The Night King was not Jaime, who had a terrifying power of regeneration. The authorities of the Cold God had nothing to do with generation. So he couldn't heal so quickly. Enar knew this. The greatest proof of this was that the injuries the Night King had suffered from Bryndon's self-explosion had not yet healed. It could be said that the chosen of the Cold God was much easier to kill than Jaime. Creating another ice armor over his charred body, the Night King looked coldly at Enar. He was not afraid. He only wanted revenge, nothing more and nothing less, even if it meant becoming a slave to a god. Raising his hand, the Night King's strangely blue eyes shone intensely, like two stars. He showed a malicious smile on his purple and cold lips as he looked at Enar with a murderous gaze. In the next second, Enar felt that the sky had darkened. Looking up, he saw a gigantic iceberg falling from the sky. As it was very close, he just watched as the gigantic piece of ice collided with Caraxes and himself. Boom! Ruerger. Caraxes's roar of pain could be heard even at the wall. Red blood rained from the sky as the dragon was injured for the first time in his life. The most shocking thing happened the next moment. The dragon was forced to fall towards the ground. Another thunderous sound echoed as the dragon fell into the forest, dragging everything in its path, be it trees, rocks, and the ground itself. The entire forest seemed to have been impacted by an earthquake. Enar felt his world shake violently with the impact, and even more hallucinating when Caraxes fell into the forest. Even he felt his senses were confused for a moment. Looking around, Enar saw that his entire surroundings were completely destroyed. There wasn't even a piece of intact land for hundreds of meters. At the same time, he looked at the gigantic iceberg, which had fallen not far from the dragon. As Caraxes had suffered most of the impact, the damage caused by something of this size was not particularly great. However, Enar had to admit, it was a good hit. "Are you okay, Caraxes?" Enar asked in a calm tone while the dust still covered both their figures. He himself was only fine because he used the short millisecond. He had to create a barrier that protected him and a little of the dragon's neck. Otherwise, even Enar could not escape unharmed from a damned ice meteor. Caraxes seemed annoyed by Enar's question, as he felt his rider was pitying him. The dragon's answer came in actions. The giant crimson dragon stood up and didn't care about the blood covering his body. Enar laughed, and without needing his orders, Caraxes flew into the air again, his red eyes like hot embers sharpened, hunting the insect that dared to hurt him for the first time in his life. Suddenly, an enormous figure emerged from the dust, a huge mouth full of large, sharp teeth clamped onto Caraxes's neck. The dragon let out a pained sound again and twisted his neck, spewing red flames onto the creature's horrendous face. Enar felt his world shake again with the impact. He drew his sword and cut off the creature's head without any hesitation. With a disgusting sound of severed and burned flesh, the creature's head separated from its neck and fell to the ground. When Caraxes moved away from the spot, Enar could finally see what had attacked him and Caraxes. A dragon-like being, but unlike a dragon, the being before him was composed of poor, putrid flesh, full of diseases. It was as if someone had taken large quantities of rotten meat and used it to mold an extremely ugly monster. Enar looked at the being that was killing that aberration and discovered that it was a grotesque-looking being, with layers of green and dirty skin, a small septon's cloak covering its fat and horrendous body. It was the High Septon, or as he was now known, a plague apostle. Looking at the regenerating flesh of the enormous flesh dragon, Enar's eyes narrowed. It was like the legendary Hydra, cut off one head, and another head grew back the next second. When the head completely regenerated, the monster made entirely of rotten flesh roared towards Enar and Caraxes, who responded with an even more furious roar. Seeing the Night King beside the plague apostle, his lips curled into a smile. "You rats are truly cunning, you know how to set up an ambush to kill me," Enar said with a cold tone, his purple eyes looking at the two enemies before him calmly. "But it's not you who are ambushing me, I am ambushing you," Enar said as his sword lit up with extremely hot flames. So hot that all the surrounding trees instantly combusted. Enar's eyes discreetly looked at the wound on Caraxes's neck. There were large tooth marks on his neck, even the armor seemed useless against the plague dragon's teeth. Blood flowed from the wounds. Fortunately, the plague didn't seem to affect the dragon. The big guy in front of you has a weak point, it's probably his heart. Destroy his heart and you'll kill that insect. Enar said to Caraxes, who only became even more violent and full of fury. He had been injured twice in a few minutes. There was nothing more humiliating for a dragon as powerful as Caraxes, who had always been at the top of the world's food chain. The Night King and the Plague Apostle did not respond, or rather, both their responses came in the form of attacks. The Plague Dragon advanced against Caraxes, and the two dragons entangled in the air, biting each other with brutality and ferocity. Fire versus corrosive liquid. Enar unbuckled the belt that held him to the saddle. He quickly climbed Caraxes's neck and jumped towards the Plague Apostle. His sword burned even more fiercely with red flames. In an instant, Enar appeared before the Plague Apostle. His sword pierced the Apostle from one side to the other. Flames began to burn the corrupted body of the Apostle. Enar didn't stop and kicked the High Septon corrupted by the ruinous forces of chaos. Both fell in free fall towards the ground. Arg har! The Apostle screamed, feeling the flames devouring his flesh and blood. Besides being painful, he felt like a volcano that had erupted with the rage he was feeling at that moment. His body was made by his god. How could he remain indifferent when his master's greatest gift was being destroyed by a blasphemer? Come on, scream like a pig being slaughtered. Enar said with a smile on his face as he listened to the screams coming from the semi-humanoid being burned alive by his flames. He was stepping on the Apostle's burning body, his sword piercing the enemy. With a loud and sharp crash, both collided forcefully with the ground. Enar emerged unharmed and moved away, dodging the ice spear, which passed at supersonic speed near his face. Don't be anxious, Night King. Enar said with a smile. We still have a lot of fighting ahead. He watched coldly as the Plague Apostle was helped by the Night King, using his ice to extinguish his flames. Suddenly, Enar looked at the Night King with a malicious smile. I told you I'm the one ambushing you. The Night King heard Enar's words and felt a bad premonition, followed by his body begging him to leave where he was. Looking down, he saw that the wound on the Apostle's body caused by Enar's sword was glowing intensely. The Night King only managed to take one step back as an extremely dazzling glow occupied his entire field of vision. Boom! A gigantic explosion rose to the heavens. Crimson flames looked like a terrifying monster that would swallow the sky. Chapter 244, The Great War of Salvation 6. The gigantic explosion evaporated everything within a 1-kilometer radius. Even the clouds in the sky were dispersed. For the first time in years, everyone could see the blue sky instead of the gray clouds. The Night King did not enjoy the beautiful scenery. His extremely severe injuries prevented him from concentrating on anything other than trying to heal his wounds. The moment the explosion occurred, he created a ball of ice around himself in an attempt to defend himself. But obviously he didn't know that the power of the explosion was not just extreme heat, but also impact. Inside the ice ball, his organs were crushed, one of his eyes popped out of its socket, and both his legs almost completely disappeared. It was an extremely bloody and ugly scene. The Night King felt the familiar feeling of death approaching him. He would die if he didn't take care of his injuries. He wouldn't even have a chance to do anything. Using the ice to stabilize his organs, the Night King crawled out of the ice ball like a wounded animal after being hit by a hunter's bullet. Suddenly, a foot covered in armor fiercely stepped on his head. The Night King only felt pain in his face as the skin of his face was cruelly scraped against the stone that formed after the explosion. Using his only remaining eye, he saw Enar standing beside him. If you look at me like that, I'll get shy. Enar said with a sarcastic tone as he looked at the pathetic being below him. He continued speaking, looking at the Night King. Honestly, did you forget when you were human? Don't you know that humans are the most cunning and cruel race in nature? How can you believe that I wouldn't play dirty? Come on, pray to your master and let him transfer more power. Enar whispered like a demon, seducing prey to eternal suffering in hell. Even knowing it was a naked and crude conspiracy by Enar, the Night King had no choice. It was either ask for help or die at this moment. Since he didn't want to die, he had to ask for help from the only being who could help him at that moment. An ancient tongue came from the Night King's lips. Enar recognized it as the runic alphabet of the First Men. It was one of humanity's oldest languages and also one of the most important. Enar looked at the Night King and did not prevent or even show signs that he was prepared to prevent it. It seemed that he wanted the Night King to contact the cold god. The reason? To deliver a mortal blow to the divine bastard who always tried to fight him. With severe injuries, Enar did not believe that Lawler would not be able to kill the cold god and end a blood feud that had lasted for more than 10,000 years. However, to his disappointment, the cold god seemed to ignore his champion, as if he didn't exist. But something like that was perfectly normal. Enar estimated that the death of the god of 7 faces at his hands was a blow to the morale of the evil gods. No god was foolish enough to stand before him without having a measure to ignore the warp energy. Otherwise, their fate would be similar to the god of 7 faces, forced to transform into a true demon of the warp, eternal servants of the chaos gods, without freedom. Knowing this, how could the cold god dare to touch the Night King? No being that was a god was foolish. It seems your god has abandoned you, Enar said with a calm tone. The being before him could die to Arya, a mortal girl, much less him who was a true god walking on earth. The Night King looked at Enar with a silent gaze. As I said in our first meeting, you are truly disappointing, Enar said, looking at the Night King with a touch of pity. Unlike the Night King, who accepted his fate as a servant of a god, Enar would never accept that. Many might find this strange, given that God really treated him very well. What if one day the one on the ground was Enar and God didn't help him? Enar valued freedom and would never put his life in the hands of an omnipotent and omniscient being. He said he valued freedom, which was somewhat hypocritical, given that he controlled people like a god in an extremist religious kingdom that would horrify many people in his previous world. See, just like you now, I also don't want to be abandoned, so I have to take power into my own hands, Enar said with a calm tone. Unlike you, who don't have the courage to do what it takes to be free, I have the determination to die in search of my freedom. But at the moment, you and I are slaves of the gods, Enar said with a smile on his lips. I will show you mercy because of your miserable life experience. In the next life, choose to die instead of transforming into something inhuman. Raising his flame-covered sword, Enar looked at the Night King with a touch of coldness in his gaze. The Night King tried to move, but the foot pressing his head against the ground made movement completely impossible. He couldn't even move, much less escape the death that was getting closer and closer. What if you fail? The Night King spoke for the first time, looking at Enar with his only eye. As far as I know, the god who chose you is even more powerful than the cold god. Will you be able to escape his hands? Enar looked at the Night King with a smile. He knew that the low-budget necromancer was stalling for time, but he didn't care. Unlike the cold god, God was not a simple god. He was an omnipotent and omniscient god. How do you fight something like that? Enar knew that perhaps what he was doing was a foolish fight, and it was possible that the omniscient and omnipotent God himself knew of his rebellious thoughts, but obviously he didn't care. This was because the omnipotent and omniscient God had already accepted his fight the moment he chose him as champion. Even so, he gradually helped Enar to distance himself more and more from his mortality, guiding him to become a true god. This showed many unknown paths full of possibilities that Enar was willing to walk on these dangerous paths. Yes, you are right, but my god is different from your god. He apparently wants to create a god. Whether to replace him or to duel, I don't care, as long as I have the chance to gain my freedom. I will replace him or even fight him, Enar said with a slow and calm tone. He didn't care about the Night King's shocked expression. Huh. Suddenly, Enar looked at the center of the explosion and saw that the Plague Apostle had completely recovered. He himself didn't expect the insect to actually survive an explosion of that magnitude. However, knowing how difficult it was to kill anything related to the Chaos Gods, Enar was no longer surprised. Looking at the Night King, he asked with a curious tone. Was that what you were stalling for? I must say it's a useless fight. The Chaos God has not yet been born, and the Plague Apostle's power is far from its peak. After all, he is a mere human strengthened by warp energy, Enar commented with a tone full of interest. However, he looked at the Plague Apostle with his purple eyes glowing with a phosphorescent light, obviously using prescience once again. The billions of timelines unfolded before him. Every action, every word, even the slightest alteration in breathing was under his eyes. Enar smiled, took a step forward, retreated 2 more, and stood 30 centimeters from where he originally was. A ball of acid and disease flew towards him. Enar simply dodged to the left and watched the Plague Apostle's attack hit the Night King. Looking innocently at the Night King, Enar said with a slightly amused tone. You shouldn't stay on the fallen battlefield, friendly fire can always happen on various occasions. If this were a Chinese novel, the Night King would spit blood upon hearing Enar's words. However, he actually spat blood the next moment. His already severely injured internal organs became even more severe with the Plague Apostle's attack. That's not good. Do you want me to call a maester to heal you? Enar feigned concern for the Night King's situation and asked with a tone tinged with amusement at the whole situation. The Night King looked hatefully at Enar. He never thought there would be such a despicable, shameless, and annoying person. Seeing Enar completely ignore him, the Plague Apostle finally uttered a sentence. My master wants your head, blasphemer of the gods. Enar looked curiously at the Plague Apostle. In the future, not all beings were worthy of being essentially intelligent after being corrupted by the ruinous powers of chaos. What a coincidence, I also want your master's head. Enar replied as he walked towards the apostle, his sword, Lady Laia, burning even more intensely with the red flames of life. Chapter 245, The Great War of Salvation 7. The Plague Apostle's body did not stand still, feeling the extremely hot temperature. He had already been burned alive twice, one of the times he even exploded. He knew that the blasphemer before him was more treacherous and cunning than many veteran thieves. The apostle's hands changed, beginning to grow uncontrollably while 3 other pairs of arms grew on his back. Each hand held gigantic axes of flesh and blood. Seeing this, Enar thought he was fighting an apostle of Tsench, god of change and sorcery, instead of an apostle of Nurgle, god of disease. However, the diseases embedded in the axes showed that he was indeed a follower of Nurgle. Enar did not retreat from the grafted one before him. He quickened his pace and attacked head-on. The Plague Apostle also attacked. 2 of the 6 arms attacked at the same time. The axes violently tore through the air towards the blasphemer. Enar did not dodge and collided head-on with both axes of rotten and putrid flesh. Clang! Surprisingly, when the 3 weapons collided, a metallic sound echoed through the surroundings. Enar remained still, but the same could not be said for the apostle, who was forced to retreat dozens of steps. Enar's strength was not something a mere Nurgle apostle could withstand. In terms of brute force, he was proud to say he had the best physique in the universe, with simply extraordinary strength, defenses, and reflexes. Suddenly, accelerating at extremely high speeds, Enar appeared in front of the apostle and brandished his sword. You have to put a little more force into your blows, I barely felt anything in the previous attack. He said before simply opening a huge wound, which went from the apostle's shoulder to his lower body. Enar could see that his attack had almost cut the grafted one in half. The disgusting smell of burnt flesh hung in the air as Enar did not stop attacking, dismembering the apostle's body piece by piece. With each swing of his sword, the monster's flesh was burned, preventing abnormal regeneration, leaving the apostle in great danger. Suddenly, Enar dodged to the side and watched with amusement as an ice spear pierced the Plague Apostle's neck. Your friendship is impressive, you attack each other. Enar said with a sarcastic tone as he looked at the Night King, who was already standing. Although the man's body was not in good condition. The Night King did not respond and attacked Enar, initiating hand-to-hand combat. Enar did not retreat and also attacked with a smile. The ice spear in the Night King's hand swung, pierced, or defended Enar's sword with mastery. Clang! 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 In just 1 minute, hundreds of blows were struck. The surrounding earth suffered from the fight between the 2 beings. But before Enar's strength, the Night King seemed even more miserable. The blue man simply could not withstand Enar's blows, who seemed to have the strength to move entire mountains. Each blow defended or dodged with the help of the spear was like feeling consecutive earthquakes passing through his body. Then, the Night King's situation became even more critical. Blood and blue flesh splattered on the ground while the Night King seemed not to care and attacked Enar without fear of death. Suddenly, Enar retreated and saw 6 gigantic axes hit where he originally stood. 2 versus 1 and you still say I'm cunning and treacherous? He said with a casual tone as he watched the 2 enemies advance towards him. Clang! 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 Enar defended the Night King's ice spear and dodged the Plague Apostle's axes, all while taking advantage of the enemy's openings to counterattack. Defending another attack from the ice spear, Enar took a step back, dodging an axe, then a step to the side, dodging the spear, and attacked, piercing the apostle's chest with the tip of his sword. "Your body movements are horrible, perhaps it's because you're injured." Enar calmly observed the sharp ice spear almost hit his cheek and said, looking at the Night King and the Plague Apostle, "You stupid fat man, learn to attack when the enemy is talking. Villains always lose when they're explaining their evil plans," Enar said with a tone of amusement as the furious winds caused by the 6 rotten flesh axes made his hair flutter strongly. With prescience, the fight seemed more like Enar's personal garden. He walked with a relaxed smile while talking to the guests. If before the Night King and the Apostle hated Enar just because he was their enemy, now they truly hated the person whose name was Enar Targaryen. It was a personal hatred extremely full of rage. Even with the Plague Apostle's corrupted mind, he felt that Enar was an odiously sarcastic and annoying fellow. He really wanted to tear his mouth and then cut out his tongue. Suddenly, the Plague Apostle noticed that Enar had appeared on his shoulder. He knew he had been distracted for a moment, and the blasphemer took the chance. "Don't get distracted while fighting me, it could end very badly for you, fat worm," he said with a displeased tone. 1, 2, Enar counted before tearing off the apostle's head with a smile. Blood spurted like a fountain, spreading everywhere. "You probably have a regeneration limit," Enar said as he calmly dodged the Night King's ice spear. He looked at the apostle's still-moving body with a smile. "Do you know what happens when 2 atoms collide in a short time? No? Let me be a good teacher and give you a basic physics lesson." Showing a smile, Enar simply pierced his arms into the Plague Apostle's body. The apostle did not understand Enar's strange words, but he knew it certainly wasn't something kind. He tried to retreat and move away as much as possible, but it was already too late. Under superb control of warp energy, Enar simply made countless atoms collide at high speeds. Everything happened in an instant. The absurd amount swept through the apostle's body in an instant. In the next second, the apostle's entire body was transformed into a cloud of blood and fell to the ground. But it didn't stop there. The kinetic energy in the form of a wave quickly spread. It seemed that all the trees in the forest were forced to lean back. "How much is 1 minus 2? Enar asked the Night King with a smile. "As your teacher, I have to teach you that it's 1. The Night King looked at Enar with a confused gaze. He wondered if the cold god was an idiot for thinking he could kill someone like Enar. Was this monster human? In his eyes, Enar was more like a god than a human. However, the Night King did not know that the fight was so difficult because he did not have the help of the cold god. With an infinite supply of divine energy, the Night King would not be so miserable. But who made Enar have a weapon capable of killing a god? So the cold god's help did not come. Especially with R'hllor chasing the cold god, how could he risk getting hurt with an extremely powerful god chasing him? "I really want to kill you," the Night King said, his voice hoarse, cold, and indifferent, like an emotionless robot. "It seems we're really in sync. I also want to kill you," Enar replied, using his sword as a cane. But it was a good fight. He didn't lie, especially the entire ambush and the Night King's fighting power. The blue man before him was not stupid. He just had very bad luck fighting him, a being who could see the future and manipulate energy from an entire dimension. If Enar couldn't win even with all these advantages, he might as well get a rope and kill himself. Enar raised his head and looked at the sky with a smile. "It seems Caraxes has finished his first fight." With Enar's words, a gigantic monster made of flesh fell heavily on a hill not far away. The enormous monster had its form undone and turned into a pile of flesh. Enar knew he had to clean that mountain so that nothing could be corrupted in the future. Caraxes landed next to Enar, shaking the entire surrounding terrain. His body showed all kinds of injuries, but apart from the blood, nothing really serious. A deep sleep could make the dragon recover without any problems. Caressing the scales on the dragon's face, Enar asked the Night King, "Do you want to die by my sword or by dragon fire?" "Neither option," the Night King said with an icy tone. Perhaps because he had controlled death for so long, he feared death more. Which was somewhat ironic, given his profession. "What a shame, I wanted to give you a proper funeral." Enar looked calmly and held his sword normally. In an instant he disappeared from where he stood. The Night King also moved. He walked towards Enar with a cold gaze, his strangely blue eyes looking like 2 bright stars in the night sky. It was a single exchange of blows, both attacked at the same time, and the result appeared the next moment when the two reappeared. Enar turned and calmly looked at the blue man standing, who was looking at the sun with a somewhat complex gaze. "I remember the sun, it was the last thing I saw before they turned me into a monster," he said, looking at the sun again. He seemed to go back thousands of years, reliving the day his heart was cruelly pierced by the children of the forest dagger. Turning to look at Enar, the Night King silently looked at his opponent's face, as if he wanted to remember that face for all eternity. "I'm free." Those were his last words before his body split in two. The lower half of his body remained standing while the upper half fell backward, staining the ground with blue blood and organs. Chapter 246, The Great War of Salvation, 8. Looking at the Night King's lifeless body, Enar sighed in relief. Honestly, he expected things to be more difficult, especially with the gods wanting him to be defeated in this war. But the destined death was more efficient than he previously thought. If there was anyone afraid of death, it was the evil gods. Even the god of death was afraid of death, which was extremely hypocritical. However, the ending became satisfactory. Enar killed both enemies and removed the influence of the god of chaos and the cold god from Westeros. The continent was his to do with as he pleased. When Enar was satisfied with the events, his expression changed drastically. For the first time in many years, he showed an expression of disbelief. The reason for this was very simple. The sky darkened, day turned into night in an instant. The most terrifying thing was that the sun changed color, becoming dark with red edges, making it particularly frightening. Enar's expression changed from disbelief to anger. It was the first time in years that he felt he couldn't control his own emotions. Rage pulsed through his veins, making him want to destroy everything in his path. The long night. Enar spat the words with extreme disgust. He wanted to tear the gods one by one to vent the rage he was feeling at that exact moment. The gods truly did not intervene in his fight, but they did something much worse. They brought forward the long night. What was supposed to happen 4 years later, in the year 300 after the conquest, was happening now. Enar could feel, with the birth of the black sun, the temperature around him began to drop at an alarming rate. Without sun, without light and heat, without sun, crops and trees would die, and the animals that depended on the trees would also die. Lakes and rivers would freeze, large animals would also cease to exist due to lack of food. The only ones that survived were small animals that could adapt. It was like a domino effect. When the first one fell, the others would also fall. Not only that, in this lightless environment, pests and diseases were even more active, making human life even more desperate. Enar finally understood why all humanity was almost completely extinct every 10,000 years. How could humanity survive various mass extinction events? Enar wasted no time and mounted Caraxes. Moments later, the dragon was already in the sky. He knew that the front line would be in complete chaos with the disappearance of sunlight. As Enar had predicted, the battlefield was in complete chaos. Fear and horror made many people lose focus on the war. The morale that had always been at its peak plummeted with the disappearance of the sun and the appearance of the black sun. The worst thing was that in the deep darkness, fighting true corpses was even more terrifying. Fear took hold of everyone with weaker and less determined minds. Especially after seeing their dead comrades revive and fight against themselves. The impact of this could not simply be described as bad, it was catastrophic. Fortunately, Sanguinius was quick and acted without any hesitation. He chose to abandon the fight and allow the White Walker, who was second in command, to refocus on the Red Legion and the other allied armies. Sanguinius chose to sacrifice some people to save the majority. He ascended into the sky and hovered motionless in the air with his impressive white wings fully spread. At the same moment, white flames surrounded his body and grew over time. In an instant, a white sun shone over the deep darkness of the battlefield, dispelling the shadows and allowing the soldiers to see clearly again without any problem. Kinvara, who was holding the army's morale, sighed in relief upon seeing the white sun rising in the sky. She knew that the Messiah warrior had helped stabilize the extremely critical situation. Suddenly, the gigantic red dragon appeared in the sky with its impressive size. An igneous aura surrounded the creature, creating a red cloak around it and spreading a gentle warmth across the battlefield. Caraxes opened its mouth and spat voracious flames onto the ground, destroying the whites and white walkers in its path. Ashes flew into the air and were blown by the wind. Enar's arrival drastically boosted the army's morale. The soldiers who were previously afraid became more confident and returned to attacking the Whites without any hesitation. Titus, Sigismund, and Leda swept the battlefield. The three were unstoppable, no one could survive a blow from them. The three focused entirely on the White Walkers, leaving the Whites to the 500 Astartes. Even the White Walkers felt powerless before the three monsters in front of them. They had always been superior to humans, but now they were dying in droves by the same race they had deeply despised. The 500 Astartes were even more terrifying, destroying all enemies in their path who came near the three generals. Led, seeing Enar's return, let out a sigh of relief and began to kill White Walkers even more fervently. She wanted to return to the king's side as quickly as possible. She never felt that the king was truly safe without her presence by his side, protecting him from all evils. Although she knew this was impossible, she still thought this way. Enar recoiled slightly as Caraxes spat another wave of attack and looked up at the sky, where Sanguinius still acted as a white sun over the vast battlefield. He knew the boy wouldn't last much longer. The king closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the battlefield was completely illuminated. But unlike Sanguinius's white sun, a red sun appeared in the sky. Sanguinius knew that the king was silently telling him to retreat, and so he did. He extinguished his flames and descended towards the ground at a slow speed. A morbid pallor was on the boy's face, showing how exhausted he was at that moment. The blood angel fell beside Kinvara, who quickly helped him, using some healing magic. "No need, I'm not hurt, just exhausted." Sanguinius sat on the ground and said in a tired tone. Kinvara nodded. Her situation was also similar to Sanguinius's. The amount of magic she used today was so much that she hadn't used so much magic in 100 years. Although I knew this would happen, seeing it in person is despairing. Sanguinius looked at the black sun in the sky with a complicated gaze. He had seen fragments of the future, and the black sun was in many of them, but seeing it in person made him realize how insane the gods were. The gods didn't even need to fight personally, just preventing the sun from doing its job was enough to drive the human race to extinction. This was cruel, very cruel. How many would die? Millions? Tens of millions? Hundreds of millions? This is just counting this long night. How many people actually died in previous long nights? There were so many deaths that they would easily fill an abyss with skulls. This made Sanguinius feel hatred towards the gods. Just as the emperor said, humans only need humans. Sanguinius murmured with a somber look. He agreed with the emperor's words. The human race didn't need gods, only a god-emperor of humanity was enough. Kinvara knew what the boy was thinking, hearing his whisper. She looked at the black sun with a heavy feeling. Just looking at the black sun could make you feel a bad and despairing feeling. It looked like a gigantic eye of a being looking at the world with a cold and emotionless gaze. Fortunately, humanity has the emperor. Sanguinius smiled and looked at the red sun moving above the battlefield, dispelling the darkness from people's hearts and minds. Kinvara agreed, also looking at Enar with a gaze full of fanaticism and reverence. Enar looked at the ground and saw that the army of whites, led by the White Walkers, was shrinking at a visibly rapid rate. Mainly due to Leda, Titus, Sigismund, and the 500 Astartes, they were practically exterminating everything in their path. The most incredible thing was that none were injured, showing the powerful combat strength of the Astartes. Enar estimated that only a few Astartes were enough to conquer Earth in his past life. When the war ends, this region of the far north must remain empty for many years, especially because of the long night. The intense cold will kill everything in a few days. Enar murmured, looking at the far north with a calm gaze. Although it was unfortunate to leave this large piece of land uninhabited without generating any value, there was no way to manage this place without population, food, and warmth. We have to retreat as soon as possible. People must migrate to large cities and build other cities closer to King's Landing. Enar continued to murmur his plans. Honestly, Enar had already planned to do this after the war, but with the unexpected arrival of the long night, his plans were all abolished and could hardly help in the short term. Damn gods, Enar said in a somber tone. He truly wished to kill all the gods at the moment. Chapter 247, The Great War of Salvation, 11. It's getting colder, Visenya said as she put on clothes suitable to withstand the intense cold. Although she wasn't truly cold, it was just psychological. Her belly was still slightly distended, showing that childbirth was getting closer every day. Yes, the black sun is really annoying. Rhaenys commented, looking at the black sun that had been in the sky for 3 days. There was no moon, only sun. Whether it was night or day, it was already difficult to know exactly. I just hope people don't go crazy. Daenerys spoke with a heavy tone. She herself knew that this was a luxury that even nobles wouldn't have, much less commoners. She heard from Enar that the population in many places had already started to become chaotic. There was even cannibalism, which made her shiver. It had only been 3 days, but the world was already in chaos. Before, she had no idea what it was like to fight gods, which Enar did all the time, but now she knew. These beings did not want the good of humanity, they only wanted human faith and nothing more. Enar has already told the lords what they must do to resist the intense cold. He taught them blood magic, capable of creating blood crystals that retain ambient heat for weeks. Visenya said with a worried tone. But I fear this is not enough. Yes, cold is just one of the problems, the other is hunger. Rhaenys showed a worried expression. Even now, food rationing law was being implemented. Hunger was the main problem. Without sun, there's no way to plant anything. Another thing was the cold. There were very few foods that could survive such intense cold. One of them was onions, but no one could live on just onions. Fortunately, Enar ordered the Reach to accumulate food 3 years ago, which can supply the current amount of food, helping to maintain order until other measures are implemented. Daenerys said with an admiring tone. Obviously, she was very proud of her husband. At this moment, Enar entered the room and asked with a slightly tired tone as he sat between Daenerys and Visenya. What are you talking about? About this damned weather, the kingdom and you. Daenerys replied without any hesitation. She approached Enar and leaned her body against his, enjoying the hand that caressed her hair. Visenya imitated her younger sister, but only stayed on the left side. Seeing this, Rhaenys felt a little envious and used Enar's thighs as a pillow. Your warm husband. Visenya commented with a comfortable tone, feeling the high temperature of Enar's body. Daenerys and Rhaenys agreed with Visenya's words. Enar was indeed warm to the touch. Enar smiled and didn't explain. He didn't need to explain because they knew why his body temperature was so high. However, as they were feeling comfortable, so was he. He gradually relaxed and enjoyed the moment of rest. Working 3 days straight without sleeping or eating was mentally stressful. Mainly because half of his problems were disputes among the nobles. Enar knew that humans could be selfish, but in these 3 days he saw the true face of humanity when times of need arise. You might think that people can be rational in moments of stress, but that's only for trained soldiers, people with determined minds and good character. But how many people could not be anxious and stressed at a time like this? Half of Enar's problems originated from the nobles, who were fighting tooth and nail to get more resources for themselves. The leeches seemed to have no end to their greed. Ignoring the people and trying to save only themselves, they continued to fight among themselves without caring about anything else. Enar, who had to maintain order, had already killed at least 5 men of noble birth, but it seemed that the fear of death was much less effective at this moment, as problems continued to come relentlessly. One thing Enar had to admit was that the North at this moment was much more in order than the nobles of other regions. Everyone united under the name of House Stark, which was currently being governed by Robb. In comparison, Harold Arryn had no control over his own vassals. Stannis and Oberyn fared better, but that was all better. Conflicts still arose from time to time. The worst were the Westerlands themselves. The nobles of the region were complete arrogant and egocentric idiots. Of the 5 men killed by Enar, 3 were from the Westerlands. Seeing Enar's tired expression, Visenya caressed his face. We'll help Enar. You don't have to do things alone. Enar smiled bitterly hearing Visenya's words. It wasn't that he didn't want help, but these nobles were especially rebellious at this moment. If it weren't to avoid causing more chaos, he himself would have killed half of these nobles. Unfortunately, because of the long night, Enar didn't want to cause even more chaos and was waiting for these people to calm down naturally, instead of killing everyone he would have liked. I'm glad you want to help, but until I stabilize the kingdom, I'll have to do everything alone. Enar said, kissing each of the 3 women. But when everything stabilizes, my duties will be yours. Enar would have to deal personally with the sun problem. He would have to stay put on the Iron Throne and couldn't deal with government affairs for a long time. Something the 3 women would have to deal with when that happened. Yes, Enar planned to use himself as a sun over the various cities of Westeros, which could allow crops to be cultivated, even if in smaller quantities. Don't worry, I'll teach Visenya and Rhaenys how to govern, Daenerys said with a laugh and looked at both women around with a slightly superior gaze. You just ate cake, read books, and relaxed in your room and asked for help from Grandma Riella to deal with state affairs. Rhaenys scoffed at Daenerys's words and looked at her aunt with a mocking gaze. She herself was tricked by Riella and had to deal with various state affairs while her grandmother ran off for a vacation. As for Daenerys, she was eating cake and reading. Daenerys felt her cheeks flush with her niece's words. She found nothing wrong with what she did. She was the queen and the ministers should help her govern the kingdom. She was just doing what all kings did. In short, Daenerys was the owner of a large business and profited by relaxing at home while the employees died of exhaustion from overwork and received an unhappy salary. He just laughed at the small quarrel between his two queens. This quarrel was innocent compared to the quarrel between the nobles he had heard hours ago. You three have to govern together in my place. You'll have to build factions within the court. Enar calmed both of them and said with a relaxed smile on his lips. Let them fight among themselves while you maintain order so they don't go too far. These nobles have to stay busy so they don't kill each other over a piece of bread. The three women nodded. They understood why Enar wanted to do this. If the nobles remain idle, they can cause more problems. And problems mean more state affairs, which Enar and the three queens definitely didn't want to have. So letting these nobles fight among themselves in a political struggle was much better than letting them loose, shooting in all directions. As long as things didn't go too far and didn't reach the people, everything could be much easier. Visenya, Daenerys, and Rhaenys understood this fact and were satisfied to obey Enar's orders. They felt they didn't have the extraordinary patience their husband had, and perhaps would kill many of the arrogant nobles, making things even more chaotic than they already were. I'm going to sleep for a moment. Wake me when Lita calls me, Enar said with a lazy and sleepy tone. Although his body wasn't tired, his mind was, especially after 3 days of constantly using foresight to see the future. We'll wake you, Enar, Daenerys said, kissing Enar's cheek with a gentle smile. Enar laughed and slowly closed his eyes, embracing the comfort of his mind's darkness. Seeing Enar fall asleep almost instantly after closing his eyes, Daenerys knew that Enar was truly tired. She hugged her husband and lay on his chest, enjoying the moment, something they all did. Unfortunately, Enar had to be woken up only half an hour after closing his eyes, as Lita brought worrying news. My king, the Astartes killed a batch of monsters and brought their bodies. Chapter 248, The Long Night. Enar looked at the bodies before him. Only the word monstrous could be associated with the corpses lying on the ground. They looked like deformed animals, with human parts joined together and extremely horrendous tumors. Just seeing one of these monsters would make you sick to your stomach and wonder how such a monstrosity could exist. However, Enar knew that this was just another weapon of the gods against the human race. The long night was not enough. Man-eating monsters were born to make the situation even bleaker. But if Enar thinks this will stop humans, the gods are deeply mistaken. The human race could be criticized for many things, but resilience and terrible adaptability were the foundation of humans, surpassing all races in the universe. No matter how bleak the situation humanity was in, the hope for a better life would never be extinguished. However, at this moment, Enar knew that most humans couldn't even fight these monsters. The continent of Essos might be relatively stable, because of the countless red priests and priestesses, but Westeros was completely different. Besides the children of the forest and a few noble houses that had some magical heritage, the rest were completely defenseless against such monsters. Even all the strong men in a village couldn't kill one of the monsters. King's Landing should be relatively peaceful with the Tyrell House army, but this was not a long-term solution. Enar had to step into the city to give orders to the entire continent. He no longer hesitated. He would take the entire Targaryen house to King's Landing along with the dragons. As for the current army, they marched to the kingdom's capital under the command of Titus and Sigismund. Sanguinius will remain in the north for any eventuality, and Lita will go to King's Landing. Enar. Hearing his name called, Enar looked to the side and saw Robb walking towards him with a calm expression, but he saw a trace of uneasiness behind the calm gaze. He wasn't surprised by this. Anyone would be scared to see the monsters lying on the ground. Robb, I will return to King's Landing to control the kingdom. I can no longer stay in Winterfell. Enar directly stated his plans. He really couldn't stay in Winterfell anymore. He had to return as soon as possible. Robb nodded. He was already busy dealing with matters in the north. His cousin had an even greater responsibility, controlling all 7 kingdoms in the midst of a long night. Arya will probably want to say goodbye. She's always eager to walk with you again. Robb said with a smile, or at least what he wanted to show. No one would smile with genuine happiness next to countless monster corpses. Enar nodded. It wasn't once or twice that he noticed Arya peeking at him from behind a pillar or behind a door. The girl wanted to talk to him, but he was extremely busy. There was no way he could meet Arya at that moment. "I will," he said. He looked at Robb and spoke with a warm tone. "Now that Eddard has joined the Night's Watch, you must study, train, and be a good father and husband to your wife." Although the Night's Watch practically ceased to exist without purpose, the old order was still standing. Countless people did not want to leave their posts and remained in the order. Perhaps it was the last generation of the Night's Watch, but as long as these veterans were alive, they would sustain the order to the last man. Robb rolled his eyes hearing Enar's elder tone. Anyone who didn't know their age would think Enar was an old man giving advice to his grandson. "I'm not a child and you don't need to say anything," he said with an irritated tone, making Enar let out a low laugh. "I forgot that Lord Robb is the Lord of Winterfell and Protector of the North," Enar said with a false tone of admiration, making Robb roll his eyes a second time, but there was a smile on his lips. This kind of interaction reminded Robb of when they were just simple, innocent children. However, they had different identities at this moment. One was the king of the 7 kingdoms, and the other was the Lord of Winterfell. Turning his attention back to the monsters, Enar spoke with a calm tone. "These monsters will attack daily. Remember to use obsidian weapons. They can hurt these monsters." Although the effect of obsidian was not as great as on whites and White Walkers, it was still effective against these evil monsters. After all, fire or anything related to fire was the most effective method to combat the filth of anything evil. Robb nodded. Fortunately, he had many obsidian weapons, so he wouldn't be short for a long time, but he still had to find some volcano in the north to see if there was any mine like Dragonstone. Giving Robb a light pat on the shoulder, Enar left and spoke his words. "Your son will be important. Send him to me when he's 12. Robb was surprised for a moment hearing those words, but he didn't refuse. It was very normal for the children of noble houses to be raised for a time by other noble houses. Eddard was raised by Jon Arryn, as was Robert Baratheon. After all, it was very beneficial to build relationships and strengthen ties with such a great symbol of trust. Robb certainly wouldn't refuse. He would even be happy, as it meant that Enar cared a lot about House Stark. In this world troubled by the gods, many would probably kill for this kind of opportunity. Any fool could see that only by following Enar could they survive at this moment. Looking at the monsters on the ground, Robb's blue eyes showed a look of concern, which he quickly hastened to hide. He had to remain calm all the time to give the impression that everything was under control. However, he remembered the meeting all the nobles had before Enar. The orders to concentrate the population in large cities had to be completed as soon as possible, but such a thing would take years, perhaps decades. But with the protection of Enar and his Astartes, such a thing could be done more slowly. Which made everyone sigh with relief. It's not easy to build houses on a large scale and expand the city. Looking up, Robb looked at the black sun still in the sky and sighed. He had already forgotten what day it was. Perhaps he wouldn't even know when the year would complete again. Sighing, he watched as the Red Legion soldiers set fire to the monsters. When Enar was about to enter the room to get some sleep, he saw a human head looking at him like a ghost and smiled. It was Arya. The girl was looking at him with her eyes, looking at him expectantly. "Jon Enar." Waving his hand, calling the girl, Enar saw Arya quickly come to his side and greeted him with a cheerful look. Even with the whole situation, she still seemed optimistic, which was a child's characteristic. Enar laughed hearing and caressed her hair. He looked at her and spoke with a gentle tone. "I heard from Robb that you want to talk to me." "Yes." Arya spoke with a loud and excited tone. "I want to follow you. You'll probably fight all kinds of monsters. I want to participate." Enar couldn't help but twist his lips abnormally. Regardless of Arya being a girl, who would want to fight monsters? Out of 1,000 people, perhaps 5 could risk their lives to fight monsters. Looking at Arya, who was staring at him with an expectant look, he didn't immediately deny it. At this moment, where the world was in chaos, he didn't mind using men and women. Everyone could help. He definitely wouldn't leave half of Westeros's population idle just because these women had a vagina between their legs. That was completely stupid. I agree. When Enar said this, Arya practically jumped for joy. Her eyes shone so brightly that it seemed she was imagining herself fighting hundreds of monsters. However, Enar was cruel and extinguished Arya's hopes. He looked at the girl and spoke with a calm tone. I'm not desperate enough to use children as soldiers. Instead of you dying at the hands of a monster, you must train hard, and when you are old enough you can come find me, and I will arrange for you to join one of my legions. The smile on Arya's face hardened with Enar's words. She looked at him with wide eyes, showing extreme cuteness. A deadly weapon she discovered could make even her father, an extremely calm man, smile and accept all her demands. However, her expression was frustrated to see the amused look in Enar's eyes, unimpressed. The weapon she most relied on to get what she wanted did not have the effect she expected. I'm going to rest, Arya. Without waiting for the girl's answer, Enar simply closed the door cruelly. Arya clenched her teeth and walked down the corridor. She intended to find Robb and make him accept her proposal. However, on that same day, Arya was cruelly locked in one of the castle towers by Robb and was only allowed to leave when she abandoned such a suicidal idea and faced the reality before her. Chapter 249, The Long Night 2. It was the first time Enar had actually set foot in King's Landing. He looked at the gigantic city with a brighter gaze than usual. From a small wooden fort to one of the largest cities in Westeros. The city endured a lot: the Dance of the Dragons, the sack of King's Landing, and other conflicts, large and small. As they say, it takes a long time to create, but one day to destroy. Although the city was not destroyed, it was definitely not in its best shape, especially after recent events. Enar even saw monster bodies below the wall and somewhat large claw marks. The city had been attacked by monsters, and not a small number, probably thousands of them. Fortunately, the House Tyrell army remained in the city, or when Enar returned, perhaps he would find a city with an apocalyptic scenario. The enormous dragon covered in a bright red aura flew over the city, causing countless people to leave their homes with their hands raised. It seemed they were begging the gods to save them. Enar looked at all this with a satisfied gaze. He finally understood why misery, death, and hunger were the easiest methods for indoctrination. He could feel it. The entire city seemed to be praying to him. The human mind was complex and did everything to prevent the body from actually dying or committing suicide. Whether blocking memories or even forgetting them, the brain did everything to keep the person alive. When a person commits suicide, it only shows that even the person's mind had nothing left to do and felt helpless before a host who wanted death. But in times of need, a divine figure was extremely important, as humans were lazy, fearful, and weak, always seeking to be subjected to a being of great power. Enar saw at this moment that the people of King's Landing firmly believed he would bring the peace they so desired. Which he planned to do, even if it drastically began to change these people's way of thinking. When Caraxes landed in the ruins of the dragon pit, the other 4 dragons also landed. The dragons looked towards the pit with confused gazes. All smelled dragons. Descending from Caraxes, Enar stroked the dragon's long neck, keeping him calm before the rapidly approaching crowd. It was House Tyrell and all the nobles of the Reach. At that moment they were being led by Olenna, who seemed not to care about her old body, as she was walking with quick steps and panting. Your arrival is truly opportune, Your Grace. Finally reaching Enar, Olenna bowed and greeted the king while looking at him with a worried and fearful gaze. Even she couldn't keep calm in such a mythical scenario. However, compared to her, the other lords of the Reach were even mentally weaker. They looked at Enar as if seeing their savior, which was right. I know what you are worried about, but let's go back to the Red Keep and I will explain my plans to you. Enar certainly knew of these people's concerns, but this was not the right place for that kind of conversation. Although anxious, everyone nodded and returned to the Red Keep without any hesitation. The only place in the city that could bring a feeling of confidence to him. In the throne room, Enar looked at the steel monstrosity before him with a touch of disgust. Aegon definitely liked Rhaenys and Visenya to beat him in bed, as he really didn't see how being uncomfortable could be a good thing for a king, who could easily be irritable and kill people. However, he sat on the Iron Throne, the first Targaryen king sitting on the Iron Throne after 14 years. But besides the discomfort because of the throne, he really didn't feel anything special. This reminded him of a saying in his previous life. The eagerness to conquer and the boredom of possessing. Enar felt exactly like this. He was deeply bored after conquering Westeros. He knew it was a foolish reason, but who said the human mind isn't foolish? Looking at everyone present, Enar put aside distracting thoughts and spoke in a calm tone. The long night has begun. It will be a test for humanity. The gods want the human race to perish, but we will preserve even before the gods. I know you are afraid, but let me carry all your fear. You just need to obey, and I will make sure everyone survives. And how does your grace plan to do that? Olenna, who took Mace's place, asked in a calm tone, looking at the king sitting on the Iron Throne. I will spread my Astartes throughout the kingdom. They will be responsible for commanding your armies, protecting you from monsters and any other monster that might kill you. Enar looked at Olenna and replied in a calm tone, as if he hadn't just taken all the military power from the Reach and all other regions. Olenna frowned heavily. The king was basically taking control of Westeros armies all at once. And how will we protect ourselves if there is an invasion from another kingdom or even from Essos? Haven't I already said? I will be responsible for your safety. Enar narrowed his eyes and looked at Olenna with an even calmer tone. His purple eyes were fully focused on the small, fragile figure of the Queen of Thorns. All you have to do is administer the territory. Enar calmly concluded as he shifted to a more comfortable position, although it was still somewhat uncomfortable to sit on the Iron Throne. Except for Olenna, the Lords of the Reach were neither irritated nor did they realize how serious what Enar was about to do was. In their eyes, what the king was doing was simple, concentrating the kingdom's power to deal with the monsters. At the same time, the Lords of the Reach felt quite satisfied that they didn't have to go to the battlefield to fight man-eating monsters. Olenna looked at these men with a look of pity. They were celebrating at this moment, but in the future, when they discovered that their own armies no longer belonged to them, these same lords would be furious. Olenna looked at Enar with a touch of fear. If she didn't know that this long night was the work of the gods, she would have really thought that Enar had done it, because the benefits for Enar were simply incalculable. Enar felt Olenna's gaze and showed a smile, but his smile didn't reach his eyes. If Olenna really dared to reveal his plans, the woman would die in an accident the next day. This was the right time to centralize his power, and he would never lose the chance, even for Olenna, whom he had some respect for her intelligence. Olenna certainly saw the implications in the kingdom's gaze and remained silent. She knew. Enar would kill her without any hesitation if she dared to spread his hidden plans to all the lords. Olenna's response to Enar's threat was to bow to him and remain silent the next moment. Nodding to the woman, satisfied with Olenna's quick reaction, he looked at all the lords of the Reach and the Crownlands with a solemn gaze. We have to ration food and start planting as soon as possible, he said in a serious tone. But we don't have sun. How will crops grow without sun? The speaker was Mace Tyrell's son, Willis, Enar's master of coin. I will create a sun for you. You just have to start planting when that happens. Enar replied in a casual tone, making everyone's eyes fix on him. There was horror and disbelief in everyone's eyes. What did they just hear? The king would create a sun? There will be a new law that all regions must obey. Enar did not explain how he would create an artificial sun, he said, looking at everyone present. Every citizen must donate a bowl of blood once a month. This blood must be preserved and sent to King's Landing as soon as possible. When Enar said this, silence prevailed in the environment. Hundreds of pairs of eyes looked at Enar with strange and even fearful gazes. The history of the fall of Old Valyria existed as an example. I will not make chimeras. I will only use the blood to strengthen the soldiers' bodies. Enar, feeling the gazes, replied with a gentle smile on his lips. He knew how prejudiced Westeros was against magic, especially blood magic. All your soldiers will be 10 times stronger. Enar added, narrowing his eyes, apparently giving countless benefits to the nobles. How could they know that when the blood ritual happened, these people would only have one person in their minds? Enar Targaryen and no one else. The hesitation and fear in the Lord's eyes disappeared in an instant upon hearing those extremely tempting words. They saw how strong Titus was. He could tear a man in half as if tearing bread. Knowing that their soldiers could have such power made their hearts beat faster. Don't worry, Your Grace, the blood will arrive in King's Landing as soon as possible. Randyll Tarly stepped forward and said in a respectful tone, even he couldn't see the conspiracy in the king's actions. Which was normal after all, no one present knew even the basics of magic. This lack of knowledge left the nobility of Westeros completely defenseless against magic. How could Enar not exploit such a great weakness? Chapter 250, The Long Night 3. Enar looked at the lords leaving and only the members of House Targaryen remained. He looked at the three queens and his grandmother with a gentle gaze. "What do you think?" Enar asked with a smile. He never hid his plans from his family, so the four women knew exactly what he would be doing in the future. "You are very cunning," Daenerys replied with an amused laugh. Something Visenya, Rhaenys, and Riella deeply agreed with. The nobles didn't know that they had just handed over their armies on a silver platter to Enar. All for free and without any bloodshed. The nobles even seemed satisfied that they didn't have to worry about battling monsters. When they discovered the conspiracy, it was already too late. They lost all their armies and political power that came with them. Riella said with a smile. She deeply agreed with Enar's methods. After going through a rebellion that overthrew House Targaryen, she didn't trust any other noble house. In her eyes, all noble houses were possibly all traitors, who only cared about their interests without a shred of loyalty. The example of House Tully was the greatest example of this. So, seeing Enar deprive these nobles of their powers and privileges, she was more than satisfied. That's right, without armies, they can never have so much political power. Visenya caressed her belly with a maternal smile and commented amusingly. But they still control the economic power of the territories. Rhaenys made a statement that caught everyone's attention, as if they were surprised by her saying something so intelligent. Rhaenys couldn't help but get angry at her family's gazes. "Don't look at me with those eyes, I also studied in Dorne," she said with an irritated tone. "Don't blame us for looking at you like that, I thought you only knew how to handle a spear and nothing else." Daenerys rolled her eyes and said as she crossed her arms under her modest breasts. Rhaenys wanted to refute, but remembering that she trained every day to fight her enemies, she couldn't refute. Although she participated in classes along with Arianne and others, she didn't really pay attention to the classes. Enar let out a laugh and descended from the Iron Throne. Rhaenys is right, they will still have economic control, which can make these nobles join each other to form guilds to pressure the court economically. Of course, this will only happen until the new nobility begins to be created. Enar said with a smile. "Let the old faction that owns fiefs fight against the faction of the new nobility, who don't own fiefs. Along with this, public offices will control the laws of the regions, suppressing the power of the nobility again." Enar certainly knew that his plan had flaws, but it didn't matter. No system was truly perfect, but over time the gaps in this system will be filled and a relatively perfect system will be created. Enar just wanted to control where these nobles went and didn't care about the means, only the results. Rhaenys felt a headache listening to Enar's policies. She really wasn't born for politics. She preferred the battlefield where everything came down to killing the opponent, if you are a soldier and not a general. "Husband, I'm curious how you will create a son." Visenya asked curiously. She was really curious how Enar would create a son. "It's not really a sun, just a crystal similar to what I taught everyone to resist the cold. The crystal will only have a much higher intensity." Enar answered the question with a casual tone. Of course it wouldn't be as easy as he seemed to say. Firstly, blood would hardly be enough to create such a crystal, and even if it were, the amount of blood needed was not something that could be gathered so easily in Westeros. But Enar had an ace up his sleeve, a dimension with infinite amounts of energy, the warp. Yes, he knew it was extremely dangerous, but Enar would personally control all the crystals. He would pass the warp energy through his body and purify it, leaving the energy free of any influence. The only problem with this was that he wouldn't be able to govern personally. He would be too busy literally being a battery for the entire continent, powering hundreds or thousands of artificial suns. Another advantage of him doing this was practically gaining all the faith of the continent. Everyone would believe in him, which eliminated any remnants of the faith of the Seven or any other religion, even the faith in the old gods in the north. Daenerys looked at her husband and immediately knew it wouldn't be as simple as Enar said. "It won't be that simple, right?" she asked with a slightly worried tone about Enar's safety. "As I said before, I couldn't govern. This position will be given to you three." Enar didn't hide and said what he wanted to do, making the four women look at him with concern. "Will you be able to endure for so long?" Visenya asked with an extremely worried expression. Enar would have to control hundreds of artificial suns for years. That wasn't something so simple. "Don't worry too much, although it is extremely tiring to control hundreds of artificial suns, it is nothing compared to the weight of prescience." Enar didn't lie. Although controlling and purifying such a large amount of energy, it was nothing compared to the weight of the nexus of time and space. He could see billions of timelines at the same time. Controlling hundreds of artificial suns was nothing to him, just tiring. So he wasn't really worried about it. Besides, if I don't do this, millions of people will starve and we will rule a kingdom of bones and death. Enar added with a confident smile. He wasn't worried if he would succeed, but if it would work. Daenerys, Visenya and Rhaenys looked at Enar and could only suppress the concern in their minds. I will leave a diary with instructions. These instructions explain some laws I want to create and the creation of many ministries, where powers will be decentralized among the members of these ministries. Enar was ready to create the Greater Chamber and the Lesser Chamber. Within these chambers, powers will be decentralized into many ministries. There are 7 members of the small council at this moment, but there will be hundreds in the future, even thousands. No one person will have as much power as the 7 members of the small council. Enar would never allow so much power in the hands of just 7 people. He will cut this evil at the root once and for all. The 3 queens nodded and listened to his words carefully. This will be the new political system that will govern an entire continent. It was not something trivial or simple. They had to pay close attention. Remember, if you think something should be changed, don't hesitate and change the world as you wish. I will be behind you to support anything. Enar said with a smile. He would not be against new laws or the abolition of other laws. If Daenerys, Visenya and Rhaenys wanted to change something, he would accept without any hesitation. He wanted true queens, not beautiful vases for reproduction. To create such queens, he had to let the talents of his 3 queens fully blossom, and that would only be possible on a stage large enough. The 7 kingdoms was more than adequate to be the stage for the creation of true queens. Seeing Enar's confidence and encouragement for them, the 3 women were very moved. They were sure that no other man could allow such a thing or even accept Enar's proposal. This was practically handing over the entire kingdom for them to administer. How could they not be moved by such confidence? Riella looked at all this with a warm and gentle smile. This was a true united family. The throne will never be as important as the family itself, something Jaehaerys I had long forgotten. Fire and blood of the House Targaryen motto was never about dragons, but about the fire and blood of House Targaryen itself. Just as Enar the exile supported his daughter, Enar was supporting his wives. This was unconditional trust in one's own family. Enar just smiled at the emotional eyes of the 3 women. He spoke in a calm tone. Now that some things have been explained, let's kill some obstacles you left alive. Leda, go and bring Varys, Aegon and Jon Cunnington. Enar ordered Leda, who had always been behind him, in complete silence until now. Yes, my king. Leda bowed and replied with a cold and indifferent tone. Her gray eyes shone with a murderous glint. She had long wanted to kill these people who dared to conspire against her king. Chapter 250, The Long Night 3. Enar looked at the lords leaving and only the members of House Targaryen remained. He looked at the 3 queens and his grandmother with a gentle gaze. What do you think? Enar asked with a smile. He never hid his plans from his family, so the 4 women knew exactly what he would be doing in the future. You are very cunning. Daenerys replied with an amused laugh. Something Visenya, Rhaenys and Riella deeply agreed with. The nobles didn't know that they had just handed over their armies on a silver platter to Enar. All for free and without any bloodshed. The nobles even seemed satisfied that they didn't have to worry about battling monsters. When they discovered the conspiracy, it was already too late. They lost all their armies and political power that came with them. Riella said with a smile. She deeply agreed with Enar's methods. After going through a rebellion that overthrew House Targaryen, she didn't trust any other noble house. In her eyes, all noble houses were possibly all traitors, who only cared about their interests without a shred of loyalty. The example of House Tully was the greatest example of this. So, seeing Enar deprive these nobles of their powers and privileges, she was more than satisfied. That's right, without armies, they can never have so much political power. Visenya caressed her belly with a maternal smile and commented amusingly. But they still control the economic power of the territories. Rhaenys made a statement that caught everyone's attention, as if they were surprised by her saying something so intelligent. Rhaenys couldn't help but get angry at her family's gazes. Don't look at me with those eyes, I also studied in Dorne, she said with an irritated tone. Don't blame us for looking at you like that. I thought you only knew how to handle a spear and nothing else. Daenerys rolled her eyes and said as she crossed her arms under her modest breasts. Rhaenys wanted to refute, but remembering that she trained every day to fight her enemies, she couldn't refute. Although she participated in classes along with Arianne and others, she didn't really pay attention to the classes. Enar let out a laugh and descended from the Iron Throne. Rhaenys is right, they will still have economic control, which can make these nobles join each other to form guilds to pressure the court economically. Of course, this will only happen until the new nobility begins to be created. Enar said with a smile. Let the old faction that owns fiefs fight against the faction of the new nobility, who don't own fiefs. Along with this, public offices will control the laws of the regions, suppressing the power of the nobility again. Enar certainly knew that his plan had flaws, but it didn't matter. No system was truly perfect, but over time the gaps in this system will be filled and a relatively perfect system will be created. Enar just wanted to control where these nobles went and didn't care about the means, only the results. Rhaenys felt a headache listening to Enar's policies. She really wasn't born for politics. She preferred the battlefield where everything came down to killing the opponent, if you are a soldier and not a general. Husband, I'm curious how you will create a son. Visenya asked curiously. She was really curious how Enar would create a son. It's not really a sun, just a crystal similar to what I taught everyone to resist the cold. The crystal will only have a much higher intensity. Enar answered the question with a casual tone. Of course it wouldn't be as easy as he seemed to say. Firstly, blood would hardly be enough to create such a crystal, and even if it were, the amount of blood needed was not something that could be gathered so easily in Westeros. But Enar had an ace up his sleeve, a dimension with infinite amounts of energy, the warp. Yes, he knew it was extremely dangerous, but Enar would personally control all the crystals. He would pass the warp energy through his body and purify it, leaving the energy free of any influence. The only problem with this was that he wouldn't be able to govern personally. He would be too busy literally being a battery for the entire continent, powering hundreds or thousands of artificial suns. Another advantage of him doing this was practically gaining all the faith of the continent. Everyone would believe in him, which eliminated any remnants of the faith of the Seven or any other religion, even the faith in the old gods in the north. Daenerys looked at her husband and immediately knew it wouldn't be as simple as Enar said. It won't be that simple, right? She asked with a slightly worried tone about Enar's safety. As I said before, I couldn't govern. This position will be given to you three. Enar didn't hide and said what he wanted to do, making the four women look at him with concern. Will you be able to endure for so long? Visenya asked with an extremely worried expression. Enar would have to control hundreds of artificial suns for years. That wasn't something so simple. Don't worry too much. Although it is extremely tiring to control hundreds of artificial suns, it is nothing compared to the weight of prescience. Enar didn't lie. Although controlling and purifying such a large amount of energy, it was nothing compared to the weight of the nexus of time and space. He could see billions of timelines at the same time. Controlling hundreds of artificial suns was nothing to him, just tiring. So he wasn't really worried about it. Besides, if I don't do this, millions of people will starve and we will rule a kingdom of bones and death. Enar added with a confident smile. He wasn't worried if he would succeed, but if it would work. Daenerys, Visenya, and Rhaenys looked at Enar and could only suppress the concern in their minds. I will leave a diary with instructions. These instructions explain some laws I want to create and the creation of many ministries, where powers will be decentralized among the members of these ministries. Enar was ready to create the Greater Chamber and the Lesser Chamber. Within these chambers, powers will be decentralized into many ministries. There are 7 members of the small council at this moment, but there will be hundreds in the future, even thousands. No one person will have as much power as the 7 members of the small council. Enar would never allow so much power in the hands of just 7 people. He will cut this evil at the root once and for all. The 3 queens nodded and listened to his words carefully. This will be the new political system that will govern an entire continent. It was not something trivial or simple. They had to pay close attention. Remember, if you think something should be changed, don't hesitate and change the world as you wish. I will be behind you to support anything. Enar said with a smile. He would not be against new laws or the abolition of other laws. If Daenerys, Visenya, and Rhaenys wanted to change something, he would accept without any hesitation. He wanted true queens, not beautiful vases for reproduction. To create such queens, he had to let the talents of his 3 queens fully blossom, and that would only be possible on a stage large enough. The 7 Kingdoms was more than adequate to be the stage for the creation of true queens. Seeing Enar's confidence and encouragement for them, the 3 women were very moved. They were sure that no other man could allow such a thing or even accept Enar's proposal. This was practically handing over the entire kingdom for them to administer. How could they not be moved by such confidence? Riella looked at all this with a warm and gentle smile. This was a true united family. The throne will never be as important as the family itself, something Jaehaerys I had long forgotten. Fire and blood of the House Targaryen motto was never about dragons, but about the fire and blood of House Targaryen itself. Just as Enar the exile supported his daughter, Enar was supporting his wives. This was unconditional trust in one's own family. Enar just smiled at the emotional eyes of the 3 women. He spoke in a calm tone. Now that some things have been explained, let's kill some obstacles you left alive. Leda, go and bring Varys, Aegon, and Jon Cunnington. Enar ordered Leda, who had always been behind him, in complete silence until now. Yes, my king. Leda bowed and replied with a cold and indifferent tone. Her gray eyes shone with a murderous glint. She had long wanted to kill these people who dared to conspire against her king.